Oh, we back, baby. Let's go. Happy Saturday to everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Once again, we were blessed and highly favored to be able to wake up another day, open our eyes, and walk the earth, or sit on the earth and just be able to live another day. So let's make the best of it. Enjoy it. Don't forget to get yourself checked, and don't forget to check on your loved ones, family members, and friends, because you never know what people are going through. So please continue to do that stuff. First off, let me just say a quick RIP and condolences to Damon Wilson. Some of y'all may not even know who that is, but for the old school cats and cadettes, y'all know back in the day, there was a show that we grew up watching in our childhood called Sanford and Son, um, with Mr. Red Fox. Damon Wilson played Lamont, who was, Red Fox's son on the show, Fred Sanford's son. They had a junkyard called Sanford and Sons. Yeah, and he was also referred to all the time as Big Dummy. So anyway, growing up, he was a big part of a lot of people's childhoods. Unfortunately, he just passed away after a long bout with cancer, and he also has been in the news lately because of the fact that he spoke out about Hollywood and the inner trappings and stuff. He talked about the different things that were happening during the Diddy trial. Stuff like that has been happening for years, and he was even invited to some of those different parties, and he refused to go. Or if he was at an event, he was at the beginning part of the event where everybody's supposed to attend, and he would leave because he knows what takes place at these different events and stuff that was happening. So he was in the news for that, just talking about the evils of Hollywood and how it can trap you. So yeah, but anyway, R.I.P. to Damon Wilson. Condolences to his family and loved ones. And yeah, man, never forget the people that kind of shaped your childhood. That show was one of them ones. So shout out to Damon Wilson. All right. Take a little quick look at the weather. Currently, it is 19 degrees in the New York area. And some people somewhere else might be like, man, that's cold. Man, we welcome those 19 degrees because lately it has been frigid. So we'll take the 19 for what it is. Going up to a high of 20. Woo-wee. And it is frosty today. Partly sunny, but then it's going to give way to clouds. Tomorrow, same thing, frigid, frosty, high of 23. Monday, it warms up, y'all. Sunny and 30 degrees. Let's get it. Tuesday, partly sunny, 29 degrees. Wednesday, partly cloudy, 29 degrees. Thursday, cloudy all day, 26 degrees. And then Friday, frigid again, 26 degrees. I guess I don't know what they mean by that. Maybe it's windy. And then Saturday looks like a chance of snow, 28 degrees. I don't know if we'll see what that turns out to be. If it's just like snow showers or something. All right. That's what's going on, y'all. So we are in and thank you guys for rocking with me. Last week's show, you guys knew I was dealing with a lot of weird stuff, and then I'm trying to fix the internet and do this and switch stuff, and then wind up the internet went down. Like it had nothing to do with me at that point. It had to do with my provider. So anyway, looks like things are working good now. I switched to a new router. It gives me more juice. So hopefully everything goes well today and we are back to normal. But shout out to everybody sticking through and supporting. Appreciate y'all, man. But yeah, the Knicks have been going through an interesting spell of winning, looking good, being comfortably in second place, to then going on a losing streak, and then also losing whatever 8 out of 12 or 9 out of 12, whatever it turned out to be, to doing some soul searching, having some not team meetings, but conversations, right? Talking about what they need to do to work together better and figure out how they can get back to winning and get back to playing good basketball. And you know what? It looks like it's starting to work again. And once again, I'm gonna point it out again, guys. People downplay it. They try to make light of it, but that Brooklyn game was very important for this New York Knicks team. Yes, it was the Brooklyn Nets. Yes, the Brooklyn Nets are terrible this year. We know all that. But the bottom line is that Brooklyn game helped bring the Knicks back together, playing together, winning in a big way, beating Brooklyn by 54 points. The point is they did it together as a team. It was a get right game. We got right on that one. And ever since then, it's been going in the right direction. Yeah, they've been sloppy, the turnovers and stuff. Still have to clean up things when it comes to that and just playing better basketball. Unfortunately, something's changed when it comes to Karl Anthony Towns. Offensively, his game just doesn't seem to be clicking the way it was clicking before. For whatever reason, he lost the consistency with his jump shot again because he started to get it back, but then all these other issues happened. So maybe I think it really has has to do with the mental and the focus and being comfortable and being happy in what you're doing, because you'd be surprised how that can affect your game. So, because we know the guy works, and that's the thing. Like throughout all of this, everything that's happened to this team, everything they've gone through, these guys have been working. They've been putting in the effort. Part of the issue was it started to be a lack of effort, especially on the defensive end. But throughout these last 5 games, the win streak that they have showed effort throughout everything. Even though, like we were just talking about, at times it's been sloppy because of the turnovers and stuff. But they were able to continue to fight and to continue to push through. And not for nothing, guys, the other thing that you take from these games is, for the most part, the Knicks have been winning these games pretty comfortably, even throughout all the turnovers. So it just it tells you that if they played clean basketball, they would be really spanking these teams. Like they wouldn't even be a back and forth. It's just one of those things where they just got to keep fighting and keep working towards getting better. Even last night's game, last night was Friday. Even last night's game against Portland, you saw that they had a 27-point lead and they lost it, right? Portland cut it to 13, I think. And then what happens? The Knicks build up a 20-point lead again. Then Portland cut it to 13, or no, I think they cut it to 10, maybe. I think that was maybe where they went to. I think maybe 10, whatever. It was around there. What happens? The Knicks get the lead right back up to 20-something. Then the Portland started to chip away a little bit more, not quite down to 10 or 13 or anything like that. And then the Knicks finally put the foot on the gas and they wind up winning the game by 30. That's a good sign, guys. That's a good sign that the Knicks are starting to really lock in and come together again. Like the fact that they were able to keep bouncing back and building on the leads shows you that their headspace is right. Their defense is starting to really come together again. Look, the bottom line here is the Knicks are not really a traditionally good defensive team. They actually have to work hard to play solid defense. And I think maybe they lost sight of that because things were going well and they were winning despite everything, no matter how they were playing, whether they had a good defensive night or not. And I think maybe they lost sight of the fact that in order for them to be good defensively, they actually have to work. Like they got to put in the effort, they got to communicate, and they actually have to work. It's not natural. Okay, some teams are really good defensively, and they can naturally get away with, not necessarily being perfect on different things or missing assignments and stuff because their athletic ability or guys can pick up for each other, like the OKCs, the youth and stuff, everything they got going on, and other teams that play really good defense but are young and athletic. It's easier, right? The Knicks are a little older, a little longer in the tooth. They got to actually work, and they've got some defensive liabilities that they have to work through. So they actually have to really work, put in the effort and communicate and get it done. You can't just go out there and think it's going to happen because you got OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges on the team, Josh Hart at times that plays good defense, Deuce McBride, whatever, Mitchell Robinson. No, everybody has to work in order for them to play good defense. And I think they're realizing that. I think they're getting back to that. And notice how all of a sudden, now that they're playing better defense, now their offense is looking better because it's all focus, it's mental, it's chemistry. All of that is in one. It all melds together, and that's how you have a much better product. Then another thing that you get from it is because they're winning, confidence starts to come back again, and you start to feel better about not only yourself but how your game is translating and the team in general. All of it matters. All of it matters. So, and I think that's what they're going through right now. They're starting to really get back to what they were doing before and how they used to play. And they're believing in each other again. And because of that, they are able to really start locking in again. So we'll see. There's more tests to come. There's another test tomorrow versus the LA Lakers. And as dysfunctional and up and down as the Lakers are, they still have a very good team. And when they want to play well, they can actually play very well too. So that's the type of stuff that we want to continue to see. We want to continue to see these guys keep playing, believing in each other, and getting better. And that's the other thing too, as fans, when we look at the team and we start to we don't know what's going on with them, we start to second guess what we've been seeing. You get a little too far away from things. You feel like everything's broken. The players stink. Maybe they're not that good to begin with. The coach stinks. He's lost the team. He doesn't know what he's doing. Look at how much came out of the last 3 weeks prior to the win streak, and how us as fans were talking and what we were thinking. You see how crazy things can get and how wild things get when things aren't going well. You start coming up with all these harsh realities and crazy theories and all this. It's still the same team it was earlier in the year that was playing well. They just lost their way. They lost their way. Now, I'm not saying that because they've won 5 games in a row, some of these games against some of these teams, not the greatest competition, but then there's a couple that were good. I'm not saying all of a sudden that means they are, going to win the championship. I'm just telling you that they're getting back to what they were doing. They are realizing how to play good basketball again and realizing what it takes to win games. It goes back to the defense. They have to make stops. It doesn't matter how good you are offensively because you're going to have nights where your offense isn't clicking. You got to do something else, and defense is the way to go. You may not be the same defensive team that you were years ago, but you still have to play some defense. You got to do something. And I think the Knicks are getting back to that. Now, because of that, do I think that the organization should say, nah, man, we don't need anything on defense or we don't need to improve the team? Nope. I don't agree with that. I do think the Knicks still need to see if they can make a small move at the trade deadline to help this team. But we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can do. So we'll see. I will say this, though. There's been some changes. There's been certain things that I've noticed, and I think you guys have noticed too. I don't know what has happened, what has transpired, but somebody saw something and said, there's certain things that aren't working here. We have to figure out how to fix it. But I'm like wondering what happened. And okay, so when I say that, the first thing I notice is Jordan Clarkson, right? For whatever reason, Jordan Clarkson is all of a sudden in a doghouse. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if when they were looking at film, because we focus on the stars, right? Notice how we always look at that. We look at Jalen Brunson. We look at Karl Anthony Towns and their defense and what's happening. But I don't really pay attention to Jordan Clarkson. He's not a defender. I know he's been trying since he's been with the Knicks. I don't really pay attention to things. Has the front office or has the coaching staff looked at Jordan Clarkson and said, "Man, when we look at some of these defensive liabilities, he has a lot to do with it." Or when we look at the scoring, his inconsistency, we've noticed that the opposing team goes on runs when he's out there. I mean, what's going on? I don't know. Obviously something happened and something they've seen something because Jordan Clarkson is in the doghouse. He's getting benched. He's not getting minutes. He's not hurt. He's just getting coaches' decisions, DNPs. So I wonder what happened there or what was figured out that they're saying he is a part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't expecting that. We focus on, like I said, the stars, and we focus on, as far as negatives, Gershon Yabusele, and maybe like a Paco Dadie that's not really doing much to help the team at the moment. I know he's not playing a lot, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what we focus on. But I didn't really see the Jordan Clarkson thing coming. So I wonder, what has been happening there. And we obviously don't know what's going on behind the scenes, how vocal Jordan Clarkson is about his playing time and what's going on. Maybe he said a couple things that he shouldn't have said, or maybe, we don't know. We don't know. It's all speculation, but something's going on there. Something definitely is going on there. But I will say, I do notice that since they stopped playing Clarkson's getting limited minutes. The Knicks are playing better defensively. I'm just throwing it out there. So something's going on. And shout out to Jersey Shore. He says because Kolek is a baller, that's why Clarkson's not getting burned. I will say one thing that and this is my honest opinion. I do think right now it's more valuable to have Kolek getting minutes than it is for Clarkson, only because Clarkson is so inconsistent. Like, the guy definitely has the talent to score on multiple levels. He can get inside with his little floater, and if he gets all the way to the basket, he's a good finisher. He's got a good mid-range shot, and he's got a good three shot once he gets into a rhythm. He's very streaky. We know that. But I don't know what happened. I don't know where that went wrong. But maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the inconsistency that's too much. I mean, part of the reason why we brought Clarkson in here is because the bench wasn't putting enough points, and we had a lot of inconsistency last year from Mikal Bridges and from OG Anunoby, getting hurt and then coming back and kind of having to find his rhythm again. So this was a really big, important reason to bring in Clarkson. But I don't know if Clarkson has really helped the way they thought he was going to help. Maybe that's why this is happening. And Shamet is back. I was just about, Allah, you reading my mind, brother. I was just about to say Shamet is back too. And as much as some people still don't like Shamet because, they don't see enough spark, Shamet has a lot of effort, man. And Shamet just plays better on the defensive side. Even if he doesn't really stop a lot of people, he creates things. He makes stuff happen, and don't you guys notice that even if you say, hey, Shamet had 3 points or Shamet had 7 points, you notice how Shamet moves in the offense? You notice how Shamet helps push the pace and Shamet moves his player around and gets them into a motion? You take certain things for granted, but if that helps set up your offense because you got a guy constantly moving and that's what you want other guys to do, it helps. Just saying. It helps. Shout out to Joey, Rip 'em Up Sports. He says he was in the doghouse before Shamet. It's true. We already noticed. We started to see Clarkson get less minutes, but when Shamet came back, things have definitely changed. And Shamet is, as much as I get on Shamet, I say he's the best worst defender because he tries hard and he gets in people's faces, but he doesn't necessarily stop a lot of people. He still plays better and gives more effort than Clarkson does. When Clarkson wants to try to give effort defensively, he gets in foul trouble. Like, he don't know how to stop, not foul when he tries to play good defense. So, that's not necessarily a positive for him. And like I said, if he was more consistent offensively, he would be out there. But he struggles. Like you get one game from Clarkson, gives you 12. The next game he gives you 3. One game he gives you 18. The next game he gives you 5 or 6. Like it's just it's not good. Hold on one second. Somebody, where was it? Gerald D. McIver said, "Hey Ron, remember the statement that Josh Hart made to Cat about his touches and only want to hear about his rebounds." I will say that I think Josh Hart's words struck a chord, right? And I do think Cat took that to heart because Cat has been a monster on the boards, yo. I gotta listen. One thing about me, it's how you feel is how you feel, but I'm gonna be very transparent with how I feel. I'm gonna talk about the negatives, but I'm also gonna talk about the positives. And Karl Anthony Towns, as far as effort goes in these past couple games, has given supreme maximum effort. Okay. Maximum effort these past couple games with regards to his rebounding and his effort. Now, I still, like I said, I'm very concerned about offensively what's happening because some people might say, but Ron, listen, we're winning games. Yeah, he might finish with 14 points or whatever it is, but with the 20 rebounds and some assists or whatever he's doing, he's helping. I have no problem with that. I'm worried about it because I don't look at this team in the, hey, they're a good team, we're good now. I look at the team as we're going to be a good team, hopefully going to be a great team, make it to the playoffs and have a long run. So when I think about that, I know once we get into playoff basketball, or once we start playing teams that have much better defense like the Houstons, the OKCs, maybe the Lakers on Sunday, you're going to need Cat's points because they're going to try to take away everything else. If Cat is struggling offensively, if you're the Lakers, what do you do on Sunday? You target Jalen Brunson, right? That's it. You target Jalen Brunson. You already know Mikal Bridges is streaky. You already know that OG Anunoby's playing really good basketball right now, but you know that it's not like OG has to really work hard to get to his spots, to do his things. He's kind of clunky and clumsy when it comes to dribbling and doing things. So you try to make his life a little harder, throw bodies at him, take him off his spot, right? When he's trying to go to a certain spot, cut in front of him, stop him, then make him make an adjustment. When he makes the adjustment, he's got to do something different with his dribble. That's where you can get the clumsy part of him, and that's where you can maybe affect his dribble, swipe at the ball, get a steal, or knock him off his stride so that way it's harder for him. And then when he tries to gather and make the shot, it's awkward. It's not comfortable. Those are the type of things you can do to OG. Mikal, you already know he's streaky. So you target Jalen Brunson, throw 2 double teams at him, you throw big bodies at him. You really try to make it hard for him to score. So who do you have left? Cat. That's why I get worried because you need Cat to step up. The point of having Cat here with Brunson is to have 2 dynamic players that the defense can't really stop both of them. They can only stop one of them or slow one of them down while the other one eats. And the fact that Cat hasn't been eaten lately is concerning because I know that they're going to need that going forward. That's it. I appreciate everything he's doing and what he's trying to do with the rebounding and his effort. I applaud that. I got no issues. And listen, shout out to Karl Anthony Towns for staying out of foul trouble. Last night's game, I think he finished with 1 foul. The game before that, he had no fouls. So imagine that. He played last night, maximum effort, finished with 20 rebounds, 14 points, whatever else he had 1 foul. The game ago, he had 22 rebounds, maximum effort, all that stuff. No fouls. Don't tell me it can't be done. He's doing it. Shout out to him. So that's like you guys see how much of a impact Karl Anthony Towns has when he's on the floor. That's the point. Just stay out of foul trouble. The intrusive thoughts that you have where it's telling you to reach, don't reach. You're not a guard. Hey, just say to yourself, you know what? My game ain't steals. My game is scoring. My game is rebounding, and I can help out on the defensive end, get some block shots here or there. Steals, not my game. Hands behind my back, yo. Hands up in the air. That's it. Stay away from that reaching stuff. We don't need that. We got good defensive players who know how to get steals on this team. We'll get our moments where we can create turnovers, force actions. Don't stick your hand in the cookie jar, Carl. That's it. He's so important. You can see it. Look at and for those, even for the haters that don't like Cat, you know what I mean? And I want to say haters, like I mean haters. I don't mean people that don't like Cat for the way he plays bad sometimes. I'm talking about the people that don't like Cat. You know what I mean? You can see the impact he has when he just stays out of foul trouble. You know, I don't know, man. That's the type of things I look at and I say to myself, this team could be so much better if they just stay consistent and just stop doing dumb things. Keep using their minds, their mental, high IQ basketball, right? And believing in each other. That's it. Play high IQ basketball. Just think about what you're doing while you're doing it, and believe in your teammates, and good things will happen. That's how I feel. Good things will happen. But we'll see. We'll see where we go. There's been a lot of trade rumors, a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, the Knicks should focus on, I don't care at this point, the Knicks should focus on finding a minor trade that they can do that will help this team, right? Take a negative and make it a plus. It doesn't matter. Like, guys, as fans of teams, whether it be basketball, football, baseball, hockey, whatever it is, anytime we look at things, we want instant action. We want difference makers. Sometimes the difference doesn't have to be big to make a difference. We don't need the best player in the league to know that we've done something that helps change the dynamic of the team and makes us a better team. All we need is plus players on the team, right? Gershon Yabusele is a negative player right now as a New York Knick. Pacom Dadie is a negative player as a New York Knick. Right, you got guys on two-way contracts that are limited and can't play in the playoffs that are adding more value to the Knicks right now. And Pacom Dadie is on a regular contract, not getting burned because he just doesn't do enough to warrant the playing time to affect change on this team. So he's got to go. That's the way I look at it. I don't know how you guys look at it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what it is. Like, get rid of the stuff that's not working to your benefit and bring in something that will work. That's it. It's simple. That's it. You know, we're going to talk more about a lot of stuff, today, trade stuff and all this. And then most importantly, Giannis. Let me just give my spiel real quick once again. You probably heard me say it before. I'm going to say it again on Giannis. Giannis Antetokounmpo is a game-changing player. Granted, any team he would go to right now, if he's healthy, he will make a huge difference. He's one of the top 5 players in the league. At some points, he's top 3. I don't want to put him as number 1 anymore because even though he puts up good numbers, now we're noticing he's getting hurt more and more. And that does affects your value, right? And I got to tell you, those calf injuries are kind of scary. And he's had one in both legs, right? And he's had it twice in the same leg, and he's had it in the other leg. Those calf injuries are kind of scary because calf injuries and that type of muscle stuff can lead to Achilles stuff. It is what it is. Now, I'm not saying it's something that you should definitely fear because we've witnessed it hands, in our own backyard with Isaiah Hartenstein. Isaiah Hartenstein has gone out and been playing through a tender Achilles when he was with the Knicks. He's been with OKC. That Achilles hasn't popped. He's been able to play, and he's been okay. I mean, granted, they do want to trade him, but it's not because of that. They want to trade him because he's making a lot of money. So that's what happens, guys. And I'm not faulting Hartenstein at all. Go get your bread, get your money while you can get it, because not many opportunities where you're going to be able to make $28 million a year. So yes, do they want to, are they looking to move him? Hey, it is what it is. But my point is, Like we thought, I mean, if anybody was a candidate for something bad happening to the Achilles, it's Hartenstein. When you know he's playing on a tender Achilles, and that's all we hear about. He has to take rest and stuff when he was with the Knicks. He's been playing pretty good. He won a championship with OKC. He played a lot for them last year. I don't know how much he's playing this year, but he's been playing and he hasn't ruptured or tore that. So the point is, when you look at Giannis, you can say, hey, that's a concern, but we might be okay if we got him. All right. The flip side, though, is it's one thing to say, hey, we have a package for Giannis. It's Cat. It's whatever, Mikal Bridges and whatever else you want to throw in there and picks, and we got to get another team involved. But when you want to start saying, now we got to give you Cat, now you want Josh Hart, now you want OG Anunoby, and we got to give you picks and get another team involved. So come on, y'all. At some point, you got to say to yourself, what are we doing? What's the point of bringing Giannis here, right? And then you got an inconsistent Mikal Bridges. I mean, hopefully he gets right because of whatever the comments he said, which I'm about to talk about. But you're going to give away your best two-way player? Because as good as Mikal Bridges is, and I tell you, I appreciate his game, he, for whatever reason, even when he's at it trying, he still runs into that inconsistent thing. And it's more of an issue with him than it is with OG. The reason why, and I said this already earlier, Mikal is inconsistent at moments just because. OG is inconsistent because he gets hurt and then he has to get all his rhythm back, because every time before OG gets hurt, he plays very well, right? And for stretches. And then all of a sudden something might happen. He gets an injury. He goes out. He comes back. He doesn't look the same. That's what affects OG. Mikal plays every day. So it's different. I don't know what affects him, why he's inconsistent. OG has an excuse. He gets hurt and loses his rhythm. Not even just him. Deuce McBride is the same thing. Deuce be playing well. Last year, we've seen it multiple times. He goes down on some nagging injury, comes back, he's not the same player. He has to get back to where he was. So they have different excuses and different reasons for their poor play. I can't tell you what's going on with Mikal. He plays every day. So that's the type of stuff I look at. And you telling me now that, okay, we bring in Giannis. Giannis is here, right? He's here with Mitchell Robinson, who, by the way, still may leave at the end of this year, right? But he's here with Mitchell Robinson. You got Brunson. You got Mikal. You got no OG, who has been your best on-ball perimeter defender, even though I know we have issues. He's gone, right? OG at times is also sometimes, I mean, lately he's been your number 2 scorer, right? Because Cat has been struggling to get his offense going the way it used to be. So he's been your number 2 scorer. He's gone. Okay, fine. You bring in Giannis. He becomes your number 2 scorer. And sometimes, some nights, maybe your number 1. Okay. And he's a really good defender. Fine. He'll pick up for what you lose out in OG. Okay, I could kind of see that. But not only are you losing OG's points when OG can give you 20 points on a night, right, when he's going well, you're also losing Cat's points, and Cat can definitely give you 20 when he was going well. And don't get me wrong, unless Giannis is coming in scoring 40 points a night, he's not making up for both of them, right? He will make up, but he's here actually to replace Cat and give and whatever Cat's not doing defensively, improve that. So you replace Cat defensively and give similar offense and similar rebounding, but you lost OG, who's one of your best defenders. So now you still have a void, right? Because you haven't made up for that. Then you lose Josh Hart, who is a glue guy, does all the dirty work, and also is a solid rebounder and makes the offense go, because you see the difference in when Josh is here, when he's not. They're even talking about they might even have to throw Deuce McBride in there. I'm not saying they would. But just explain to me, just how does it really make the Knicks better? Right? Is that enough that Giannis being here means everybody else is going to play better? Is Giannis going to make other guys who haven't really stepped up and shown what they can do better? I don't know. Maybe that's the case. Maybe the thought of having Giannis here and what he can do out there is going to translate and make other guys better. Maybe Giannis's defense and what he can do along with Mitch, will make it easier for the guys to play better perimeter defense. Now, that could be the case because if Giannis and Mitch lock down the paint, maybe the perimeter defense becomes easier. And so that's something that we can start fixing. So that's a possibility. I want to put everything out there, and we're going to talk more about it today. But I'm just throwing stuff out there so we can think, because it's interesting. It's interesting. I honestly don't know if the Knicks need to bring in Giannis to win a championship. Do I think that this team as is can win? No. I do think we're missing something because we've seen it. Defensively, they really have to work. They got to work, and they got to be on the same page and put in maximum effort and not have lapses to play good out there. There's no nights off. So if you want to make it a little easier, you need to bring in somebody else that can help you defensively. That's it. That's what I got. That's what I got. I don't like I said, I don't have an issue if they make it work, if they're able to do it. But I just think that there's a lot of thought process that has to go into it. It's not a given that it will work out. Now, the other side of it too is, and this is the part that Knicks fans don't want to hear. This is my honest opinion. I don't think we can get Giannis, to be honest. And I don't think Milwaukee has any reason to say we're going to give Giannis exactly what he wanted initially and give the Knicks a chance to be better. They don't have to. They can trade Giannis anywhere. I mean, and Giannis has different choices. So it's not like he left Milwaukee with nothing. They can trade him to Miami. He apparently he wouldn't mind playing with Anthony Edwards. They can trade him to Minnesota. And Minnesota's got some pieces they can trade back. And Minnesota is a contender, but I don't know if they have the same level of expectation that the Knicks have with regards to winning a championship. So they can afford to take a little bit of a hit and still rebound, like recoup later, knowing that they put together a team that has Anthony Edwards and Giannis Antetokounmpo on it. So just think about that when you're, as a Knicks fan, like what looks attractive to not only Giannis, but what looks attractive to Milwaukee. Maybe Milwaukee has better first round picks than us. I mean, Milwaukee. I'm sorry. Maybe Minnesota has better first round picks than us. They obviously have good talent they could trade back to Milwaukee. Travel Vibes threw a little monkey wrench in there. He says Giannis going to OKC for I Heart Dort and picks. I mean, honestly, that's something that could happen. I don't know why they would do it because they don't need to do it. I don't know how. So, like, when it comes to a trade like that, as an organization, definitely you might want to say, let's think about doing this. But as a star player on the team, and I'm talking about SGA, does SGA want to share the spotlight with Giannis now after he was already been the man and he won a championship and was the MVP of you know what I mean? Like, does he want to do that now? When it's like, what do you want? Like, I just brought you a championship. Now you want to bring someone else here for me to share the spotlight with when we are still a very good team and could possibly win again? Think about that from SGA's standpoint. How would he feel? Because if Giannis goes there, it's no longer the SGA show. So just a thought. I'm just throwing that out there. All right. Well, let me get it cracking, y'all. Let me send the link out there for anybody that wants to join as I kind of go through some of the chat stuff. Shout out to everybody once again. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for bearing with me throughout last week and the storm stuff and everything that happened. I appreciate y'all as always. Shout out to everybody on the tube. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. We're on the road to 10K. Shout out to everybody on Facebook and on X who is tuned in. Appreciate all of y'all. Grayson, I see you on Facebook, my brother. Thank you for the like. Appreciate you, my guy. Please share out and let people know we're rocking. If you're on Facebook or on X, share the show. Let them know we're rocking. Appreciate that. Let me start with, I got a super chat I'll get to first. Let me just throw the link out there. Okay. Let me get to my super chat. know what it is. Shout out to Silk. What up, Silk? Good to see you, my brother. Said, hey, Ron, I know OG listed at 6'7", Diawara listed at 6'9", but standing next to each other, Mo looked more like 6'11". I wouldn't be surprised, bro, because the other thing too is Mo might have longer arms than OG, so his wingspan and all that plays into, like, his shoulders, all that plays into it. The other thing too is, you know how it is, skinnier people look lengthier than people who are more filled out. OG's kind of filled out. He's strong. He's upper body. He's bigger. Diawara is more a little skinnier, more toned when it comes to his shape. So he's gonna look taller anyway. But he definitely, I believe he's definitely looks taller than he is, and maybe he's grown a little bit. He's still a young man. Maybe he got a little more growth in him. We'll see. Appreciate you, Silk. All right. Let me see here. Oh, by the way, let me, before I continue, I mentioned to you guys about the hats and everything. Stuff came back. I was able to send it out again, and hopefully nothing came back. So hopefully you guys have already been receiving your stuff. If not today, then maybe Monday. But I think some people should already have been receiving their stuff that they won in the giveaway. All right. Let me just do a quick little shout out to people. Shout out to Walter Blackman, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Says good morning, Ron, and my Knicks family. Salute. Travel Vibes in the building. Says salute, peace, family. Good morning, Ron. SKF, peace, chat. Salute, my brother. Shout out to David Smith. Says salute to Ron in the chat. Cat also being treated by Coach Brown like a rookie, and Cat being frozen out of the offense. Cat's minutes, field goal attempts, and touches lowest since rookie season. I would say I agree with you, but I think what's happening too is, I told you, Cat is not being aggressive offensively because of the fact that he's also been struggling offensively. His outside shot is limiting what he can do as a player out there. And have you guys noticed how much harder it seems that it is for Cat to score inside? Like, even when he's like point blank range, he has to go up multiple times. He has to go up, it gets blocked or gets altered. He gets the rebound, has to go up again. It's like nothing is easy for Cat anymore. And that's not on the coach. That's not on teammates. That's just on the defense and what they're doing to Cat. I think, I think the rest of the league, excuse me, hold on a second. There we go. I think the rest of the league has figured out that Cat is not, he's not one dimensional, but his outside shot, he can't play off of it because he's not knocking it down consistently. So they know he's going to come inside. When he comes inside, just meet him at the point of attack and throw him off his rhythm. Make it hard for him to get the ball up in there. They're swiping at the ball before he can even go up. And then when he goes up, they're making sure they're right on the ball. He puts the ball right in front of your face. The only thing you have to do with Cat is avoid the elbows. Let me tell you something. Cat is gangly. He is, I never saw it before. As much as I've seen it, Cat is very much like Julius Randle. When it comes, Julius Randle be throwing legs, elbows. Cat does the same thing. And so all you have to do is avoid that elbow and pay attention to where the ball is. And it's just tougher for him to score right now. Cat needs his offensive shot to get going more than anybody right now. That opens up everything in his game, and it keeps the defense honest. When the defense can say, all we got to do is wait for Cat to come inside, just stand there. We could either take the foul or move out the way and pay attention to the ball, just stay on the ball. That's what they're doing because he doesn't have that second level or third level of offense. A mid-range game, he's not going to it. He's constantly relying on the three whenever he does. And then when the three's not falling, he goes away from it, which is smart. I mean, don't keep taking a shot that's not falling, but it is affecting his offensive game. It takes the best away from Cat. Cat is not a great player because he can score inside like other centers. Cat is a great player because he can score inside, mid-range, outside, free throws, knocks everything down. And when you take one or two parts away from that, he becomes a regular player that people figure out a way to stop. Just that is what it is. Shout out to Darlene Bryant in the building. What up, Darlene? Good to see you. Let me breeze through. Shaw Powers is in the building and he's backstage. Shout out to you, Shaw. Nick's Real Talk in the building. Let's go. Real Talk. That's what I need. I need one of them drops. Real Talk. Let me work on that. Crim's dad is back from vacation, looking better than ever. The eyes look sparkly. Yeah, you got some good rest. They look nice and white. Shout out to you, Crim's dad. I hope you had a great time, bro. Chris Gotti's in the building and a member, by the way. Crim's dad is also a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to all the SKF Army members. Appreciate y'all. Hold on, where was I? Here we go. All right, let me breeze through. Oh, you listening while you drive? Well, be safe out there, my brother. Nah, definitely. No crashes allowed, bro. Be safe out there. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports, member of the SKF Army's in the building. We already, I already highlighted his chat stuff before. R.I.P. Lamont, facts. Big dummy. Man, I know some of y'all don't even know what I'm talking about, but believe me, you missed out on a fun time growing up. That show was wild, especially with the crossover stuff with All in the Family and Archie Bunker and and the Jeffersons and all that. Man, that was a wild time. Oh boy. Okay. Bricks Nation is in the building, as well as Nick Nation's in the building. I see you. Shout out to you, Jay. I see you. Jay Chosen in the building. Geraldine McIver is in the building, the first lady of Still Knicks fans and the Knicks community. Let's go. Once again, Darlene Bryant. Let's go, Darlene. Good to see you. Yeah. What the hell was that? Let's go. There you go. That's my thing. Kerry Cox is here. Salute, Kerry. Damn, Kerry. Wow. Hey, man, you got your preference. I hear you. By the way, I'm sorry. I got to do that. I forget sometimes. Kerry says I'd still trade Cat for an injured Giannis. C. Cartagina's in the building. What up, C? Salute to Ron in the chat. Okay. Jersey Shore's in the building. Hello. What up, Jersey? Allah Wise is in the building. Salute Allah. He had said Shamet came back and Jordan lost his burn. Facts. Okay, almost done, guys. Keith Turner's in the building. What up, Keith? Good to see you. Said, what up, Ron? Soul Train 68 in the building said Calcutta. What? Calcutta has to foul because he's too slow to defend. Oh, I got you. I got it. Cat, I got you. All right. Salute to you, my guy. Spree J's in the building. Okay, what up? Says, has Cat finally bought in? I think Cat has said, I'm going to do what I can do out here that I know is going to help the team. I'll figure out the other stuff as I go, but I know that me getting on the boards and passing the ball and trying to stay in front of my guy is what everybody wants. So I'm going to do that and see if the narrative changes, if people get off my back while I figure out my offense. And I'm not mad at that. We surveyed 100 people's in the building, said Paul George caught doing drugs, suspended 20. Oh, my goodness. Really? Wow. Man. Oh, come on. What are you doing, Paul? PG, man. It can't be that bad, can it? Nick's got to take advantage of all the L's these other teams just take. Damn, bro. What are you doing, George? Come on. Like, you got all, I mean, listen, not for nothing. Paul George has had one of the, toughest roads as an NBA player because of that terrible injury he had. It's incredible that he was able to come back and play at the level that he did play when he came back. Of course, now he's at the point where he may be washed. Not washed that he can't go out there and give you 12 to 15 points a night, but that's not what a guy who's making 40 plus million, maybe 50 million should be doing for your team. You know what I mean? But he can definitely still play basketball in the league. He's just not at that same level anymore. And for the young people, I'm gonna say this. Maybe y'all know, maybe y'all don't know. If y'all don't remember young Paul George before that injury, you need to look at some highlights because Paul George was a monster. He looked like he was going to be the next one. He was doing everything out there, defensively, offensively, outside, inside, dunking on people. Paul George was the truth. So it's a shame that he had to go through all that, but he was able to reinvent himself and still have a really good career. He's been doing great as a podcaster. I think his shows have been very informative. I think he handles himself well. He handles himself the way I wish Draymond Green would handle himself, but Draymond is just another animal. He don't understand stuff. So it's just a shame to watch him fall victim to his own devices and get caught up in this stuff and now getting suspended. And that's just not going to help. It's not going to help you going forward. You're already in the tail end of your career. So I don't know his contract left with the Clippers, but if that finishes up soon, any other team is not going to. I think he signed a 2-year deal, if I'm not mistaken, because I know he wanted to be a Knick at one point. So that's not making you look good to any other team. Guy doesn't put up the numbers anymore. Now he has to use whatever performance enhancing drugs or whatever he was caught with. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it was, so I didn't see it. But either way, it's bad look. So, all right, let me move on. I got people waiting backstage. Ruben Nunez is here. Salute, Ruben. He said, we don't get Giannis, it will not look good. Leon Rose, it was his plan all along to get Cat to trade him for Giannis. Well, I don't know that. I mean, you might know something that I don't know. I don't know if that was his plan. Because I think, you look at Cat and you say maybe he can help the team. One of the big things that the Knicks saw when they were playing in the playoffs is these stretch bigs that were making it difficult for their defense to stop the teams they were playing. So they went out and got themselves a stretch big. So I don't necessarily know. I think, I will say this, Ruben. I do think that maybe they said to themselves, hey, we'll go get Cat, right? And maybe this will work out. But if it doesn't work out, he's a prime talent. We can flip him for a Giannis or something else. I do think that maybe they were thinking that, yes. But I don't know if the whole thing was, let's get Cat in order to flip him. I think they actually wanted Cat to work out here. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe you were talking about Kolek being too slow and has to foul. I don't know. Okay. I thought you might have been talking about Cat. Animal Lex is in the building. Says, salute everyone. Ron, I'm not sure if Cat has checked out or is he trying to fix his game to benefit the team? No, I do. Look, I'll say this. I think Cat checked out before. I think he's bought back in. I think he showed you that he's going to do whatever he can to help the team by giving, you don't just go out there and get 20 rebounds, guys, or get 22 and then 20 back-to-back games. Cat is not checked out now. I think he was checked out. I think the team talked. I think whatever happened with the coaching staff, whatever, I think they've had conversations. I think they've kind of found a place where they can mutually get back to where they were. Before these 5 games, I do think Cat was checking out. I do, because I think he was feeling his worst about everything with the fans, the media, and the team. I think everything was bad. But I kind of think he's back. He's bought in again. So don't take it for granted and squander it. Everybody has to get back on the same page. Sweetie's in the building, says, did you guys notice Cat and Mitch arguing on the bench because Cat is getting into Mitchell territory as far as the rebounds? Could be, maybe. Look, I wouldn't doubt that. If you go out there and get 20 rebounds, you're definitely getting rebounds that might fall to somebody else. I joke, this is joking, but that's reality, right? I play 2K. In 2K, when I go out there and play with my teammates, my friends, I'm grabbing a rebound over them. They're grabbing a rebound over me. In real life, that happens. I can see it. Why not? So I don't know if that's why they were arguing, but I could see that he might be snatching rebounds that, if remember, Mitch's game is rebounds. So if Cat's going out there snatching all the rebounds even from Mitch, Mitch might say, hey, yo, can you leave some for me? Like, I could see it, but I don't know. I don't know for certain that that's what's going on, but I could see it. All right, I'm gonna breeze through, guys. I'm sorry you guys are waiting. I'm almost at the bottom. Well, not really, but I'm gonna breeze through. Yuri's in the building. What up, Mike? Says, she's, why are people making that a big thing? The Cat Clarkson second pick for John. I don't know. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Maybe it's the Clarkson thing. I don't know. Now I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna say Biz because that's the last part of it. Biz, I heard a crazy stat the other day. When Cat fouls out, the Knicks record was 2-10. He needs to keep playing the way he has the last few games. I agree with that. Cat needs to be out there on the court. King Ribby in the building. What up, Ribby? Good to see you, my brother. JM3's in the building. Salute. All right. All right. I see I got another super chat. I'm gonna get to that. All right. My 2 cents is here. Salute. Member of the SKF Army. Back in France this week, so time to stand up for Mo. Diawara is the French kid we need to nurture. He will be a stud in time in the NBA. Hope everyone is doing well and stay warm. Salute and peace. I appreciate you, my 2 cents. Thanks for that. All right. Nick Yak is in the building. Says, trading future away, we better have some fear. I hear that. Shout out to you, Nick Yak. All right, guys. All right. Now I'm almost at the bottom for real. Randu's in the building. What up, Randu? A member of the SKF Army says, salute, Ron. Are the phone lines going to be open today? Yes, they will. Salute to you. Kareem Grant is in the building. Salute to the chat and Ron the Don. P.S. I'll drop by on the pod next Saturday. Salute, my brother. Good to see you. I want to see you, man. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hope the family's doing well, bro. A member of the SKF Army and Randu as well. Salute to y'all. D-Rex is in the building. He's backstage. Salute to you. Sure, like how the 14-2 youth movement Knicks look better than the 5-9 vets. Only Knicks. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. Yeah, it's good to mix and match. Oh, that's something else. I thought I had an alert about something. It wasn't. Twin X Sports is in the building. Twin IX Sports. Cat is leading the NBA in rebounds and taking 30% less shots, and was never a defense, but offensive center, which is why you haters don't know basketball and would never call him soft. Yeah, I don't like. I've said before, guys. I told you the Knick team itself plays like as a culture plays soft on the court, but they're not soft individuals. We talked about this multiple times. The way they play, what they put their bodies through, playing every game, and this is even from Macau, playing every game throughout everything for all these years, dealing with injuries, what you go through, they're not soft. They just play soft when it comes to on the court, like contact in times, and also just that aggression level. We're not the greatest when it comes to that. But as far as just a basketball player going out there and doing what needs to be done as an individual, playing soft, they're not soft. Cat's not soft. We've seen this already. We talked about it. You might not like his mannerisms. You might not like that sometimes his aggression level goes down. But when he's too aggressive, he gets into foul trouble, right? He leads the league in offensive fouls. So I don't think you can lead the league in offensive fouls and be soft at the same time. He's going in strong, just too strong. So, but yeah. Rudy Poo. Okay. I don't think I've seen you before. Shout out to you. Said trade OG for picks and sign. Okay. You trolling. All right. Sign Elfrid Payton. Okay. All right. All right. Jay Chosen obviously is in the building. My guy. Salute. Ooh, he popped something out there. I see that. He says Bridges gotta go. Okay. Jay, we're gonna talk about it. All right. To Cowboys is in the building. Hey, morning, Ron. To Jordan Clarkson's defense, this team has been terrible at defense before he even got here. True. I honestly believe that he may be a part of it, but he's not the worst on this team. I agree. And like I said, I think the issue with him is I just think he's been so inconsistent offensively that he just becomes, they look at him like he's another liability. Okay. All right. Greenie's in the building. What up, Greenie? Answer to headline is yes. The Knicks should absolutely get Giannis if we can, unless you guys are willing to deal with collapsing again with this current team. Okay. All right. Jay Davis is in the building. What up, Ron? I'm almost at the bottom, guys, for real. Dwayne Dennis is here. Yo, Ron, the same thought process for what we were asking price could balloon to for Giannis. Should have been the same thought process the front office should have had with the Brooklyn Nets for Mikal Bridges. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Latorius, we are. They is. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to you, Latori. Afternoon, good people, she says, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to Golden in the building. What's good, Ron? Salute. Appreciate you, my guy. All right. HRM, the greatest in the building. I don't remember the last time Cat dunked without a running start. Interesting. I don't know. Well, it's tough. Remember, the thing about that is it's also tough for Cat because Cat doesn't stay down low. He's on the perimeter. He rotates. So it's not like he's there waiting. If he was down low like maybe Mitch would be, he would have better opportunities to do standing dunks. Shout out to No Caps Life analyst in the building. Said, Ron, y'all need to keep that winter weather up there. We freezing in Alabama. Yeah, man, I don't know. Sorry, bro. We don't want to be alone, man. Y'all got to feel it too. Sorry, brother. All right. Okay. All right. Marlins in the building. What up, Marlon? Let's see when they play Miami, Detroit, or Boston if they're going to scapegoat Cat again. Well, we'll see. I mean, the way Cat's playing right now, there's no reason to say he's an issue. Like I said, I'm only concerned because I feel like if a team like the Lakers, for example, decides to say, let's take Brunson out of here, what are we going to do? Okay. Sherwin's in the building. Mitch game is defense, not rebounds. I don't know. I beg to differ. I kind of feel like he's a better rebounder sometimes than he is defensively. Sometimes. All right. As good as Cat is and can be, Giannis an actual champ. That's fair. D. Grant's in the building. It's 5 degrees in Virginia, so I know it's colder in New York. Actually, we warmed up a little bit. Don't hate. Nah. Shout out to you, brother. Prezi the boss is in the building. Salute to Ron, the Teflon Don. Salute to the SK Army. Hulk smash the like button and let's run up the subs to 10K. Ron voice. Let's go. All right. Okay. Good. Trapped in the 90s is here. Shout out to you. Smelly what? Okay. Smelly Garage Fluids. That is a wild name. Westbrook bodying up Cat on the post up, lowered Cat's trade value by at least one first round pick. Okay. D Hall says Kolick is shout out to you. Kolick is also better at running the second unit than Clarkson. I mean, that's a given. Heineken's in the building. Snowstorm in North Carolina. Yeah, I heard you guys were getting more snow this week. Crazy, bro. Alexander Perry's in the building. Kolick Hive stand up. Facts. Okay, that's it, guys. Whew, finally. I'm sorry about everybody backstage. I know y'all been waiting, but I just wanted to show a little love because once we get going, that's it. We get going. Okay. And then let me just get to this couple super chats real quick. Apologies. You know what it is. Shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said there is only so long that Brunson and Coach Brown will escape criticism while Cat gets scapegoated, but eventually they will be exposed. I mean, I don't think that people are avoiding. Some people have been talking about Mike Brown a lot lately. Maybe I think some of it's warranted. Some of it is a little premature because this. You know why I say some of it's premature? Because look, guys, look at what just happened. You go from winning, right? Winning comfortably, winning, games, good streaks, solid at home, to running into a nightmare of a stretch where you're losing games and you can't figure out what's going on. And now you've won 5 in a row again. Same coach, same players. So I'm just like, it's no reason for us to jump off the ledge, is what I'm trying to say. We just have to figure it out. We just got to figure it out. But I do think what has been exposed is that the Knicks are not a perfect team. They have some holes, and maybe you just can't fix it with coaching. Maybe you need a little personnel changes. That's what I'm saying. Once again, shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. Said compare Giannis team's last 3 seasons to Cat's team's last 3 seasons. Cat back-to-back conference finals, and Giannis team's 1-10 in the playoffs. That's fair, but I also will say both Cat's teams, and so the Minnesota team when Cat was there and the Knicks team have been better than Milwaukee. Milwaukee's personnel has taken a very big dip over time. They've been playing with guys that have just been on the roster that haven't been contributing the way they used to. The Connaughtons of the world, I'm forgetting Kevin Middleton or Chris Middleton. Sorry, Chris Middleton. Like, you got these guys on the team and you're not making changes. You're believing in them, and nothing's going to change because they're already showing you that it's not working out. And then you bring in Dame Lillard, and Dame Lillard just never. Him and Giannis just didn't have a good mix. It just didn't work out. It is what it is. And you brought in a coach in Doc Rivers. Everybody knows Doc Rivers is a former Knick. That's my guy. But coaching is kind of wild with Doc. So, like, these are the reasons. There's a lot going on there. I just say Cat has had better teams these past 2-3 years than Milwaukee has had, than Giannis has had. So I'm not taking anything away from the fact that Cat has been on winning teams and he's contributed to that. But I just want to point out that Giannis has been on his teams have kind of been going in the wrong direction. Is it Giannis's fault? I don't think so, because if you look at Giannis's numbers, he plays the same way every year. He's getting hurt a little bit more now, but as far as his play, when he's out there, he's still playing the same way. Thank you for the generous super chat. Shout out to Parrish Jugger. Appreciate you. Said time to support Cat and Bridges enough with the hate. Okay, Parrish. I like that. And Parrish is usually the first to kind of bring up the negative stuff. And he's like, let's get into the positive lane. I can respect it, Parrish. All right. Let me bring my guys up here. Once again, shout out to everybody that's tuned in. We got over 131 people watching. Appreciate y'all. Smash the like button. Share out with your peoples. Let them know we out here rocking. Shout out to Linda in the building on Facebook. Thank you for the like. I hope you're doing well. Can't wait for the bundle of joy. I'm still waiting. Theo Black, Uncle Ron, Uncle Negro. I'm waiting. All right, let me get my guys in here. So okay, and boom. What up, fellas? Whoa. How y'all doing? Appreciate y'all. Sorry for the delayed wait, but you know how we do. I just want to show everybody some love, and once we get going, the floor is yours. So I hope you guys.
I have a serious question.
Uh-oh.
Can you see us in the backstage? Can you like physically see us, or just know that we're there?
No, I physically can see you.
What were you doing? What were you doing on that camera, Nick Nation?
So when I'm picking my boogers and stuff like that, you can see that?
Yeah. When you're doing all that, yeah, I see everything.
I ain't gonna do that no more. My bad.
I'm just joking. I can see you, but I'm not focused on you. I'm focused on the chat and the other stuff. But yes, I can see y'all backstage.
Oh, no picking my boogers anymore. Okay, got it.
Yeah. No, don't listen to Nick Nation. He has his own level of trolling.
I still do. I'm about to do that.
He waited till the camera was on.
I'll put the link out there again, Yuri. I see you.
Affordability, my friend. Affordability.
Hey, you know what I mean?
Gotta eat what I can.
Let me do this. Let me get around. D-Rex has been waiting for the longest. So shout out to you, D-Rex.
For Nick Nation.
Oh, what up, Jay? You are the chosen one.
The chosen.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be like a gong. Something boom.
This is like I need to have that big spinning thing. You are the chosen one. I want the night.
I want the night.
These young whoop-tappers don't know.
Hey, fellas, Happy New Year. It's been a while.
What up,
Yuri?
What up, Yuri?
Hi, Yuri.
I missed y'all.
I feel like that voice came from somewhere else. I'm like, what?
Am I a ventriloquist? Talk again, Yuri.
Yo, it's been a while. Happy Bloody New Year.
Oh my God, you could do that well, Ron. You're great.
Anyway,
I hope everyone is staying warm, especially with the snow that's been hitting us recently.
we tried,
just-
brother.
I just got over a bad cold and I still have a cough. So yeah.
Well, I will say, take it easy with yourself, and make sure you're doing all the things to
I am.
hydrate and all that stuff. Drinking tea, getting water.
I
in your
am.
system. Good.
Definitely
All
hot
right,
tea.
so
Okay.
You know,
D-Rex, what's on your mind? Hit me, Mo Diawara. What else?
So nice to see that we're back to a real rotation again.
There we go. There we go.
Not just 8 guys losing to G League teams. That was cool for a while, but I'm glad we're past that. More than anything, look, Giannis. Let's be real for a second. First of all, we don't have the assets. If you call for Giannis, you don't have at least 2 first-round picks. They're hanging up the phone. What we can give them now is nice, but they are if they're trading for Giannis, they're trading for the future. They're not trading for now.
Right.
Let's be real. Okay, he can give them 1,000 first-round picks. Why wouldn't he go to Detroit? Why wouldn't he go to another team that has nice developed young kids, picks, is higher in the standings? Why? Because he wants to go to New York? Why does the ownership of Milwaukee care? Oh, that's cute. We're trying to build a franchise here. It's a business. So I just don't think, first of all, I don't think it's a fit, because what we're going to have to give up is going to be so much. We don't have picks. We don't have developed kids that they want. They don't have an Asor Thompson, a Jaden Ivey, or someone like that, a Ron Holland. So we're going to give up our whole team, and then we're going to have no bench. And even right now in Milwaukee, they have they have 2 builds of the same team entirely built around Giannis, and he's not winning with them right now. It's not like he's a bad player, but you have to ask why. You have to at least ask why. Maybe something about him is not a good fit. It's worth asking.
Yo, Rex, can I pick up what you were saying too, if you don't mind?
Well,
Brother?
Sure, yeah.
Hold on one
Sure.
second, Yuri. You can jump in off, but I wanted to say one thing, because Rex did say something, and I want everybody to think about this, because that's who I am. I'm the, hey, you thought about this? Let me throw this in the mix, right? So the other thing to think about with Milwaukee is it's Milwaukee.
yeah.
Not no offense, but Milwaukee's a football town. So when it comes to the basketball team, Milwaukee doesn't want to find, if I'm Milwaukee, I don't want to find the same fate that Cleveland did. Cleveland had a good team with LeBron. They didn't do right by LeBron. LeBron said, I'm out of here. Peace. Right? And they could never get back to anything. Nobody wanted to go to Cleveland. Joakim Noah told you there's nothing in Cleveland, and nobody wanted to go back there until LeBron went back there, won the chip, and put them back on the map again. He did them a solid because that's his hometown. Now, Giannis, if they don't do right by Giannis, what NBA players like, I want to go to Milwaukee? What?
Yeah.
Like, for what? So they better do right by, and he's giving them opportunities. He said, look, these are the 3 or 4 teams I want to go to. Make it happen. I'm not saying I want to go just to the Knicks. Now, the other thing too is, even though he could go to Detroit or something like that, or even OKC, I don't think he wants to go, because the other thing about Giannis is a little, he likes to travel with his family. They like New York. They like other places. I just think he wants, at this point, he already won a championship. He already makes a lot of money. I want to go somewhere and win, but I want to be happy while I'm doing it. So
what it would be like to win a championship in Manhattan, New York.
I mean, that would be fantastic.
That is exactly why he knows that, and the fashion thing that he's doing right now. Just get it out of the way. That's really what it is.
That's what I mean. That's why I think he's into that type of stuff. Like the big markets is what, and remember, he's been playing in Milwaukee forever, a small market. Like he wants to be in a big market. So anyway, okay, Yuri, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up what Rex saying. There's an old saying that I was watching YouTubers say. Giannis gives the offer to Milwaukee's front office where he wants to go. Here's the thing. Milwaukee can say, screw you, we're going to send you to this team instead because we want picks, we want youth, and we don't give a damn what you say. So, you know who I think is going to go get Giannis? It's going to be the Brooklyn Nets, not the Warriors. And I'm going to tell you why. The Nets have a shitload of picks. They got a crap ton of youth. And don't you think Milwaukee is going to honor Giannis' request by saying, I want to go to the Knicks? They are going to get their picks, and they're going to get their youth. There is bad blood in that Milwaukee front office between Giannis and the front office of Milwaukee. I don't think people realize that there's a lot to this story that meets the eye. Are we forgetting that Giannis got their coach fired, Adrian Griffin fired? They had a 30-13 record in the 2023-2024 season, right? Giannis wanted Damian Lillard. They trade Drew Holiday for that, which came back to bit them in the ass. Excuse my
A little
French.
bit.
Then they bring in Doc Rivers. That was the final nail in the coffin. And I'm sorry, that's Giannis's fault. He wanted to play GM.
I mean, okay. What you're saying, there's some truth to it, Yuri, and Giannis might have, because I will say some of these stars that, because a lot of times when you become a star player and you bring something to a team, you do have a lot of control and a lot of say, but some of these guys don't really enforce that. Like Jalen Brunson obviously knows what Knicks be trying to do, but he's not the type to really say, oh, I want this, I want that. You could do this to make me happy, but and you guys can already see that. If y'all don't know about one more thing, I'm saying this as a point, but if y'all don't know who Jalen Brunson is character-wise, I just saw something the other day that they offered to give him his own sneaker. He turned it down and said, I'll just wear Kobe's. That says a lot. He's giving money back. He doesn't need his own sneaker. Come on, man. Let's. If you don't think Brunson is a good dude, come on. He is.
I like Brunson.
There's a line between good and like dumb. Like at some point, he better like get like. Go get a sneaker, bro. It's all right.
Listen, the next sneaker, the J chosen ones.
Right, get the J chosen ones. If you don't want to get it, give it to me.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you.
So can I just wrap up because people always jump on my take. I just have one quick thing.
But wait, hold on, because I'm gonna forget.
You do it too, bro.
Don't forget, D-Rex. Hold on. But the point that I was trying to make is, oh boy, you can see it's like starting to trickle. It's starting to ease out my ear. Wait, hold on.
You got this, Ron. You got this.
Believe in yourself. You can do it.
You can do it. Vamos,
Okay.
Ron.
I got it. All right.
You got it. All right.
So the point that I'm trying to make is some of these stars want to be in a position to control what's going on. Giannis seems to have been like, he thinks he's, I don't want to say that. He's in that LeBron mode, Kevin Durant mode of wanting to be in charge and knowing what's happening with the team and influencing stuff. So I will agree, Yuri, that he is doing that type of stuff. But I don't know if it's all to do with him, because Adrian Griffin had some extracurricular things going on with him in his love life that was not a good look, that also forced him up out of there. Apparently he was in some scandal stuff. He was in some Udoka type stuff. But the other thing is,
Rex, your mic.
What is
that?
that?
Can you do your mic, Rex? Because
Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What'd you say, Yuri?
Oh, we were talking about little office lady, secretary stuff.
Hey, I don't know about it was little office ladies, but there was some extracurricular stuff that apparently he. You can Google Adrian Griffin and it'll come up. So that's one thing, right? The other thing too is we don't know this, right? I don't think Giannis was very happy when the Milwaukee Bucks fired Mike Budenholzer. I don't think he was that happy about it. They won a championship together. His brother died while they were in the playoffs, and he coached throughout the playoffs, and then he gets fired in the offseason.
I forgot about that.
Not a great look. And I don't think Giannis was that happy about that. So I'm just putting that out there. So things have kind of changed in Milwaukee for other reasons too. But okay, I hear you. Continue, Yuri, because I didn't want to cut you off if there was anything else you wanted to say.
That's all I wanted to add to the Giannis stuff, to tell you the truth. It feels like this is all smoke and mirrors. Yes, Giannis wants to go to New York. Yes, I've heard that line before. But Knicks Nation, how many times have we been fooled by stars wanting to come to New York? Seriously, how many times? KD, Zion. Do I have to bring up that 2019 debacle? For God's sakes.
Oh, the worst.
LeBron, yeah.
You mean the one that made a man travel to New York to the facilities to announce that he was traveling to Florida? That one?
Yeah.
that was great.
Yeah, that was great. I'm not being fooled anymore. I'm sorry.
I hear you. No, and you know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair point, Yuri. Because we want as fans, we want something so bad, and it makes sense, man. This could take us to another level. We get suckered in sometimes. They always use New York. They always do. That's true. I don't know if Giannis is using New York. I think deep down he has good relationships with some of the players here. I think he loves what New York is. That's why he visits here in the off season. So I think it's real. But I do think that he would not be heartbroken if they traded him to Miami or to Minnesota like he wants. I think he'd be okay. So I hear you, though. I hear you.
Built the house on Long Island.
Right. Yeah, so he definitely likes it. Oh, Jay, you were going to jump in and say something, and then I'll move to Shy.
No, I'm going to say nothing. I'm going to say Rex wasn't done, and I will go in my particular order.
All right. I like
team player. Right? That's adult today. I'm adulting.
That's you see what Jay did, and we didn't have to have a team meeting.
Look, no team meeting.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a very humble, modest, non-splashy trade proposal that is on the margins, that the money works, everything. I looked into it. So I believe that the Knicks should trade Yabusele and a second-round pick to Chicago for Dalen Terry. I think he fits a lot of needs on our team. I wonder if Ron knows him and what he thinks. I'm curious. And I also think that the Knicks should trade Jordan Clarkson and a second to the Pelicans for Carlo Matkowitz. People are going to say, who is that? He's from the same big man factory as Nikola Jokic. He's a 6'10 guy that shoots 45% from three. He's represented by Jokic's agent. He's very fast. He's skillful, and he's a fourth-string center on the Pelicans that if they're going to trade Yves Missy, they're definitely going to trade this guy. And it seems to me like he's very much in the mold of Sabonis, kind of European high IQ big that Mike Brown wants. And both those guys are in the 90th percentile speed for their positions. I think Ron probably knows Dalen Terry. He's not like an unknown guy. And I think he just fits a lot of needs on our team. 6'7" guy, very good point of attack defender, extremely fast, a good secondary ball handler. I could see him next to Brunson, next to Kolek, next to Deuce. This makes a lot of people's lives easier on the team. So I like those two guys just on the margins. I think it makes the team better. So
I will say this before I move over to Shah. You maybe you don't remember, you did mention Dalen Terry before, and we kind of talked about him. I am aware of Dalen Terry. He was actually when his draft class came out at that time, because the Knicks were a team that had picks. We were doing draft specials, and he was one of the people on my list that I was very high on because of what he did in college. I loved his game. Now in the NBA, his game hasn't translated the same way, but there has definitely been some pluses. I think he's been playing a lot better in recent times. The only thing I would question with Dalen Terry is his shooting. His shot has been tough. He's been struggling to get that going.
You say that, but lately he's shooting 40% from three.
Right, I know. And so the way I look at it when it comes to Dalen Terry is I'm just like, I don't know what's real or not, because he hasn't historically, even in college, he hasn't been the greatest shooter. So if he's taking that next step and going into the next level of understanding the intent, the focus, the practice it needs to be a player in the NBA and understanding how to be a better shooter, then I'm okay with it. Because
on that point, last year he shot 35%. This year he's up to 40% now. And we already employ the shooting coach from Chicago, Peter Patton.
Right.
He called Dalen Terry his personal project.
Right.
So it's not like some crazy thing.
Those are good points. I like that, D-Rex. You know, D-Rex doing his research out here. Let's go, man.
I did my homework, man.
You get that, buddy. You get that. But like I said, that's the only concern that I have with the jump shot. Because imagine a point where the Knicks employ the second lineup, right? And you got a second lineup in there with Dalen Terry, possibly, and Mo, for example. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Mo, but we know that Mo's shot is not a refined instrument. Right. He's still working on it. So you can, you know where I'm going.
There would be no shooting. Yeah, I understand. But I'm thinking more like, let's say Jalen Brunson against a team that's pressing him and he needs a secondary ball handler. Kolek against a more physical team. Deuce against the Pistons, that they're pressing the hell out of him and just shooting over him. Those players all get unlocked by just him being on the team.
Right. And you know, the reason why I also like Dalen Terry is because of his length. Like, he has good wingspan. He plays good defense, and he's fast. He's
actually one of the top 10 fastest players in the entire NBA.
Hey, see, we're on the same page when it comes to that. I'm with
you.
you.
That would be a nice thing to have. I think we can understand.
So I get it. That's interesting. And I'll find out about your second coming of Momoshvili or whatever you said his name.
Carlo Makovich. He's the 4th-string center on the Pelicans. He's from the same Ivica Zubac, Jokic, Gogo Batazda. They all came from the same team, like this guy Carlo. So
Makovich. Okay, I'll look into him. All right. I'm gonna keep that in my little Rolodex here, my memory bank. All right. Okay, D-Rex, I see you. Let me get over to my guy's shop. 1 second before I do. Let me get to this super chat from Parrish. You know what it is. Shout out to Parrish Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "What is this amateur hour? Giannis isn't going anywhere. He doesn't want to be. He has the 5-year vet status. 1, 2. No team is trading all capital when he won't re-sign with them. Knicks in 6." I like you trying to break down the real. I will say that you, for the most part, are 100% correct. He's probably going to go to a team that he wants to go to. I think there's a respect level that Milwaukee should still honor if they want other players to go there. But I do think the flip side is, Giannis's agent, he doesn't have a lot of fight in him, but he could always say, listen, you trade me wherever you want. I am not re-signing. Look, read my lips. I am not re-signing. So he could do that. He doesn't have a no trade, so he can't stop the trade, but he can do that part at least. So you're right on that. I hear you, Parrish. That is true. We'll see. Like I said, Milwaukee might roll the dice and say, we'll trade you wherever we want so we can get the best package. And if people don't want to come here, they don't come here. We'll just draft and find our own talent. That is the flip side. That's the way you solve that. But, we'll see. All right. Appreciate you, Parrish. Shah, let's go. We got the one and only Shah Powers in the building. Shah,
Thank you. Maybe do the robot.
Get down.
Now, you might be wondering why Shah gets that. Because Shah is a special person to this show. He is one half of Knicks Real Talk. And we really hadn't had a chance to really chop it up with Shah recently. So I missed Shah.
Thank you.
God, don't do it, man. Don't do it. You need tissue?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Ron. Thank you for that.
What's on your mind? How you feeling?
And salute to everybody that's on the panel. Rex, Knicks Nation, Jay Chosen, Yuri. Quick run into Giannis. Forget about him. I wanted to say that, the F-bomb, but forget about him. One, I don't think we can make the trade for him right now unless they've been talking to him about August. And since August, if he really wanted to be here, he should have let it be known. If he really wanted to be here, we're going to make this thing happen in the offseason instead of worry about trying to make this trade in the season. Now, if it happens, of course, I would like to see it. But I do have some side effects to it. I would like to at least see him and OG stay together. I mean, if they get it, but I don't think it's happening now. I think the Knicks right now is showing a little stability back in the winning ways, back out of the valley, back on towards the peak and stuff like that. 5-game winning streak against some good teams. I don't care what nobody say. Every team that plays the Knicks come on and play the 150% best every time they come to play the Knicks, and you see it every time. The Knicks has been playing much better defense, and now, with Cat playing a different style of basketball, this might have been the basketball that we wanted to see from that Brown wanted to see from Cat, moving around, getting in the pace, grabbing rebounds. I mean, not emphasizing so much on scoring and let the game come to you. And it's looking good. 20 rebounds, 2 games in a row, 20, 22 rebounds today, looking good. I think they make a small trade. If the trade comes down for Giannis, I think it'll be in the offseason. I think we probably out on Giannis, on Giannis, unless it comes down to the offseason and something incredible happens. I think the more focus right now is to work on bolstering our second unit and going into the second half of the season on the upswing.
I hear you. I mean, that makes sense, bro. I'm with you on that. And I think the realistic standpoint is if something happens with Giannis, it'll be surprise to a lot of us because we just don't feel like it's going to get done anyway. I just don't see Giannis coming to the Knicks because I think it would have, like you said, and like other people have said, I mean, the Knicks had first dibs at him in the offseason, apparently. One of those under the table things that was happening with
Luka.
Thank you. And if they couldn't get it done then, because obviously Milwaukee and the Knicks couldn't come to an agreement because Milwaukee they weren't on the same page. It doesn't change overnight, and it seems like the Milwaukee's page is this. It's just, and they have the rights to want top dollar for their guy. He's one of the best in the league. I don't think we got it. So, and I think the Knicks realize that too. All they can do is make their best offer, and hopefully Giannis can put a little pressure on it. But that's not necessarily enough, guys. I know we've done this before. We say this a lot, and I'm sorry, but I 100% believe that doesn't matter anymore. I think all of the stuff that used to happen in the past with the power that some of the players used to have has started to change. The league is different. The heads of state are starting to get out of here, right? The Steph Currys of the world, the Kevin Durant's, the LeBron Jameses. The power dynamic isn't the same anymore. Steph Curry still has the power, but he's a good dude. You know what I mean? He's not going to enforce certain
It's
things.
Steph Curry.
Well, right. So,
but also the whole thing with the Giannis thing, I wanted to add it too before.
Mhm.
The chronic calf issues that Giannis has. No, that's the elephant.
Wait, what? Say that again. The what?
Chronic calf injuries. The calf injuries.
Calf injury. I thought I heard catfishing. What? What'd you hear?
Lord.
Continue.
The chronic injuries that Giannis has. Not only that, it's a big risk because you don't know when that's going to become an Achilles injuries. I had this talk with Karan, shout out to Objective Knicks fan, by the way, saying that, Karan, what about the calf injuries? He's going to sit and he's not going to play. It's going to be fun. Like, I'm like, for God's sakes, the guy can pop an Achilles heel any damn time. We've seen this with Tyrese Halliburton. As much as I hate Tyrese Halliburton for what he did to us in playoffs, I felt bad seeing him go down in Game 7 in OKC. And same thing goes for Jason Tatum. It doesn't matter. You play with a calf injury. If it comes back, sooner or later, it's going to pop. And guess what? You give up all your assets, and boom. Now you're screwed.
That'll leave us in the worst possible position. You give up everything, and he gets an injury. Then what do you have?
I mean, I don't like the trend that he's getting close. Like we keep hearing more and more about these calf injuries, and the same happening on the same leg again. I mean, I'm not loving that. I guess, another thing is best case scenario, not only financial standpoint, the longer this drags out and doesn't happen at the trade deadline, the better for the Knicks. Of course, you could say more teams will be able to make a move for him in the offseason. But the flip side is if the Knicks do make a move in the offseason and they're able to get him, you might be able to get a better product that you can feel more comfortable with, because I guarantee you, if he stays with Milwaukee the rest of the year, he's not going to be playing a lot. So he can at least rest that calf more. And so that might be benefiting the team that he does wind up going to, because if he gets traded at the trade deadline, he's going to come back from injury. He's going to be right back out there playing because the team is going to need him. And maybe that's a little worse for wear. So I don't know. We'll see. Nick Nation, my brother, what's on your mind? How do you feel about everything going on these days and this freaking Giannis stuff? And how you feel, bro? Nick Nation is in supreme troll bag today, boy.
Oh, I was muted. My bag. Oh, my bag. I was just saying how I love it here. It's a beautiful place. This place is awesome. This place is awesome.
I sense that.
Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Of course.
Listen, all of this, you know what I mean, is trade talk. Is, like I say, it's all good until the point of it, if it actually truly happens. I was on Dope Soul Sport Collective the other night, and I think we even portion of that. We cracked open a portion of even the worms. Let's just say we do get Giannis here. What do we do now with him? Yes. Yes. Yo, my dad is always telling on me. Yo, I thought we was good, Dad. You always telling the behind the scenes stories, Dad. You can't do that. This is it. I'm storming off this show. I can't take it anymore.
Oh man.
But yeah, and we and I think that got cracked open even more. The issue now becomes is Mike Brown runs a system, right? So now Giannis coming into that system, would he be favorable in that system? Because then now that changes everything. as we know, him and Brunson are similar in that sense, where it's always been diverted isolation for these kind of guys. Well, how would that now work in a ball sharing rotational system? So these are all questions and points that have to be asked. And like everybody else says, what's name true? These players do have a lot of bit of control of where they want to go. And there's no way you're giving up 7, because it's probably what it's going to take to get this guy. It's probably sometimes 7 first round picks, or or 5 and some swaps. So it's definitely a haul for that you go ahead. You know what I mean? That haul's going to be crazy. We all know it. They're probably going to either want either that or 5 players and 2, like if we say like 2 young players that we may have or whatever, or whatever team that goes from. But the issues with us is that right now, Brown's system, he's I'm not going to say he's rigid with it, but there is a foundation of flow that has to happen with it in a sense. Mm-hmm. Can Giannis come in here and immediately then pick up onto that system and flow with that system? No. 2, if he does come here, as far as how this medical staff is so critical, believe it or not, and I would be in favor of it, shut him down. You bring him here, shut him down. I don't want to see Giannis until next season, because if his calf injury points are anywhere, we don't want that, because like you say, if it pops and it goes, the only thing that really kind of helps that a lot of times is rest, and he will need to rest and do a bunch of other things, therapy on it and a bunch of other stuff, and then pick him up next year. Because if you bring him here and you try to then say, here, we're going for it and we're doing what's name here, and he pops that thing, now you're looking at this year and the following year as well. Nobody wants that. So there's a lot of little caveats in this whole soap opera. This soap opera has been going left and right for all, how much it's time. But removing that, the most impressive thing that I thought, and these what's names here, was Cat getting 1 foul in 2 games and picking up 44 rebounds in 2 games. You're playing like that, that mention of Giannis wouldn't even be here. That was huge for me. And then secondly, also what was huge for me, Mikal Bridges coming to Jesus moment. That interview at the back end said a lot, and it is, it even to get Josh Hart now to even talk about that and his quote even on it, that there was a lot that was probably said in that meeting or feelings that were felt behind the scenes that are now starting to be, come out and be expressed, because you can see it. Am I convinced where we are right now with these last 4 or 5 games? No, I'm not. Mm-hmm. I'm not convinced until, you come in here like tomorrow, the Lakers, and you know what I mean? And you put them away. You know what I mean? You come right back behind that, you put Washington away, and then now you've piqued my interest. Mm-hmm. Now my ears are open and saying that here, you know what I mean? That they have truly switched hats and placed their hats on and said, yeah, now we have a direction, and we have now become a defensive team, as opposed to saying that here, that my dedication to dropping 50 freaking 3-pointers. No, you know what I mean? So if we're in that mode and we're going down that road, and the team is now saying hanging their hat on defensive first, I'm all for it. Keep the personnel points that what we have, let them grow and let them cook. The way that he's been using our young and youth personnel now, it is a lot better, because what he's done is look like he's shrunk it down, got the guys at least on the same page, so that these young guys aren't coming in and making the same mistakes that the veterans are making. Mm-hmm. So now that the veterans seem to be more in line and more, you know what I mean, in closer proximity on defense, and actually playing like they give a shit on defense, excuse my French, mm-hmm. Then that's what just makes us seem better, you know what I mean, and look better. Now, when we get to the level of competition that where it gets thicker and meater, that's where I would then give more of a value point of looking at, hey, where we're at and where we're not at. So I'm getting a little long-winded, and we'll pass it on to my big brother over there, Jay the Chosen.
But before Jay speaks, I wanted to say real quick, not 2 points, but one thing that you said, I kind of agree with, but I don't think I'd go that far.
I love some pushback, baby. Give me some pushback, baby.
Nah, it's not that bad. If the Knicks were to trade for Giannis, I'm with you. I would do the same thing. I would shut him down, but I wouldn't shut him down for the season.
Yeah, no.
I'd shut him down for a good amount of time until we get close to the playoffs, and then I'd play him like a couple weeks before the playoffs, and then use him for the playoffs. Because the playoffs, I mean, best case scenario, 16 games, you win the championship, right? I think he can get to a point where he might be able to play those type of games in the playoffs, but I think he'd have enough rest. He's already resting now. I think from now to middle of April or beginning of April, I think that'd be a good amount of time for him to really rest that injury and come back and do something before and then we go right off that playoff run or whatever happens, and then he has the off season to rehab and rest again. I think I could live with that. I don't know if the Knicks could trade him and shut him down until next year, because I think from fans' perspective, to say we're going to get rid of this guy and bring in this guy who's going to be a game changer and he's not going to change the game because he ain't playing, I don't know. I think there might be riots. I think Knicks fans might go crazy. There'd definitely be a little plane flying by. Get rid of everybody. Like, it's, I think that might be a little too much, but I hear you. I'm with the rest.
Yeah, the only reason why I say it in that point is because if you look at it, there is a DNA system point for how that was done.
No, I get it.
Number one, Kevin Durant went to something similar. Remember when they did trade from the Nets, he was down. Secondly, two is, even if you did bring him back that late in the point, where's the continuity and the connectivity in as far as the team? They will not be on the same pace. They will not be on the string.
Right.
And by the time Giannis comes back, it'll be like, it'll look bad from a PR stance, because Giannis won't look like Giannis. You know what I mean? Certain rhythms, certain things that you do, you know what I mean? And then having other players to try to adjust to that. I think that's the thing that, hey, if you, that overall principles is that, hey, number one is, in order to bring him here, you already know that you're going to have to sign that point of an extension with him. That point of an extension with him, to invest that much money, I want to know that leg and that calf moving forward is in a much better position. That's just my take on it, and I understand where you're coming from.
I hear you, though. That makes a lot of sense. And right, if he comes back, the chemistry, the continuity, none of that will really be there, because he just got traded. He don't know the guys unless they try to practice like in the meantime and do different. But even that is like, then how, are you truly shutting the guy down if he's still out there practicing? That's a tough one. I from that standpoint, that's a tricky one. I get it. But I will say the flip side is, if you can somehow get through the season, you can even go say, hey, rest the whole off season into next season. We're not even gonna, when we start the season, you're not starting. You're gonna, you might have to come in November. Like, that's what you could do on the flip side, and it don't affect you as much. I'd rather him have a whole off season of rest going into the season, missing some time, than, not having him down the stretch when we really need him in playoffs. But I hear you. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, great players take a minute to figure it out. They take a minute to figure it out how to play together. Let's look at LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Bosh. It took a moment before they figured it out.
So the other thing I was going to say real quick before passing it over to Jay is, like we can't forget other things that are happening on this team, because it's still the case, right? It's like throughout all the struggles, defensive struggles, perimeter defense, it has a lot to do with personnel. It's not to do with minds. It's not to do with coaching. Okay. And the reason why I can tell you that is because this is how I said we forget things. We have one of the top defensive coaches in the NBA on our team. You know what I mean? We brought him from the Clippers for a reason, because last year the Clippers were top 3 in defense because he was the coach, and they've been a top defensive team ever since he's been the coach, and he's been the coach with them for I don't know how many years. Right.
I gotta say, I hate to cut in, but this guy has yet to earn my.
I hear you, but is it him or is it the personnel?
I don't know, but just like so far, we can't really look at the defense this season and say, "Wow, the defensive." You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get it. But the other thing too is, you got to think about it. Is even Tibbs struggled defensively with this team. He had to get rigid, right, and employ rigid principles to make them slow down the game, to make them do drop coverage, to make them do certain things, just to get the best out of them defensively, even if it hurt them offensively because they couldn't get out and run and push. He did what he had to do.
Last thing, the smoking gun for me is that we have roughly the same 3-point defense as we did under Tibbs last year with all these changes. So, like, what's the explanation of that?
That's true. But even when we have a poor defense when it comes to perimeter defense and 3-point defense, the Knicks still finished top 15 in defense last year and years before that. The Knicks still finished top 5 in playoff defense, right?
I mean, yes, you say that, but I encourage people to go watch the ECF again because we did not have a good 3-point defense.
The ECF is the worst example of Knick basketball. That was a terrible. That's not an indicator of this New York Knicks team.
I say that because it's so painful that we don't want to remember what it actually was.
About it, I don't even know what you just say.
Yeah, what you just say exactly. Also, another thing I'm going to bring up.
Shut his mic off. Shut his mic down. Shut his mic down.
The worst, bro. Okay, all right, Jay.
Can I see?
Well, hold on. Let me get to Jay, and then you can.
Yuri, you got a lot of things to say today. Go ahead, Yuri. Go ahead, man.
I want to add one thing to the 2-point defense as well. Last year, we had a guy who did not. He shall not be named. Tom Thibodeau played our starters 40 minutes to the point where they were burned out in the ECF.
That's right. 1,000%.
Josh Hart did not look the same in that series. Even Hart had to say his body was there, his mind was not. And I guarantee you, if Hart did not play all those minutes in the regular season, I guarantee you he blocks at least one Neesmith 3-pointer. Guarantee you.
Well, I mean, he does something. He does something better. I don't want to say he's going to block because it's not like Josh Hart is a shot blocker, but I definitely think that if he was healthy and less tired, had more energy, he definitely would have affected change. The Knicks would have looked a lot better. We can't forget how good this Knicks team looked. Depleted Knicks team looked versus Indiana the last time they played him in the playoffs. And they played really well and had a chance to win until OG went down, even with only playing 7 guys. So I would definitely say that. I could agree with that. So that's fair.
If OG doesn't go down in that series,
we win this series. I believe that. I believe that, Joe.
Yeah, no doubt.
I believe that.
If not the whole thing, we definitely are close to it.
Right.
That was OG going down.
It is what it is. What can we do?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know how I feel about the ifs and whatever, and this whole thing is about if, right? This whole thing is if this happens or if this happens. I don't even like talking about this stuff because the fact of the matter is, what do we? I really have a lot of pet peeves that I really didn't realize it, and I guess the older I get, I'm starting to realize it. And one of them is players that try to force themselves. It's a big reason why I never was the biggest Carmelo Anthony fan. I loved Melo. He was a Knick. He was my guy. But before he got here, the continuity and all the and Stoudemire was playing a certain way, and the team was, and all that. And of course, he made the team better, but he also made the team worse because there was a lot of different moves. When you force yourself out of a place and you're getting paid, billion, you're worth $1 million. You're getting paid millions of dollars. To me, that's so bougie and whack. I just don't get. Look, do it normal. Wait the free agency. But go as hard as you can. It leads me to believe, with his attitude, that. Does he have a cat problem? Who knows? Because this guy is acting so erratic. I want to go here. I want to go here. I want, where's my binky? I need my onesie. I need to do this. I need to do that. It was like, like enough is enough. Like, look, he could take his binky and his onesie and he could come to New York, or he could just go somewhere else. We don't have the pieces, like what are we gonna give him? 5 number ones and 2060? Like what are we gonna do? And the only way we do that is by we already gave those away, to somebody else, right? And that I think we should have held on to and try to work around. And that's not why I said the thing about Bridges before, but it could have been used differently, and it could have been spread differently and moved differently. Right now, you got to deal with reality. What's in front of you? For Knicks fans, for me, for a lot of people, we're emotional creatures, number one, and we roll with a team. If you love a team, you roll, you get on that roller coaster, and you stay on that roller coaster. And every time it gets to a place, you go run right back, so you get right back on that roller coaster. And no matter what it's doing, it changes who you are in some sort of way. When we were losing a couple of those games, oh my God, the world is down. It's down. It's the worst coach I've ever seen. Cat is soft. He could be possibly, I don't know how to put the word correctly, so I'm not going to say it, but he might have some sugar in his tea. He's got some other things happening. Just all this, all this stuff. And then we're winning. And Cat's a big part of that, right? And there's no mention of Cat being a big part of that, right? I mean, you just mentioned it now, I'm saying, but like, we're talking about, of course, this guy is an all-time great. We cannot deny that. Giannis is an all-time great. And that is a fact. But we have a 7-footer who you just said had X amount of rebounds the past couple of games. How about big him up? How about sit him down and whisper stuff to him like, yo, bro, you're a monster. You're not a cat, you're a lion. You know what I mean? Like, get it, the way you get in there. You don't have to start from the top of the key all the time. That guy is 6'7" down there, and that's their big. Go lay hands on that man. Get the ball and turn around and yam it. And I know a lot of this stuff is not part of his game, and a lot of our takes are due to our age or what we like to see in the 90s and all this other stuff. I'll be the first to say that I'm like that. But that's not his game. He does have to do some switching a little bit to his game to go back to get those, because he's capable of scoring a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I've been a cat. I never hated him. I don't hate people. I think it's
Cat skeptic, maybe.
Yeah, look, right. That's a good word. I was just skeptical of the trade, and it took a little while for me to get for me to say, wait, that Randall and Dante, and then we had to go through that period, and then the guy gets really great and becomes an all-star, and we want to find everything out that's wrong with him. It's about time that we have to realize a couple of things. If he gets traded, I definitely don't want him to get traded to a guy who needs to sit for the rest of the year, because we are trying to win something. Though I do understand the premise, but Knicks Nation, of what you're saying, but what Ron said is true. There would be picketing and rioting outside of Madison Square Garden. There's no way they would want that. We got to become a little more creative. I do believe that we have to tweak our team. I think that we have to move. We have to make some moves. There is some issues here. Yabusele was supposed to be something. He's not something. Okay, make some changes. Brown seems like he's got. I don't want to say that either. That's probably a mental health thing. There is like some like inconsistency in his coaching, right? One day I'm going to put this guy out for 17 minutes. The next day he'll get 1 minute. Like, He's got to get more consistent. Now he's like, you see what Diawara did the other day in the amount of time that he got. But when you give him 1 minute, what do you expect out of him? So this is what I'm saying. Like, the fact of the matter is that we have been elevating every year, whether or not this coach is the right coach or Cat is the right fit. Right now, they're all here. Mm-hmm. And they have to play together and fit together, and they have to make sure they do. And there's a core of people that were here last year and that have been here the year before, and that they need to make sure that they get all the other people that came here that are important to the team, but not the core necessarily, to fit in just as much. And that core now includes Cat, because Cat should be your second best, or at times your first primary scorer, because he's supposed to be that good. People, no matter what we want to say about other people, like when I talk baseball, it's very calm. We talk about it. We miss people. It's different. Alonso, how they treated him, but we're not going off the charts. I can't believe we didn't do this, that, and the third. All right, what's the next move? That's just what it is. What's the next move? What do you think we can bring in two people instead of this one guy that's outrageous? And how does he fit in with this other person? I think that Brown's excuse me for a second. I think that Brown's coaching has been incredibly erratic. And I'm not quite sure he has a lot of schemes. I do think, though, that he wants to be one of the guys. I could see it when I told you in the Emirates Cup, when they gave him the MVP and he jumped up in the air like the Toyota commercial, and he got stuck up in the air and he couldn't come back down, like that type of jump. And he gets really excited for his players and all that stuff. But he might not be the right fit for this team. Brunson needs a point guard next to him. Let's keep it funky. He really needs somebody else to distribute the ball so he could go out there and score. He's a scoring guard. Cat's a scorer person. Mitch is a rebounding, blocking person. Use these people the way they are. I thought we brought in coaches that were like the NFL, that we had a defense coach, an offense coach, a main coach. And what happened to that? That's exactly what I thought they brought all these coaches in for. And they kind of like slipped away. And now we won, what, five in a row? Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. But doesn't it feel like a week ago we lost 9? Just like a week, right? All good just a week ago, right? We all know that song. So the fact is that we're going to live and die with this team no matter what we do. We have no power or say so, or like, so we need to stop thinking about the Greek Freak. First of all, he's not on the Knicks at the moment. Number 2, we got to root for the guys that are on the team. Cat is on the team. Feed the Cat. Feed him down low. And when you get a rebound, Mitch, turn around and slam it. I don't want to get a Mitch because Mitch has been playing fire. But I would like to see him average a double-double. I believe he can. So it's not this one guy that one guy did not make us lose all those games. All right? The lack of perimeter defense was a big reason we lost a lot of those games. The fact that we had to take so many threes instead of drawing people out and slashing to the basket. And I know we don't get, the typical ref calls and all that stuff, but do it enough and eventually you will. But if you don't do it enough, you'll never get it. So it's not just on Cat. even though Cat has a lot of issues, I think it's between his ears now. At this point, it's between his ears because he couldn't have went from a guy who could shoot 80-foot threes to a guy who is like soft and can't make the right moves and can't do that stuff. That's bull crap, right? I just think that the possibility is that he needs to be amped up by his team, lifted up. That's what a good family does, a good team does. So
can I just add on
that's just my beginning point. I'm gonna stop right there. But I'm gonna say this. I definitely think that, and I disagree with a lot of the things that people say. People disagree with me, and I'm fine with that because we're men and women, and we should be able to agree and disagree and agree to disagree. But I'm gonna just say this: I'm 100% sold that our best chances are to have the ball out of Brunson's hand for 80% of the game. It should be in his hand for 50 to 65% of the game. And when we really needed closing time, the clutch time, and exactly what we needed. Because if he's able to roam and Cat's able to roam and there's a guy distributing, we'll be a much better team.
That's fair. I mean,
can I add on? Because there's a point that he said that I really want to add on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think, we talked about Sabonis. I think that before Mike Brown even came here and saw the type of player that Cat was, he had an idea like, oh, Cat's good at passing. We see him make some impressive passes. So let me just make him be Sabonis. And I think that that's a good idea, but Cat is not Sabonis. They're two very different players. And I think even as the experiment has not worked out, he's like, oh, well, my whole offense is based around this idea of a hub and Cat being the hub. So I'm just going to try to keep shoving this round peg into the square hole over and over and over again, even as I'm seeing it's not working. And even other parts to that, like the more that they're forcing Cat, like Cat should just be out there scoring. He has a certain budget of fouls that he's allowed per game. He's using them most games. And another trend that I feel like Mike Brown's ignoring is that fouls are up this year. Fouls are up 16% year over year. You don't even need the numbers to see. You can just watch an NBA game. You can see that, like, SGA, Tyrese Maxey, Embiid, like, they've made foul drifting like an art. It's so hard to not foul, And when you have, which I also think is part of why we see more success lately, is running less of these 3-guard, 4-guard lineups with the small ball, which I think is so stupid. I hate that. But, like, if you have Cat as a sole rim protector with 4 small guards in an NBA economy where there's foul inflation, why would the team not just drive at Cat over and over again until they foul him out of the game? Not only is Cat not going to block their shot, but he's also going to get fouled, and they remove the best offensive player from the game. Why would the other team not do that? What is the downside for that? I never understood what is it. Oh, Cat's at the rim, I'm going to get blocked. Like, nobody's saying that, So beyond that, like, he has like a 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. He can make individual good passes, but is he going to sit there and dime people up like Tyler Kolek at the top of the key? Like, who are we talking about here?
Exactly. No way.
The guy's a very talented passer, but doesn't mean that he's going to do a crazy and one street ball pass every time. He already draws enough attention on the ball. So
it shouldn't even be his job.
That's what I'm saying. You're asking him to do all this extra work. He's doing dirty work. He doesn't set good screens in the first place. Why is he out there setting good screens? Just to waste his foul budget setting screens that aren't even good? What does it even do for you? And to me, it's like such a rigid, linear way of thinking that the big man sets the screens and the guard is the guy who initiates the offense. Well, why can't OG set a screen and then JB passes to Cat somewhere else?
That's fair.
Because to me, it's so stupid because you have your 2 best offensive players in the same exact 1-by-1 foot space. So you're just inviting them to get trapped. And then what play do you get from that? It's not like Cat's going to fly, agile, quick as heck to the corner, and in an instant he's shooting from 3. These are just different players, and he has this idea of, oh, I should do like this and like that. But the reality is not only is that Mike Brown has this rigid idea, but Cat doesn't fit that system at all. And it's like we talked about, why do we set pick and rolls? You never throw lobs to Mitch, so why would you even do a pick and roll in the first place? It's a disadvantage. And it's even worse with Cat because Cat's not a lob threat. And you never throw him the ball anyways to do a pop. So what are you even doing? You know, these are things that I've been asking myself the whole season of like, for me, it's like at a point where you should pivot because we've seen that you're trying to have Cat be this guy that he's not. He's not this high IQ, finesse, Euro big that's going to be doing these incredible artful passes and setting these beautiful, perfect screens. And never like he's going to foul, bro. Every action you're involving him in, there's a, let's say, 50% chance he's going to get done foul. And then every foul he gets, he's less valuable. He's less effective as a player because he's going to play softer and softer to get the fifth foul. So for me, it's a thing of like, you're going to trust these kids or you're not. Because Tyler Kolek is your hub. He's a much better hub than Cat. It's not even close. Not even the same galaxy of effectiveness. And if you want a rim protector, have him out there with like 40. Okay, he's going to foul. His job is to foul. He has 6 fouls. You don't carry over. He gets 4 fouls. He gets 2 more for the next game. No, he has 6 fouls per game to use. Who cares? If he's fouling in a high effort to protect the rim, good. That's 5 fouls that Cat didn't pick up. Who cares?
Him and Yabusele. That's 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who cares if he fouls? If he's would you rather that he be minus 10 with 0 fouls or he's a plus 6 with 6 fouls? Which do you prefer? So for me, it's like I think about these things and I just like you had this idea. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. Now you have to pivot. You have to be a little more flexible.
I think you're right in the whole thing that the Knicks do have to pivot in a way. So let me say these 2 things. One, maybe some people ain't gonna like, but I have to face it. It's my reality too. I'm a Knicks fan. I see it.
I don't like
first thing. The first thing is the Carlo Makovich guy. Yeah, I like him. D-Rex. I looked at his highlights.
He's a solid player.
Yeah, no, he as a backup guy, he's a solid. Yeah,
you could do worse. You could do better than Yabusele in his sleep.
He's solid. He's solid. He can. He's all levels. Like as a solid backup, he can shoot a little bit. He can dunk. He's got some athleticism with him. He's not he's got a good block timing. He's not a demonstrative blocker. So maybe that's a skill set he's learned because what he does is to kind of like taps it. So he's not like, no,
he's not like a forceful guy, but you have a point for that.
Even like just a meat. Sometimes you could tap the block and then you get a rebound, or you could take that creates an action where you can go down the court with it. You know, sometimes we get so hyped, we see somebody block something into the stands, but guess what? The team still has the ball and they have another opportunity to score again, rather than blocking it to yourself or to your teammate, and now you created a turnover. So
I think that guy fits Mike Brown because he's fast, he's finesse, he's smart, but if you want like a physical big, you have Ford, you have Mitch.
I like him and somebody that you could get on the cheap. He means their 4th center. So I don't mind.
If they're going to give up on Yves Missy, they'll give up on that guy for sure.
I don't mind it. Of course I prefer Yves Missy. But
I think he's better for our team than Yves Missy.
Well, maybe, but if we couldn't get Yves Missy, then I wouldn't be mad at getting him on the cheap. That's definitely a one of one.
You might.
He's also fast.
You might be able to get a throw in and get them both. If you get them,
well, I don't know about both, but we could definitely possibly get one of them.
Well, it depends on who you're trading.
That's true. So
I also don't like the Yves Missy thing. Can I just say, because the whole year we're being told you can't play kids, now we're going to trade for a guy who has been playing in the NBA for 1 year, that had 1 year of college experience. I don't understand that.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not dealing with a Thibodeau system right now. So there's obviously Mike Brown has been willing to play young guys who may not have a experience.
I understand, but then we also have to, is it just a grass is greener thing? Because if you look statistically, Yves Missy is a worse rim protector than Hukporti. And Hukporti, he's not a spacer, but he at least is beginning his journey of shooting threes more than Yves Missy. You know?
It's open for debate because I've seen Yves Missy's highlights. I've also seen Yves Missy play against the Knicks, not recently, but in the Knicks games in the past. He looked pretty good against us. So I'm
not saying he's a bad player, but like, is he that much better of an upgrade from Hukporti? Hukporti is more experienced in professional leagues.
No, I think when you talk about Hukporti, and I know you're a big fan of Hukporti, I think Hukporti is starting. I think the more Hukporti is getting opportunities to play, he's starting to get better and more comfortable and do things better. You know, and I think that game where Mitch was not there and he went out there and got those 15, 16, 17 rebounds, whatever that was a really good game to show you the growth of where Hukporti is going, now understanding NBA basketball better. I think if Missy already understands it, I do think that maybe I just want to say that I like them both, okay? And there's no reason not to have both on the team. I don't think you can have one and that means you got to get rid of the other. I think they both can be, because I think what's going to happen, and I hate to say this, I still feel like Mitch is leaving, guys. I hope we can keep him. And even if they trade Cat and say we bring in Giannis, for example, it's still the same money.
Like, better start passing him the ball, bro. That's all I'm going to say about that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Running into the same problem. How are you going to afford Mitch? Like, you're still in that situation.
Not only are you going to afford Mitch,
they get the money from Mitch. They get the money from Mitch for Yabusele's deal. I think Mitch would take a $54 million deal. 2 years, about 18. I mean, 3 years, about 18 million last year. Maybe they'll give him a team option or some crap. I think he'll take that to stay with the New York Knicks.
But even it's like the Hartenstein thing, because even Hartenstein, if we had given him the money that he said he deserved, he said he wanted a bigger role to do more things, and we were kind of pigeonholing him.
Yeah, that was under Tom Thibodeau's system too. I mean, I get it. I don't know what the Knicks are going to do right now. In the off season. Mitch is out there. Deuce name will probably be out there. We ain't Mitch. Deuce is almost time for him to get a new increase in his pay. How are we going to afford Deuce McBride? You offering Deuce McBride $7 million? Hell no.
He ain't getting paid no $7 million this season, bro.
He leaves getting $15 million.
He's gonna get the same money Mitch gonna get. Easy.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
He's top 10 in the NBA in 3-point shooting.
This offseason with the salary going up a little bit, I guess they get a little bit of extra money right now for all these new TV contracts and all that stuff. I don't know how much more is going to go up, but it ain't going to go up that much more that we're going to get $22 million to get one or two more players a year. I mean, this CAA thing has really changed the outlook and for the longevity of how basketball is going to be played. Like, we're just talking about all the instruments of all these big players, the LeBrons and all these guys controlling it. This CAA thing takes all that back. These guys leave without signing a contract for somebody else. You making $50 million. Now you're going to a team to $31 million. You know what I mean? You ain't going to the same team for $50 million no more if you don't sign that contract with that team before you get moved. So it is things that we have to talk about, you know what I mean? But that is definitely a lot of stuff in the off season, and that's above my pay grade right there. That is above my pay grade. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get a little bit more with the stats and all that stuff, but man, talking about that big stuff like that is some intricate stuff that you really have to pay attention to. The Brock Islanders and these guys and these things to maneuver the way the CBA is moving around and stuff like that is, these guys are phenomenal. And I mean, and we have been phenomenal with this set of guys from under Leon Rose for a little bit of time, man. We've been staying under the cap. We in the beginning, we didn't make no trades. Now we made trades and we still got picks. And I mean, we gave up a lot of picks. Maybe we should have gave as many, but we did get what we needed to get. What they went after someone, not knowing that anyway, that was
right. Not knowing
exactly. I don't know, but that's what all that was. If they knew that Giannis was going to get open that year that they was going to get Mikal wouldn't be here.
Not at all.
I didn't even expect Mikal and Cat to be on the same squad.
I'm just hoping for the New York Knicks to get out there and continue. Me, in my opinion, I'm liking the way where Cat is playing now. Not so offensive minded, but being aggressive with the rebounding and making different plays and stuff like that. Not fouling. How many games that we sat back and we complained about Cat fouling? Oh God, that team! Would you stick your hand in the cookie jar? I know all of us have sat back and said some of these things like that. So these last 2 games, in the last 3 games, he got 3 fouls. One game he had none. The first game he had 2. In yesterday's game he had 1. Come on, man, that's a different way of playing basketball, and that is more into buying in. And I mean, buying into the system. You know what I mean? This is buying into the system because now we're not looking for you. The last couple of games that you got all these rebounds, OG and Mikal has prospered. And I mean, we don't need you to always, but when we need you to, they even playing a different style of system. If you notice, Cat is not on the court only in the first quarter with Jalen Brunson, unless it's at the end of the game. But they're playing Cat by himself and they're playing Brunson by themselves after the first 7 minutes or so. They're starting to flip-flop them, and then they bring them back at the end of the game and stuff like that. And in some games, we haven't even seen Cat. And I mean, the last couple of games, 4 or 5 games old, we wasn't seeing Cat at the end of the games. So that's what they're doing. They're doing. He is making changes, and it may seem slight, but I notice them. And I mean, I know all of us, these great minds on this panel right now, have seen some things like, well, this ain't the team that was playing like that 2-9 out the last week and stuff like this. The team is playing good basketball, man. Number one in defense right now, if under these last 5 or 6 games or whatever it is. I mean, number one in defense. Everything, grabbing everything is spread out in the passing lane, steals and steals and whatever that other stat.
Deflections
is up. You know what I mean? Hand in the cookie jar, playing aggressive, up and down basketball, pushing the pace. These are the things that win games for you. You know what I mean? And they're playing that way now, like we've seen in the month of December. So if they could continue this into the thing and make 3 little changes, my preference this year wasn't to win the championship, but if we got there, I was more hopeful that they could win it. You know what I mean? But my outlook was we went to the Eastern Conference. Let's get the Eastern Conference final and go to the finals this year and see what happens and who we play, because who we play in the finals will make a difference of how we could win. I mean, I'm not saying we can't beat OKC, but I would rather Denver, in my opinion.
All right, real quick, and I'm not going to talk after this.
You're lying.
At least until everybody else goes. at least until everybody else goes. That was a little. Sorry, I had to put an asterisk. What you just said exactly, and obviously, Sean and I talk a lot, so it's like I knew he said exactly what I was trying to say about the Bridges thing and what that, but we can't go back and say to ourselves, oh, if we knew this thing was going to happen. That's why I say it's so important to rock with what we have right here in front of us. If you watch, there's sometimes OG is at center. So when he does make some moves, I want to take that back. There are some moves that he does make that make a lot of sense for us at the moment. And when they do work great. But let's make sure that we don't get super duper hyped because it's been 5 games. And we just came off of 11 games where we were pulling whatever hair we have left out. All right.
We just been keeping teams right now under 100 points without Deuce Bride. The defense is changing.
I do want to say
they're trying to help each other out. It's a different look to me. You know what I mean?
Usually they're being a team more now, and they supposedly sat down and talked to each other, right?
Well, they're like 5-0 since that team meeted.
Right, since that team meeting, exactly.
That's a fact.
Right, so maybe they did say, "Hey, look, big fella, you need to get in there. You are bigger than everybody. You get those boards, you get that, and if you could score, if not, hit anybody else, and just make the ball move. The ball movement. I think you were trying to say, stealing and getting some turnovers and blocks and stuff like that. That stuff has went way up since that team meeting, and even though Cat's points went down, everything else in his bag has went up, and that helped us in the 5 games.
Jay, I was going to say, I guarantee you, everything that we heard publicly was said in that team meeting. Mikal already said what he said to the media, to his teammates about his coachability. Josh Hart already said to Cat about him getting to Cat. So I agree with you. I think that made a difference. That meeting, that last meeting, was a good one because they played differently ever since then. And I go back to it. I said it before. People downplay it. That Brooklyn Nets game was important. Yeah, Brooklyn was terrible, but it helped the team come together, and they put their foot on the net.
I do want to say, as much as I usually don't like to diminish teams, I don't think that games counts. But for me, the really meaningful win was the Raptors game because
that was a better win. Don't get me wrong. Continue.
That for me was the most impressive win that we've had on the road so far, and I'm usually the first one to diminish. We have some fake wins, even that Philly game. People were very quick to celebrate that. We were trash in the fourth quarter of that Philly game. If that game was one more minute long, we would have lost. But the Raptors is the number 16 team in the NBA, and they have some really good defensive players there, and we held up. So I really like that one.
And the other thing about the Raptors, obviously, throughout the 5-game win streak, the Raptors game was the most impressive and the most important game because not only are you playing a Raptors team that had a winning record, you're playing a team that was above you in the standings. You leapfrogged them because of the win. So, yes, it was important. What were you going to say, Nick Nation?
Well, this is my last thing saying. I'm lying as hell, but
No, you got to put an
but,
asterisk.
oh yeah, asterisk. So there you go.
Yeah.
So, but let's also give Brown some point of his flowers as well.
Oh, by the way, I got super chats. I see you, my guy. I'm gonna get to them in 2 seconds. Go ahead, Nick Nation.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give him a little bit of some flowers as well too, and the only reason why is because let's look at this time. If I believe correctly, this time last season, our record was about the same right now. We've had no real additional players. It's really the same team. The only difference is that Brown has figured out a way to also give us the same record, but also give what little minutes, but they're also very strategic develop minutes to the youth. So right now he's matching what Tibbs did because the record still says it. And as we like to say, you are what your record is. So right now we're in second place. I believe this same time last year, we were in second place in the East as well. So, but what he's managed to do, like I say, is pepper in the youth, which the unity of where being with management, the coaching staff, and the players, right now, it does look like, as because of these 5 wins, that the harmony is starting to come into play. So with that being said is that, hey, I know a lot of people in the chat are down on Brown, but right now, the record says differently because we can't then say that, hey, we brought in a better point of a bench and what's names because the 2 guys that we what's name are currently no longer playing almost, and their minutes are very minute.
They're lousy.
You know what I mean? So we haven't what's name. So the only thing that we've done, and if it begins to move better on the horizon, is the youth. That you know what I mean? He's found a way to pepper them in, just slightly, put a little seasoning on them, and they're growing and they're becoming worth something. Last year, let's be honest, nobody would have known anything about our bench, or those guys wouldn't even be to trade, wouldn't have any value because they weren't implemented into the system. Currently now they're into the point of the system. And as we may not, like or this or that or whatever it is, they may not do, but those young guys have value now. They have a lot of value. They have a point of direction and the place where you can go. Every arrow misses that doesn't have a point of, we have a point direction. You have to have a point of direction. And right now, those young current dudes are getting a good, strong point of direction. And unfortunately, I got to lean on, punch Leon a little bit in the face is because he hasn't put this coach in the best position. The best position probably would have been to bring in better players that fit his system. What's the here?
That's a big point.
Prior to, I know that the way that that it worked, they took a little too long in picking who they needed to pick, and that became a problem for us because you basically picked those 2 guys up before we had the coach. You know what I mean? And before you were concentrated on what kind of system that you were actually running. So therefore, you know what I mean? And on the run and on the fly, unfortunately, you know what I mean? I still got to give Brown his flowers. I may not agree with all the moves that he's made at times, but I still have to give him his flowers because at the end of the day, the production is right there now because our record is still the same, but we have something to hold on to and to look forward to.
You know what's so crazy?
I got to pick up off for you too. Because when was the last time we've seen the Knicks run his own defense? Never. I never seen him on his own defense ever. It's rarely used. It can get smoked out, in the NBA league. But the one time I've seen them use it, and they basically feel like that it has a whole new layer to this Knicks team as well in the beginning of the season, right? And we talked about Brown including the youth. He's done that, like what Rex said. And yes, has the stretch been bad? Yeah, we had a bad stretch. There's no doubt about that. The stretch was bad. Stretch was really bad. We lost to Atlanta. We got blown out by Atlanta. I'm being nice when I say lost. We got dog walked by the Mavs. And we blew 2 Phoenix games that were absolutely winnable.
We don't be reminded.
And Precious destroyed us.
And we remember.
I think as president of the Precious Hive, I had to get that one in.
And this game basically pretty much, put a stain on Mike Brown's honeymoon for a little bit. And I think after that Mavs loss, I would like to believe Cat and Brown had a convo about everything that happened. Because we all know Cat is an upstanding guy. We all know he's a diva-like star. I'm gonna be real when I say that. I can't sugarcoat that. But we all know Cat is known to be an upstanding guy outside the court. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cat and Mike Brown sat down, talked about what happened with Draymond, the Draymond situation, and probably him and Cat made amends.
I could see that. I could see that as a coach, Brown wanted.
That was a big L for Brown.
Yeah, I could see that he saw how that played out, and he's like, you know what, I should say something to Cat. Maybe they did.
I did want to jump in because Nick Nation made a good point. Like, I think Leon really thought he cooked with like these Jordan Clarkson and Yabusele signings, especially the TMLE and the player option.
Well, for money and what you could get, he did. But it's because we were so limited that we couldn't get anything. I mean, who could you, at the point where we got these two guys, who could we have gotten that looked better to us at that point?
I do want to say, Ron, that I was one of the first people on here that was skeptical of at least the Yabusele signings.
Oh, no, I get it.
I would have took Jay Huff over Yabusele.
We both wanted. Imagine where the Knicks would be. Just imagine for 1 second where we would be with Jay Huff. I'm sorry. It makes me mad to this day.
I mean, Jay Huff doesn't know how to dunk normally. Everything has to be behind. But
yes, he does it backwards. Sorry, he does.
It's kind of weird that he
Finger
don't
roll
do
reverse
regular
dunk.
dunks.
Yeah, I've seen it all.
All right. But yes, I agree. But I just feel like because the Knicks were limited financially and they didn't get any of these guys early, got them more in the 11th hour, like all of the dudes that they did pick up, there was just not a lot from them to choose from at that point. And it's fair because remember, the Knicks had a chance to get other players in here that didn't want to come here because they knew their role would be limited. We could have got Marcus Smart. But Marcus Smart was like, well, I want to play a more significant role. These are the type of things that there's not only financially, but playing time and what the significant roles they would have definitely directly impacted who the Knicks could get. So when you think about all that, it makes it more difficult and challenging. And so the fact that they came out with Clarkson and Yabusele at the time, we were excited. But it is what it is. It hasn't worked out, the way we thought. And just bear with me for a while. I'm gonna be cooking for a minute. I'm not cooking, but I mean I'll be talking.
Well, as much as I would love to hear you cook, I got to bounce, unfortunately. So thank you again for having me on the pod.
It's always good to see you, Yuri. Thank you. Welcome back. Keep taking care of yourself, brother. Don't forget. Don't slack off.
Take care, Yuri.
You guys.
All right, bro. So what I wanted to say is before I get to the chat, I just want to say hello to some people in the chat. And I got these two super chats I want to get to. Before I say that, remember I did say I was going to say something that was kind of negative that maybe some people wouldn't like. Nick Nation kind of already hinted at it, and I'm going to continue with it. The bottom line is we got to a certain point last year with Tibbs. And I just want us all to kind of understand this and look at it the way it is. Were we a better team under Tibbs? Maybe, but it's because of comfortability, right? The Knicks been playing under Tibbs for 5 years. They knew exactly how to play under, knew what he expected. They just did what he expected. And it worked from a defensive standpoint for the most part. And from our vanilla offense, it worked. But it isn't enough to get over the hump of winning a championship. There's the reason why they let Tibbs go. And I still agree with that reason. Now, you want to say, well, Ron, I mean, what's really the big difference? We're kind of right where we were last year record-wise. So what's the big difference? I don't know if we've made a big difference yet. I still think there's time that things can change, but I will say they needed to make a change. Is Mike Brown the right coach? Still don't know yet, but I'm not going to say he's not the right coach. What I do want to say to everybody, and this is the part, I don't think our personnel is what we think it is or what the front office thought it was. I think them saying we want to play the way Indiana plays, the way OKC plays, the way we find out that how Miami's trying to play, the way Houston plays, where they move the ball, believe in each other, have fast flowing offenses and all that. I think what we are all realizing and what the organization is realizing is some of our players, while they're solid players, they're not as dynamic as we thought they could be when you give them a situation where they have to do a read and react offense, where they all have to move their bodies, trust each other, and go out there with a skill set that allows them to score in different ways, they're a little limited. I think OG is limited. He looks great sometimes. I think he can be a solid scorer. But as far as somebody who could do things easily, no, I think OG has to work out there. He works. He cuts. He gives maximum effort to get those open dunks and stuff. He works. And when he gets the ball, we already talked about his dribbling. He has to work to get to his spots because it doesn't look great. And you can take him off his square. Mikal Bridges, inconsistent. But more importantly about Mikal Bridges, we're asking Mikal Bridges to be a more dynamic player out there, to move, cut, do all these different things, back screens. And I do think he does it well at times. But as far as his dynamic bag, like what if, say, somebody said, what if the play is for Mikal to go back door? They cut the back door off. Mikal has the ball. Now what are you going to do, Mikal? That is the part where you start to see that's the difference between a number 1, number 2, and a number 4, right? That's the reason why Brooklyn Nets gave Mikal that money and said, hey, we want you to be our number 1. And he's not a number 1. So this is the type of thing when you look at personnel, you say to yourself, hey, we want to have a dynamic offense. Maybe we don't have dynamic offensive players. You know what I mean? That is the thing that I didn't want to hear. I didn't want to face that. But as I'm looking at this team, I'm looking at, man, they want to run this sophisticated offenses and open things up. Maybe they don't got the dudes to do it. That is the problem. Now, I'm not saying we can't win. I'm not saying we can't be a good team, but I'm saying if you want them to run this style of offense, maybe we don't got the guys to run that style of offense. And that's the reason why I think Mike Brown has dumbed it down a little bit. I think he has gone back to some of the stuff that they were used to doing under Tibbs. And I think he's also simplified the rotations because the guys probably told him, look, this is what we know how to do. We can do this. But this is you got to give us this many minutes. We got to play out. You got to shorten the rotation a little bit. We know how to play off of each other. I think he's realizing that. I think that's why they're also having success. And even though I know they played Diawara yesterday, but notice how they took Diawara's minute. I mean, they took Yabusele's minutes here. Give it to Diawara. The only reason Yabusele played is because it was a blowout. But they have said, this is who we rocking with. And I don't know if Diawara is going to play every night, but I'm just saying they have simplified it and said we're going to rock with this core and sprinkle in 1 or 2 guys into the main rotation. And that's it. And I think that's smarter, and that's what's working for this team. Unless you give some personnel changes and switch stuff up, this is how I think you got to play it. But I just wanted to put that out there because I didn't really look at it that way, but now I'm facing it. The Knicks just don't have a dynamic offensive personnel. We can be dynamic. We can go, but this is all a game of chance. The Knicks have to go out there hot. We hot from 3. We'll put up 40 points in a quarter. We hot from 3. We could put up 120, 130 on the team. We hot from 3. We could get 30 assists. We know that. But when they're not hot and the guys actually have to work to get the baskets, when the defense is clamping down, oh, you got in the ball. No, you're not going to go here. We're not letting you shoot. You can't shoot the 3? Okay, do something. That's what we need them to click on. And some of these guys can't do it. Okay. There's a reason why Brunson is special. There's a reason why I still feel Cat is special, but Cat is just struggling because half of his game is not working. I can't stress that enough, guys. When you are known to be this person and your outside shot is not falling, you can't be that person. This is what it is. Anyway, let me read these super chats and just say what's up to a couple people. We'll get right back to it. First off, shout out to my brother from another mother, Cornerstone Kev in the house. Love all my Knicks crew right now. I like the way we're playing. I believe in this group along with 3 of the young. Okay, Kev. It's good to see Kev, man. Kev has been, boy, a staple on NBK and Nothing But Knicks for so many years, and it's just nice to see him in the chat. Good to see you, Kev. I hope you're doing well, my brother. Also, another super chat. Thank you for the generous super chat, Kev. He says, and do not trade Money Mitchell Robinson, the blockness monster. Keep Yabusele and Clarkson on the bench and get Diawara more minutes. I can't be mad at you, bro. I can't be mad at you. I think that's fair. And like I said, hey, the flip side too is we don't really talk about that. What if the Knicks say, you know what? this didn't.
You don't need nothing.
We thought this was gonna work. This ain't really working. You know what? Instead of just trying to figure out how to trade Yabusele and trade Pac home, let's get Clarkson up out of here too, yo.
Let's get Clarkson.
Let's make a change, B. Like, hey, you never know. I'm just saying, you never know. It is what it is. But I appreciate that, Kev. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to Agent Super Argo. Shout out to Ramon Almonte Alvarez. There you go. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to my guy Craig in the building. What up, Craig? Shout out to Heem. Oh, I'm Heem, B. Shout out to you. Shout out to East Blue Drew. Shout out to the other half of Knicks Real Talk, Mr. Divine in the building. Said big game on Broadway tomorrow. Knicks, let's turn up. Shout out to Frankie. Appreciate you, Frankie. Shout out to Syke Lee in the building. What up, Syke? Good to see you. Shout out to D-Ras. Shout out to Mets Knicks fans. Let's go. Shout out to Wolverines in the building. Shout out to Los Knicks. Appreciate you. AP in the building. What up, AP? Shout out to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Good to see you, my brother. And shout out to Rasul Thomas. Appreciate you, my brother. Also, shout out to Nostrand Avenue, a.k.a. Bear. What up, my brother? Good to see you. Okay. Back to it. Guys, obviously you guys have already hinted at Mike Brown rotations, some of his questionable calls, and kind of like wishy-washy, just not really landing on something. So it's very interesting. We go from a man who was rigid and just didn't want to experiment with stuff, stayed with this. Then we get somebody who is experimenting, but maybe we feel he's experimenting too much, right? He needs to kind of settle. And I still do feel like he was going to settle, because he's definitely, when we get closer to the playoffs, he's going to settle on something. But maybe we need him to do it a little sooner, because there's just too much up and down, and they just need to lock in. And the best way to lock in is to have consistent minutes and consistent rotation. So I can agree with that. Maybe he needs to start settling a little sooner. I think another thing that I've noticed when it comes to this Knicks team is that they play so much better when they play good defense, right? It's not the fact that we know they need to play defense to win games, but when they're playing defense, everything seems to work better. Offensively, they seem to move the ball better. They believe in each other. It seems like defense is the key. So from the first part of the season, we played a little defense, but we were really starting to kind of hone in on offense. And then the defense kind of went away. And then we were surviving off of offense. And eventually we saw that collapse. And that's when we ran into problems. Now that we're starting to get back to defense, I think this is the successful way to kind of get back to us doing everything else good again. Because I just think that is the confidence level, like going out there and playing solid defense. It's not even just about the defensive stuff that's working, because we're holding teams to less than 90 points in these past 4 out of 5 games. I think that is where you really build the chemistry, that talking to each other, because the talking continues on the offensive side. Like it's that camaraderie, that bonding that you're getting. And so I definitely think that's helping the team get back to where they need to be. But even though I'm saying that, I'm going to say it one more time. The Knicks, in my opinion, need to make a minor move at the trade deadline. I don't care what it is, as long as it's something that helps the team defensively. I care more about them getting better defensively than offensively, because even though I may not be sold on everybody offensively, I think there's some guys that still are not the best at creating their own shots. We score. Like, we put up 115, 120, even when we're not shooting the three that well, we can still put up 115. We score. So I can deal with that. But I do think we need to figure something out. And hey, if you want to pivot and say Jordan Clarkson is not the consistent answer and go give me somebody else who might give me 10 to 15 points a night if you give him the ball, I'd do that too. I'm not sold on Jordan either.
I did want to say that Jordan Clarkson is a great example of like an empty calories guy, because it's not like he never scores. He scores consistently, but what he gives up on the defensive end usually outweighs it, actually. So I think for us, especially that already have two lackluster defenders in the starting five and are just a bad defensive team, really, it's probably not worth it, you know?
Right. Shout out to Sherwin. I saw you said you think Dylan Jones is a keeper. Listen, one thing I know about this Knicks team, they always got a plan, right? It may not look like it to us sometimes. They always got a plan. I don't know if Dylan Jones is here for the long term or he's here because they expect to make a trade. They're going to need some bodies, and so that's why they did what they had to do to bring Dylan Jones into the fold. Or maybe Dylan Jones could be on his way out with as a piece to a trade. You never know. But either way, I do like the fact that they are targeting players that can do something to benefit the team. We'll see going forward how it works out. Oh,
that's what I'm saying, Ron. That kid Terry, he makes a lot of sense, I think.
Could be. We'll see. I also want to give a shout out. I waited to shout out to one of the best doing it. A compadre, if you will. Shout out to one part of the Dope Soul Collective, Mr. Jeffrey Clafter in the building. What up, Jeff? Good to see you. Thank you for being here as always. Guys, if y'all haven't checked out the Dope Soul Collective with the Queen Steph, Jeffrey, Ajay, Jarrell, everybody. Nick Nation be popping in there. I see you, bro. I got you. But you like you a free agent, B. You out there in them streets, man. So you everywhere, brother. You on mute, by the way.
Ron, I'm a podcast whore, and I don't mind calling myself.
You out there?
I'm in these streets. You know what I'm saying?
He's a podcast whore. It reminds me of like an episode.
You gotta hustle till you get to
there was an episode of what would you say, Jay?
You gotta hustle till you get to the place.
That's true. Listen, it pays to cut your teeth out there and get your exposure, get different perspectives, pop up on different shows, and understand the dynamic of conversations, how it changes. It all helps you be a better person when it comes to that stuff. And if you decide to do your own thing, man, you run the gamut. Yeah. So I same thing for Nick Nation, same thing for Jay. I would say it's always good to get out there and go to different places and get exposure to different ways of doing things. Pick up all that information. If you want to do it yourself, you have a better way of understanding how it works different places. You find your own niche. That's what I did before we did did I? No, I had already had the show. But while I had the show, that first couple months, I was everywhere to the point where
you were telling me about it.
The missus had to slow me down because I was running into some issues, like up all night. Like, why am I everywhere, bro? It got crazy. So I had to calm down. Yeah, man, because you start feeling love, man. You like, this is great. This community, everybody's so good. I met this guy. I'm with this dude over here in the land down under in Australia, CT. I'm like, I'm hanging out with everybody. Like, this is dope. All these Knicks fans, I couldn't get enough of it. I was like, give me more.
Right,
so
I
had to cut it down. Anyway,
I came into actually your show was the first show that I decided to show my face, like to talk about it. And from that point, I met Shah here and I went and stayed with them for like a year and change. We were rocking together, man. It was great. And I always remember that. Like, so when I see, and I will always give that, I'll always pop up and represent Knicks Real Talk, always do that, and always talk about what Ron means to this whole Knicks movement. You definitely mean more than you probably even know. And that led me to some really amazing things, and to even more amazing things, because I came in here with a plan. My plan is to do something eventually that's me. And now that I could talk sports, the Knicks with you, and now my new platform, then my own thing could be completely different.
Right.
Because now I'm talking Knicks with you, and I'm talking Knicks and Mets where I'm at. Now my particular show could be completely different, and that's how it should work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I respect all the people who allowed me to be a part of that, because it is fun. And oh, pardon me. Look, I'm knocking things over.
That's how fun it is.
That's how excited I am. It definitely is in the beginning for sure.
No, and
Yeah.
listen, like I said, I
And
love
it's awesome. I mean, look, you're going to get a lot of pushback, but that's part of it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I love watching you guys everywhere, and it's one of those things like I mean I tune into those shows anyway, and just adding you guys as pieces of the shows makes the conversation even better. That's why you're here rocking with me. If you came on this show, right, and you're here every week, and you didn't say anything that was substantial, I couldn't keep having you here. I just couldn't. I don't think it's fair to anybody. I can't even get anything out of you, bro. What are we doing? So
Right,
everybody, no matter who you think, because I know people might think, no matter who you think, everybody has their moments. I mean, people have better moments than others, but everybody has their moments of saying something that's substantial and that's something you can get from this show that we can all learn from, or a good point. Like, oh, I didn't think about it like that. There's a lot, and so I love watching everybody do their thing from there. And we're all from a tree, even to initiate the start of everything. Knick Fans TV and Nothing But Knicks. You see if you look at how many of us have actually been on those shows or whatever and come from there, you see, wow, like it originates from somewhere. And that's the welcoming wagon, opening the doors for people to not only feel comfortable to go up on your platform, say what they want to say about how they feel, but to create their own platforms and have some modicum of success in their own right. So yeah, it's all a tree, and I appreciate being a part of it, and I hope it continues to grow and grow, because there's New York is huge. All right,
Two heads are better than one.
A lot of Knicks fans out there. We can all have our moment.
The best part of it, and the best part about it is that you don't steal from anybody in this game,
right?
Because people are moving around and watching different things because they can't get enough,
right,
of talking about the team and different perspectives, and maybe they have more to say, but you're tired, or you got to do something with your wife, or something's happening. That show goes off. You might go to another show. Now, I have limited myself now to just a small handful. But in the beginning, I'd watch everyone, and I would try to see what I liked, what I didn't like, what I liked, what I didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
And when I narrowed it down, I feel like, usually the people that have something creative to say are in the chat are most of the same places.
Right.
And the people that have something creative to say on here, they're in a lot of the same places too.
I did want to say that I think it's good because, like, the more rich that the overall conversation is, that's like a better chance of one person finding maybe the next solution for the team might be, oh, what if we do this? Or what if we get this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, the more different minds that are in there adding ingredients to the stew, like, the more a better chance you have of getting that ultimate recipe.
Right.
I did want to say, though, that so people are talking about Najee Marshall in the chat. I did a lot of homework on a lot of the trade targets for the Knicks right now. First of all, Jose Alvarado is a 120 defensive rating midget. We would be insane to trade for him.
Mm-hmm.
But Najee Marshall, so interesting fact about him that I think would be a point of concern. First of all, he's only shooting 30% from three, whatever, we can live with that. But if you look at the Mavericks ranking by average speed, he is the second slowest person on the team after Anthony Davis. And that's a team that plays at a much faster pace than ours.
Yeah.
So for me, that's a very, very big cause for concern. He would be the only people he would be faster than on the entire Knicks is Mitch and Cat. And not by much either, which for me is like, whoa, like he is slow.
Right.
He's faster than Yabusele.
He's not actually. That's the scary part. He's not. I'm telling you, I looked it up. He's actually slower than Yabusele. That sounds crazy, but
I could believe that because Yabusele is like, when I said this before, and I don't know if everybody got that. I mean, some people might have got it, but like people who don't watch baseball that much or watched it for the years, there's two gentlemen, and they're actually family members. One was the father, one was the son. One was Cecil Fielder, one was Prince Fielder. Mm-hmm. Really big dudes. Okay,
yes, they are.
Way bigger than freaking Yabusele, who played baseball. Yep. And they look like they slow, but once they get going, they can burn. They're not the fastest, but they're very fast for their size. Like, you get those guys in football. Those guys are like 300 pounds. Like, wow, that guy's speedy. Sometimes you get those guys that are big bodied, but they have some wheels on them. And so I would say Yabusele even though he's bigger than he needs to be. So once he starts going, like if you had him running a straight line, he probably gets down the court pretty.
He has a high max speed, but his burst and acceleration is bad.
Right.
I did want to say that as far as the Najee Marshall thing goes, like, so Najee Marshall's very ball dominant and he can't shoot, so he has to like pound the rock and get inside and work to get a shot. So he does have some outlier games, but for me, like once I read that, I'm like, yo, like that is crazy stuff.
And you know what? One thing I just want to say about this, I don't know this for a fact, but I do know this has been something that has happened before because I've been a New York fan all my life with different teams. Sometimes you run into a player that looks good and you want to get him, but he only looks good against you. That happens a lot. Okay, that not all the time, but there's some players that does happen. You go get this dude, you're like, this dude kills us. Then we get him and you don't kill nobody else. You're like, what happened? It does happen. And Najee could be one of those guys. There's been, killers of teams that maybe it's a different word. Guys that destroy teams that we look at, and some of them are just, okay, this dude is real, but you ain't getting him. Chipper Jones used to destroy the Mets.
Yep.
Named his kid Shay.
He named his kid Shay.
Come on.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he really did, for real.
But we can never get him because he was that good. Like, we're not going to be able to take him away from Atlanta Braves. So those are those guys. Those are the real ones that okay, this guy does terrorize us, and he's good enough, but we're never going to get him. But it's the other ones that you kind of think about. Another guy who maybe if we would have got him in his prime, man, I can't remember his name. Come on, Ron. Maybe Shah. Remember the dude who used to play with Toronto Raptors and he was on Orlando Magic? He was like their version of J.R. Smith. He could dunk and he could shoot the threes. He would terrorize the Knicks. Oh man. Maybe guys in the chat, maybe y'all remember.
He's such a long list of guys that would terrorize us.
What a crazy dunk package when he used to play. Shooting guard, smaller guy. No, McGrady's too good. I think it's something with a T. Either the T is the first name or T is the last name. Damn it. I'm going to get it, guys. But that's my example of somebody we never were able to get on the Knicks in his prime. Terrence Ross. Thank you.
Yes.
That's him.
I gotta give it to One Shot D for that because he put it out there.
There you go, Jay. That's what you get, man. Way to go, guys. One Shot D, appreciate you. Luna Jean. Okay, I see you, Luna. Shout out to Logical Raptors Fanatic. Oh, you would definitely know. You know Terrence Ross. Yeah, Terrence Ross used to cook the Knicks in Orlando and in Toronto. Cook us. Knock us out with threes, dunk on us. He was a nightmare. Those are the type of guys. Now, maybe if you got him out,
he really cooked us.
He cooked us. Cooking.
I got a quick message too, because what do we think about as far as like tomorrow? Especially Shah would probably know this too, because it's a pet peeve of ours. Is Austin Reeves game time decision? Let's see him make his debut, probably right back.
Oh, he definitely. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Come on. We've been around the block enough times. We know already by now.
Ridiculous.
Why do you even ask?
Austin Reeves is playing. So it's so for sure he's playing against the Knicks that you could probably go into the stadium, turn on the lights in the arena. He's already got his bet on the court. Like he's playing. Yeah. That's how it is. Yeah. Everybody who's hurt or has been out forever.
He's dropping 40. Come on.
You don't notice how it's a coincidence. It always happens this way. And even with, the Knicks about to play Denver soon. Yeah. You know who's coming. He's already
back.
He's already
missed 2 games. He comes back on one leg.
He came back, but he'll be back for sure in full form.
Yeah, in full form versus the Knicks. That's just how it is, man. So speaking of tomorrow's game, how do you guys feel about this? Now, it's funny because the Lakers are not. They have moments where they play really good basketball, but they struggle. They have their moments too. They're not. They have. You don't know what LeBron James you're getting. I do see there's some call in the chat about LeBron James coming to the Knicks. Listen, man, I don't want to be a hater, but I hate the idea of LeBron on the Knicks. You guys know that there's certain players I can't stand in this league. There's certain players I never want to be in a Knicks uniform. I think they have made their bed. You lie in it wherever you're at. You don't like us when we needed you. You can't be here when we have a chance. So I don't want LeBron here. I don't want Kevin Durant here. I don't want Kyrie Irving here. I got a list. So these, but I understand that there's some people that still say, hey, LeBron was meant to be a Knick. We need him. To me, LeBron is at this point in his career a team destroyer. Like, he leaves a team worse than they were when he got there. And the Lakers, however, because the Lakers were able to do something crazy that no one saw coming, getting Luka. But believe me, by the time LeBron would have left that Laker team, if they never got Luka, he would have left them on a lot worse position than. But the Luka thing is an asterisk because nobody expected that to happen.
Except for the
yeah, right.
Luigi and Sal.
Yeah. All the boys. I mean, you could say their names. I can't. I don't want no smoke.
Yeah, I'm not saying no more names. We'll just leave it there. The last name had a vowel.
The Lakers get whatever player they want. That's a fact, AP, because the Lakers, I don't know, man. They move in some streets where we don't have access to. I don't know their connection. It's kind of like the Dodgers. The Dodgers move in places where other teams can't. So it is what it is. Yeah. All right. Well,
except for the one weird time when Chris Paul got vetoed and then he had to go to the Clippers. But
that's
that was
one time they didn't get what they wanted.
A move for some reason. Whatever. He ended up in LA.
No, I agree there. That was that one time that we saw them not get what they wanted. Yeah. Okay, so let me see if I can pull this up on the screen. There it is. Here we go. And I mean, this is I listen, I say stuff the way I say it when I want to say it. Maybe this is not I should be doing this on their platform, but I just want to give kudos and credit because when I look at stuff like this, I don't do any extra work. I do extra work on other things, but I like to give credit to people when they do put in extra effort and do extra work. When it comes to stuff like this, let's share the screen. So this is the preview for, from the NBA.com for the Lakers and the Knicks, but I like to give credit to Knicks Real Talk. Shout out to Divine. I know the time it takes to but when he goes into this type of stuff, he puts together his own little windows and puts the little. Shout out to y'all, man. I mean, I've said it before. I'm gonna say it here. I'll say it the next time I'm on their show too. But give you guys a lot of credit for revamping the show, doing things differently, adding your merch to it. That hoodie's fire, changing the look of the show. Adding little wrinkles, putting this type of stuff in there where you actually go, Divine puts that stuff together. Shout out to him for doing it. Those are the type of things that help create, stuff in the show that you can point to. Like, that's what they do. There's a lot of shows that do it, and I give credit to all of them. The Queen is really good at that too. The Steph does a lot of good stuff when it comes to putting together her own slides and different things. And I know that, like I said, it comes down from the tree. NBK, everybody, Uncle Freezy, like there's so many people out there that put time and effort into it to kind of make the shows look a certain way. So definitely give credit to all of them. But so tail of the tape here, guys. Los Angeles is averaging 116 points a game. Knicks at 117. They're shooting 41. They're averaging 41 rebounds. The Knicks are averaging 46. One of the best rebounding teams in the league. They are averaging 25 assists per game to the Knicks 26, which is very interesting because the Lake Show is supposed to be the run and gun team, always high flying, moving up and down the court. I'm surprised. Look at the steals, 8.2 to 8.2. Wow. Blocks, 4.1 to 4.2. This is interesting because usually every team the Knicks play outblock them pretty well, but this is very close, if not the same. 14.9 turnovers to 13.9. Knicks lead there. 49.8 from the field to 47. The Lakers score a lot inside. Good to know. 35% from 3 to 37 for the Knicks, and 77 from the free throw line to 79% for the Knicks. Man, the Knicks came a long way in free throws, guys. Almost 80%. You guys remember 3-4 years ago when the Knicks was struggling? Well, you think we have some missed free throws now? It was terrible before, boy. But they've definitely cleaned that up for the most part. Points in the paint, 51 for the Lakers, 47 for the Knicks. Second chance points, 13 for the Lakers, 17 for the Knicks. And then fast break points, 14 for the Lakers and 15 for the Knicks. So a lot of these categories, you know, I know we look at this, but this doesn't tell the whole story because this is the yearly statistics. They could be playing different in the last 10 games. The Knicks are obviously playing better in the last 5 games. So, but it just gives you an idea where these guys are at as a unit for the season. These categories, if you just looked at them on paper, would point to the Knicks having an advantage to win this game. And I just want the Knicks to go out there and play like they are the favorite, not an underdog. Because for whatever reason, you guys know this as being Knicks fans, when we play the Lakers, sometimes you just don't know what's going to happen. You know, the Lakers somehow, they do stuff to the Knicks that there's no reason for this. We are a better team than the Lakers, but we should be playing better than the Lakers. And I expect us to win tomorrow. Your thoughts, D-Rex, about the Lake Show?
For me, it's two big swing factors here. One, if LeBron plays, we have a better chance of winning. He's really lousy this season. He's really throwing off their whole vibe of winning. Their record is better without him by a lot, actually. And he just turns over the ball a lot. He's just not good. I think that if we actually lean into our current winning identity of, God forbid, you know, cross your heart twice and hope to die, playing some kids and having real depth and energy and athleticism, not willingly choosing to be the smallest court on the team on the court at all times, it helps. You see the energy when these guys come in. It gives us a different dynamic. It just makes the team better. The perfect A-B control group, the 5 and 9 slump, people were acting like they were experimenting with all these wild rotations. It was the tightest rotations yet. We had a 8-man rotation against the Kings. And even the wins that we did have were not inspiring. The Kings win was really a dogfight till the fourth quarter, for being honest. The Philly game, if it's 10 seconds longer, we probably lose. We lost 32-22 in that fourth quarter with OG at the center. I mean, come on. You know, some of these lineups are not serious, and we have to be a little bit just like – for me, I feel like there's a script they want to win by, they want to play by, and when the Knicks, I feel like, are thrown into a situation where it goes off their script, they panic and they freeze a little bit, and they get rigid and they get stuck, and I want to see them win in those situations more, where like they have a plan, works well for a while, curveball, something is different, you need to change. I want to see you in that situation win. Because I feel like that 76ers game was like, obviously you win. It's a legitimate win. We played well third quarter, but really it was just Mitch. If we're being 100% honest of why did the Knicks win that game, Mitch became a superhuman in one game. He has a great match against Philly. It wasn't a convincing win because that fourth quarter to me was like, why can't you close it out against them convincingly? Why are you getting smoked in the fourth quarter? And why are you running, you know?
But the good thing, D-Rex, that I want to say, which is what you would hope, right? In any situation in sports, if a team is struggling at something, I would say the good thing that we can point to is that throughout these 5 games, I would say the Knicks looked they played their best versus Toronto as far as that was a good competition. They wound up being able to, but I think the Knicks have looked their best last night versus Portland. And I know that sounds interesting because you're like, but Ron, they had the lead, they lost the lead, but they built it again. Ron, they lost the lead, but they built it again. And then in the end, they won by 30. To me, that tells me something, that they are like a lot of stuff that they've already experienced in the early part of the 5 games. They're figuring it out and getting better going forward. Like even if they do take their foot off the gas a little bit, they're just regrouping, they're getting a little rest, and they're going back out there. And when they're deciding to turn it back on, they're turning it back on. Now, I know Portland is not.
That's what I was going to say is that especially the Raptors, because they're a very good defense, top 6, and also because we got off to a terrible start. It looked like it was going to be a blowout right out of the gate, if you remember, even though it was convincing. And they have some really good, like actual legit, very solid defensive players, especially the young, like that Colin Murray Boyles kid they have over there. He had 4 blocks like in the first half. He was killing him.
Yeah,
and they
I agree.
figured it out.
The best game of the stretch is versus Toronto. But I'm just saying, as far as the Knicks, I think they've progressed to the point where they're playing. I would say that I feel like they played their best basketball in the 5-game stretch versus Portland last night, because I can't tell you if I would believe that many of these Knicks teams would have a 27-point lead, go down, and get back up to 27. I could see them winning. Don't get me wrong. I could see them withstanding and then kind of still winning the game or going up by 10. I was shocked watching them go back up by 20-something.
Okay, so I get it. That they had a big lead, they lost it, and then they got it back.
Right. That's, to me, that showed something. I was like, ooh. That's the type of stuff I look at and I'm like, okay, this is different, because I'm not expecting that. You up 27, you go down to 13, you go up 20 again, you go down to 10, you go up 20 again, they chip away a little bit, then you go up 30 and finish 30 points up. I'm like, oh, that to me is very impressive and surprising. So I looked at that as something. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Also, while I have you, before I move on to Shah, what's your most surprising team in the NBA this year? I'll ask everybody that. Yeah, you D-Rex.
Surprising. Oh wow, I kind of put me on the spot.
I know we're Knicks fans. We don't really talk about this, but it's a curious year this year, and I know who I just thought about. So I'm like, I wonder what you guys think.
Let me look at the rankings. Who's even leading?
You're cheating.
Cheating. Just say it.
You're cheating, man.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of a hard question. I want to cheat then. I guess I don't want to say the Spurs because they're really good. For me, I would actually say the Lakers.
Okay, that's it. Stop. Don't say anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back. Okay, Detroit. All right, Jay.
I'm with Shah.
Detroit. Nick Nation.
Oof. Probably because of the swing of it. I didn't think that they would be that good. Probably Houston. I didn't think they would be that good that fast. I thought it would take some time.
Okay. I mean, look, these are all good answers, and I'm with you.
Oh, damn it!
I am going to say
Boston. Damn it!
Boston's a good answer. Boston's a
good answer too.
Yeah,
I think all of the teams you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it back.
No, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I like all the answers. I think all of the teams you mentioned all have something in common, right? But the team I'm going to name, I'm just really surprised by them, and I think a lot of the NBA is surprised by them, and that's the Charlotte Hornets. Charlotte,
they're good.
Good damn basketball, and they don't have the level of talent that Detroit, Houston, Boston.
That Knuckle kid is something. That's for sure.
That Knuckle kid is something.
Yeah.
And once again, guys,
they beat the Spurs today as well.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, they just beat them by 7 and they beat a bunch of shekels.
Brandon Miller.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. Like that, and the Knuckle kid. The other thing that the Knuckle kid brought out, shout out to the Duke connection, lets you know that there's a reason why Cooper was the #1 pick for a reason. That kid is nice. So
Knuckle, Cooper. Cooper was also really good. Yeah,
Cooper. What is his name?
Flag.
Cooper Flag and Con Knuckle.
Yeah, he plays football. He's nice, B.
Yeah, and he plays every position on the team.
Yeah, he's positionless.
Yeah, Cooper Flag is nice, man. Flag Day is for real. It took him a little while to live up to that expectation, that pressure.
I will say, speaking of pressure, did you see the dunk that Precious had on Cooper Flag? He had a good one on Cooper.
Oh, did he? I'll Google it. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you guys that real quick. All right, so Shah.
That's very weird. I was gonna say anyway. You don't believe
okay.
it.
There's no wrong answer here. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts about the Lake Show tomorrow? And of course, I know you guys are going to go in depth on it tomorrow before the game. But
I mean, it's just about playing good basketball, man. The Knicks right now are back on a good hiatus, and they're playing good basketball, and continue to play good basketball. I think they're doing different things like they did in the beginning. The switching on the defense, the opening up to go through on screens, the move, pass, shoot, rebound, kick back out, move, shoot, drive the basket to the hole. They're doing some things. Last game you seen, how many times have you seen this year post ups from Cat? I seen 3 yesterday. You know what I mean? So the 2 or 3 yesterday. So different things for different times. And there's a team that got a ailing superstar and a superstar that's still there that can get busy. So can't take this team for granted. And I believe that we get out there and play some good basketball against them. If they come out and play anything like they've been playing these last 5 games, I'm sure that the Knicks are going to come out with a good win. In the last 10 games, the Knicks have the number 1 defense. Last 10 games, the Knicks have the number 1 defense in the league. Number 1. So let's continue to do some things like that. Continue beating down the defense and limited teams to 1 shot. Because that's what Cat is doing for the team now. He's limited these teams to 1 shot, 22 rebounds or 20 rebounds. And then you got Mitchell Robinson coming there grabbing 11, 12 rebounds. And Josh Hart with 7, 8, 9 rebounds. You limit these teams to 1 shot. It makes it easier for you on defense. And it also propels your offense. So that's what I think that the Knicks go out there to do. Continue to grab rebounds, get those assists over 27. Everything over 27. 30 is the sweet spot, but anything over 27 gives us a good chance of winning. Get back up there to about 80% from your free throw shot, and continue to shoot over 37% from your 3-point land. That's the same thing that I run down almost every night, because those things collectively can win you a game. Now, if you lose one, you got other chances to pick up on other ones. Like other night we won, but we were terrible at free throws. We're terrible. I think we missed about 15 free throws. A night, 2 nights after that, a night after that, we turned the ball over 25,000 times or something like that. But we still won the game because we continued to do the things to rebound the basketball, limit to 1 shots. So these are the things that we used to do in December, and we're starting to bring it back here. It's refreshing to see whatever everybody want to talk about that meeting that they had. I don't know what they said, but it looks better since that meeting. So continue to do those things. I think we have a good shot of being LA. And like I think it was Nick Nation, you said let LeBron come in there and play, because he's very a disruptor this year. He makes the team don't look so good. There's a lot of things. He's not ended his career in the right way. Words out there. I don't care about him too much. Let me not even say anything about LeBron, because as long as he's on the West Coast, I ain't got nothing to say to him about that. We probably ain't gonna see him in the finals or nothing like that, unless the Lakers go on a super spree and beat all these relevant teams over there in the West. So yeah, whatever. We'll see him 2 times a year. If we win, we win. If we don't, whatever.
I hear you. That makes sense. That makes sense. Before I get over to Nick Nation, this is funny. But it's also, just it kind of does play into the narrative, but I also want to say, understand what you're watching in the narrative. I'm gonna put it up real quick. Y'all take a look at this. This is you know what? Let me big screen it. This is Karl Anthony Towns asking for the ball.
I see this last night. He's like, "Oh my God!"
Hold on.
Oh my God!
No, Mo, come on, Mo.
Oh my God! And he missed the layup.
So the reason it's funny because he's like, "Yo, let me get the ball," and each time it's Mo, but notice each time it's Mo. It's not Jalen Brunson, people. Okay,
he's probably not used to catching him on the pass like that. I think.
Yeah, Mo ain't ready for them passes like that yet.
Right, I'm saying it's a kid, and
he doesn't have rhythm with him. That's the thing. He doesn't know how he makes the move.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a kid, and it's like a millisecond where he's going one way, and Cat back to him right there. Boom.
You literally can see that he's looking at him. He's like, "Oh, but he already made the decision to go the other way." So
right.
It's
I mean, the first one in his face, maybe he could have given him the ball right then and there, like if he hit one face. But the second one running through, he ain't gonna, he don't have enough time to make that decision right there.
Yeah.
I think you could see him like pull the ball up, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know he was going to cut or something." You kind of
it's a little crowded there, so I get it, but you know,
and there's three of the opposite team with them.
Yeah,
I would be willing to bet that Cat probably took him aside and was like, "Yo, Mo, you gotta be ready for him to take some passes." You know?
Yeah. I could see that. Like that was just it's funny, but you know, I just wanted to put that out there. Like as I said before, it's not all on Jalen Brunson. I know there's plenty of other moments, but I'm just it's other. And I talk to you guys all the time about this. When it comes to Cat, I say Cat has to be aggressive as well. You go get the ball. What he was just doing right then and there to Mo, the young rookie dude, go do that to your teammates. Hey,
every one of them. Every one of them.
Everybody. Not the don't not be that way. If you want the ball, you're gonna do something with it, go get the ball. Tell your teammates in the next huddle, yo, I'm open, man. Let's go. You want me to do something? Give me the ball. Let's go. Go. What are we talking about? I would do that in school. Come on, I'm an NBA. If I'm an NBA player, I'm definitely doing that. Give me the rock, yo. What we do?
You know what? And I hate to add to this because I went off on this big rant about how he's on our team and he's, we got to be rooting for him. But even the way he asked for that ball was just weird to me. It was like Mo was going this way and he was like, what do you want him to hand you the ball? You're right next to him. Like
that's part of the problem, Jay. Like, don't get me wrong. I think some of that was on Cat because he's asking for it too late. I get it.
Yeah, too late. It was like a little weird.
I get it. It's too late. But I do like that. I just want him to do that with everybody. Don't just do like you guys. We can't complain and say that Mike Brown is not getting Cat the ball or Brunson's not getting Cat the ball. Josh Hart had more shot attempts last night than freaking Cat. Whose fault is that? And if you watch Josh Hart play, he was aggressive.
Right.
So he was going to get it. And this is Josh Hart, who we know don't be looking for his shot like that compared to the other guys. So there's no excuse.
I am 100% sold that there is not a everybody but Cat knows don't pass it to Cat thing that's going around. Pass this to everybody. Make sure Cat gets it only 6 times. No. He's 7 feet. He should be going like this. Here. Not the guy who's a half an inch next to you running past you the opposite way.
I agree. But you know what? Like I said, I'm not, I'm going to call it the way I see it too. I've said this multiple times. I'm like a broken record with this. I keep saying, I don't care. Just because if your guy is a star player doesn't mean you can't help your star player.
Yep. Get
Cat the ball and don't just part the Red Sea. Hey, what you getting for dinner later? Cats go over there. Help your teammate out. Set a screen. Put him in a position to get a back cut, a backdoor pass. Some of those passes, we saw Cat do a phenomenal play the other day. He grabbed the rebound, threw it backwards to McCall, right? And I'm not saying go that far, but I'm saying that's the point. If you are Mitchell Robinson and you're playing out there with Cat or anybody else, you get the ball right here and the movement is around you. Allow Cat to cut and get the ball to Cat for a nice, easy layup right at the goal. Or give Cat the ball. Set a screen for Cat. Now, some people don't like this because they say, hey, Ron, if I go set a screen, I'm also bringing my defender to Cat, and he's put in a position to be doubled. No, you set the screen. Cat knows you're coming to set the screen. He's already making his movement to the basket. He's cutting around. So the other dude that's guarding him is on the other side. He can't help. Just do stuff to open Cat up to get him in motion. Like, come on, man. This is the NBA, but still, fundamentals matter. What are we doing? I get so frustrated, and I'm not even that guy. I've become this guy watching the Knicks. I didn't even care about this stuff back in the day, but when I watch this, and I'm like, you telling me that we are so forced into this 3-point shooting that we can't take a mid-range shot? You telling me that because my guy is a star player, I got to give him the ball and just watch him and just wait for him to do something?
They're still very rigid and uncreative. Like, that's very disappointing.
It gets me so mad. Anyway, sorry. Let's move on. Nick Nation.
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Your thoughts, my guy, on tomorrow's game versus the Lakers. It just that's a pet peeve.
Yeah.
Now I gotta calm myself down. I'm getting all stewed up.
We should still keep in mind, though. We should still keep in mind that this is still somewhat of an installment, and growing pains in front of a live audience does not look well, and it just doesn't favor well. So, and these are true. These are what these are. These are growing pains, and believe me, if you see me in front of my TV when the game is on, and you see me, yeah, I'm flipping and losing it. So, but I try my best to remember.
And I will say, all I could say is the only thing I could say wrong about that was Cat not giving Diawara enough time to make an action. It was just, it's too quick. You're right in the kid's face. He's already, first off, he's a young kid, rookie. He's getting the opportunity to play. He's got the ball in his hands. He don't want to mess up. So he's thinking a lot out there. Okay, what should I be doing? Who's open? I'm not thinking about you, Cat. I know you're right in my face, but now it's too late. I've already seen over there. He's looking at me to get him the ball. I got to get the ball over there. So stuff like that, that's the only thing I could say Cat was, but everything else is fine. And Cat,
raise your hand.
So much and dealt with so much. If he wants to get in somebody's face on the court, it is what it is. He's already getting it from every angle.
People always yell at him for like not demanding the ball. If he does that more, I think nobody can get mad at him. I just think it's like that they don't have like that They just haven't played that much together. They don't have much offensive
that comes in time. So nobody's wrong there. It's just that the timing doesn't make sense. It doesn't work for anybody. So go ahead, Nation. My apologies.
It's a growing pain that they really, you know what I mean, in a sense too. But in the same breath, you don't really show a young player up like that.
Yeah, the better thing is to pull him to the side, or if anything, it's two different plays, right? Yeah. So one of them happened before the other one. Yeah. Take them back down the court. You playing defense. Hey, yo, Mo, you had me on the last one. Next time, just look for me. That's it. You don't got to do all that other stuff.
Exactly. All that clapping like that and what's names. That's too much.
And then looking disappointed, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, that's frustration. It is what it is. His Cat's going through a lot right now, but I get it though. Go ahead, my bad.
And too, a lot of times too, we forget that life is just life, and Cat's been with his girlfriend for a long time now, and then now he's proposed to her to get what's name. I can remember, you know what I mean, when I was in that same point where, I'm divorced now, but at that point when I got engaged, I did come under, but it's just different because and how people take that. Some people take it as a simple thing, just getting married, blah, blah, blah. Some people take that unity, and it can stress you, because it definitely stressed me. It was a time in my life where, because you're saying to yourself, hey, I only kind of want to do this once, the one time, and, and it can be a little stressful. So I believe that some of that weight is on his shoulder as well. But let me get back to the point of where we're at right now. So as far as this game is concerned, I would like to see LeBron play. I don't know when the last time we as a Knicks team have beat him, but I know how people say don't hate what's name here, whatever. No, I'm a LeBron hater. Everybody in my family knows it. My sister, they're LeBron lovers. I hate LeBron. I can't stand him. I think between him and his agent have single-handedly flipped the NBA in certain ways and destroyed a lot of value points I thought to the game. I don't want to go too far. What's name with that punk ass? What's name? But I can't stand him. But I'll caveat that as well. I respect him point as a man, because what he has done in society and other things, and how he has, advanced the point of our culture and things like that. I give him all the respects in the world for that. But as far as the NBA game, I can't stand him, can't stand the sight of him. And more than anything, if we play tomorrow, listen here, I hate to say it, you might lose the rest of the games of the year, but you better beat these bums. I can't take the what's name here. Sorry, I'm going for a little bit of tangent, but I don't like the Lakers. Not really, you know what I mean? It's the LeBron factor. I just can't stand it. But I think, like, if anything else, what Cat is doing, what the defense is doing, let's hang our hat on that. Let's stay strong in that what's name point. And to me, more than anything, because we're so consistent on rebounds, regardless through the year, we've always stayed kind of consistent point on rebounds. That's been the one consistent point that we've probably had all year. Cat is number one, right? What's name? I believe he's a number one. He was or top 5 as far as rebounds. Mitchell Robinson, number one. What's name? Right? I believe as far as offensive rebounds. With that being said, yes, exactly. So with that being said, coming in the point is where I think that we become unbeatable and unstoppable is when, as people like to call it, when the wing stops are playing well. And tomorrow, if those 2 wing stops can play well, I don't think anything else matters. I think we win hands down. When those 2 guys, every time when those 2 guys have played well, or at least one of them has played exceptional, we win. That is the balance point of where we need. We need those guys to play well, bring that energy. And like you say, since we've come out of that real sled of back-to-back-to-back games where these what's names, and even though we're getting back to that point again, but the energy has looked so much better on this team. That was a dog, like they say, the dog days of a schedule. And I think coming out, these guys have finally gotten a breath, finally, you know what I mean, reset themselves. That discussion, them having that meeting and discussion, it has created, looks like a lot or more harmonious balance. And I'll keep saying this. If we keep hanging our hat on defense, I don't see us getting beat, especially by this team. But I'd like to see us, beat teams with similar records, because this team has a similar record. Even though they're lower in the standings, their record is similar to ours. So I'd like to see us beat higher points of competition or similar levels. So that's why I make it a point to say, hey, I want to see them beat these next 2 teams to show the point of consistency, even though it's Washington afterward, which is another, cellar-dwelling team. But it shows me that, hey, if you can beat these 2 teams, you are now understanding that you're on the path and you have a good things to catapult us and keep moving. But don't beat this team and then turn around and lose to these bottom dwellers.
Right.
No, nobody wants to see that. And that's what we've done in the past, and I don't want to see that. So hopefully in this point of direction, we move forward and keep staying positive. But whatever we got to do, I don't care if Reeves is coming in. I want us to hang our hat on defense and frustrate this team. You know what I mean? The only thing that I get caveat about this is when it's nationally televised, these goddamn officials like to nationally televise themselves too. And that's one thing where we start seeing them flip-flop and all this BS on calls. And Cat and the team have got to be understanding about the political climate of it, because that's what I'm gonna call it, political climate of it, that begins to change at times. And when games are nationally televised, he's got to then say, here, don't try to show up these officials, because these officials know. Don't keep doing this shit in their face. I got a foul, da-da-da. Stop that nonsense. Just play the game. In this sense, you have to be mentally stronger. And those are things that worry me, is that, we know he has the talent. But what worries us is that we know if you get into the playoffs, that vision of how things come down gets narrowed onto you. That's one. 2, the games get even more physical. So you got to climb and work through that. He did some of that last year, as opposed to a particular person knows in the chat. I'm not even going to look over there, but I know that he's talking about it. But those kind of things, those are the things that why we worry. Those are the things of why we hear. Those are the things why every platform, his name is being mentioned, is because we know his talent, but we know also that, hey, that mental gymnastics that he's got to do at times, we want to see him better than that. Or there's a lot of people who have just given up hope and given up here. As long as he's still on our team, I do my best not to give up hope. I have my doubts, and sometimes I express them. That's normal. But for what we want the championship. You know what I mean? I'm born in 1968. I was 5 years old when it was here. I was not into basketball, so I didn't see it. And you know what I mean? I've seen all the other ones. You know what I mean? I rode with us in the 90s. You know what I mean? Rocked out one, but I haven't seen here. I don't want to croak and not get one. Please help me. Please.
I hear you.
Donate $1.99. if you can.
To the basketball god, B. Let's make it happen.
Well, these tears, I need some tears. I'm sorry. Let me stop.
Let's make it happen. I hear you, Nick Nation. I'm with you, brother. Let's make it happen for you and for all of the because obviously I want to see it. I know younger players younger fans want to see it, but I definitely know that the lifers that have been around, who might have seen something or been young enough to be around, or even the ones that seen it, like y'all deserve to see another one. I'm with you, or at least really see it this time. So I'm with you. I'm with you, brother.
Thank you.
Man, this man, the internet is internet, and they call they killing PG. They say he got caught with PEG's, performance enhancing George. Man, it's sad.
They got suspended for 25 games.
Yeah. Man, that sucks. Well, whatever.
But for what? For
yeah, for performance enhancing something. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was definitely to help the game.
Right. Like it could have been for the thing that you were saying before, you never know in life.
Listen, sometimes, all of it's bad because there's rules to it, but some guys, there is a small percentage of people out there that actually have used something for what they deem a good reason, you know what I mean, to help with their recovery, not because I need an advantage over after these games, it takes too much out of me. I'm realizing I'm older now. I'm struggling to get back and hang with the rest of my teammates and these young guys. This is supposed to help me recover faster so I can be out there and play my best. That's it. And then that's their rationale for it. And I get it. But the rules are the rules. If you can't use anything, you can't use it. Doesn't matter. There's also the other people out there that just like to cheat. That just want an advantage. Oh, this is going to help me knock you out. Yo, let me put a little something in your eye. Kickboxer. But anyway, you know what I mean? It all depends.
Oh, you remember the guy, what's his face, who dipped his hands in the cement?
Oh, yeah.
And he beat Miguel Cotto.
It was
Margarita.
Cotto, right? Margarita. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
He wrapped his hand in the wrap prior to putting on his gloves, and then dipped his hands in plaster of Paris. That is some.
That's that stuff.
That next fight.
That's that sneaky stuff, bro.
That's right.
And granted, you know what? We're getting off track, but just as sports people, there's a reason why one of the best to ever do it in the history of sports, one of the best ever, didn't get into the Football Hall of Fame on the first ballot. There's no reason Bill Belichick should not be in the Hall of Fame. But because he's been a little skirt across the line, the deflate gate, inflated footballs and stuff, and always kind of found an advantage over, they want to make him suffer a little bit. He's getting in, guys. He's going to get in. But they want to make him wait. They want to make him wait. That's all it is. Anyway, so to Jay, you're up, my guy. What's your thoughts on tomorrow's game and what you expect from the Lakers and all that good stuff, whatever it is?
We're going to Europe?
I mean, that'd be nice.
All right. Well, I'm a little confused. So, Nick Nation, you do or you don't like LeBron? All right, no, forget it. Skip that. Sorry. I didn't see it. I wasn't even there. All jokes aside, I think LeBron James. I'm going to talk about the game. I'm going to talk a little bit about this because we're not going to have a lot more time. I mean, it's a Knicks show, so when he retires, I don't expect that we're going to spend a lot of time talking about him. Like on most shows, maybe a little bit we will. I never saw a person that did that never really got in trouble outside the game, did so much for communities, and I truly despise this man. You are so good it stems from everything. Like I think that he is the reason why um the cap is so bad. He is 100%. It's his fault that this cap is the way it is because
He has a lot to do with the current CBA agreement. Yes,
no doubt. Because when you want to go play with all my best friends, I need my best friends there because I want to win. You're supposed to be like the new GOAT. You Larry and Magic play together because they would have did that in the off season. And if you ever get a chance to watch any of those things, like go watch Magic talk about how him and Larry became good friends, and Larry's mom would make a meal and they would go out into the farm in the backyard and play ball for hours, but they would never do that on the court. We would never do something like that. That type of stuff is fugazi to me. All right, fugazi means fake. Right, I know that word in between. I just want to make sure everybody knows. All right, it means fake in Italian. All right, and it's hard for me to even take him seriously. He flops like nobody's business. He's a flop king. If he's a king of anything, he's a flop king. I feel the exact same way as you do. And I think that it takes away so much from his accolades because the matter of fact is he is a difference maker on the court, whether we like it or not. He's going to try, like, this may be his last time in the Garden.
Facts.
And
it should be.
Right, it should be. Right, it should have been years ago, but it should be, right? And if he, right, and all that other stuff too, yeah, I forgot about that. That does do a lot. I want to talk about that after. You listen, I wouldn't be surprised if every call you beat me to a lot of great points, Nick Nation, that I was thinking of with the calls not going in our way because LeBron's, it hasn't been said it's his farewell tour, but if the Lakers somehow wink the wink, win the whole thing, then I think he retires. Right there. If they don't, then he's going to play until he gets enough players on his team and makes a phone call at midnight to get someone like Donich, and do it again. I think, though, that if we play the right defense on him, because you could see it, like, as he's getting older, to me, he looks sickly a little bit. It's weird to look at him a little bit, and he still plays well. He'll get his double. He might even get triple double, but if we can hold him to low points, let Donich is going to do what Donich can do, but he's not a fast guy. So this is going to be, if you watch any of the Lakers stuff, they do a lot of half court stuff. And this should be more in Mike Brown's bag than anything, because Mike Brown is much more used to. That's why I mentioned that trade that Rex wasn't on the other day for Cat to the Pacers for Siakam, Jay Huff, and TJ McConnell. And I think that would do miraculous things. I don't think I said it with you.
No,
that was my that's my trade. Cat for Siakam, Huff, which is very little money, and TJ McConnell, which is very little money. I think it does wonders for our entire team.
I would actually consider that.
Yeah,
and that's TJ's old.
Yeah,
but TJ only has this year left. And it's not about TJ. Huff has 2 years or 3 years. And we both like Huff. I know that. And
I hate to say it. I think we missed the boat on getting him at a low price, man. I think that's
and Siakam has a bunch of years, but like other people have told me, why would Indiana? And then when Halliburton comes back, he has a cat to play with. So I would explore.
Unless he has one at home.
Right. He probably has one at home. Well, he could take cat home with him.
Sorry, it was theirs, Shaw. It's not my fault, man. It was easy.
Right, it was an alley-oop. It was an alley-oop. I know. I'm sorry. It was an alley-oop. Yeah. Sorry, my brain just got stuck on the fact of having a big man like that, 7'1", That's Patrick Ewing, 7'1", 240. And I really like him for some reason, J Huff. Either way, I think
Carlo.
we beat. Yeah, I gotta get my brain out of there because they're both yellow teams, and I gotta go back over there. Okay, I think that we take care of business tomorrow. I think that we're healthy, and even though he doesn't, Mitch does, and it would be crazy standing next to Mitch, and we have Huff on the back. Yes, we take care of business tomorrow. I would like to see OG really push around old LeBron, like really push around. A little caveat here is that if I was Brown, I would go up to the officials immediately and be like, watch out for the flops, watch out for the BS, call an even game. I would say something immediately out of the gate. Not that it might change anything, but I'd say something immediately. And I hope somebody body checks the hell out of that 41-year-old man. Like, really, like the hell out of him. I want him to, like, for a second, and like not catch his breath. I think he ruined basketball completely ruined it, and it's just so hard for me to watch. I can't take it.
Hey, man, it is what it is. What can we do?
But I do believe we take care of business tomorrow. If we play the way we've been playing and we've been getting rebounds, and we'll do the things that we do, I don't see why we can't. Ayton's okay, but he ain't our big guys. And I think that we win tomorrow.
I hear you.
But we are going to be playing 5 versus 8. No doubt about it.
And I just want to say back to your I mean, I don't think it would happen, but I wouldn't be opposed to it, because when you look at it, it's about what you're giving up and what you're getting.
Right.
If you had to trade Cat and a minor piece to bring back a TJ McConnell, who has always been a solid player, he can get any two he wants. He's not a good 3-point shooter, but as far as twos and playing solid defense, that's TJ McConnell's game. He can handle the ball a little bit as far as a secondary ball handler.
Yep.
But that's more importantly, it's about a piece, right? Jay Huff, right. Everybody's pretty high on Jay Huff. We've seen he has some games where he can just give you a solid 10 or 12, and he has some games he can give you 20. We see that he can kind of impact stuff. He's got a lot of energy, a high energy player, and we like him. He's kind of, something about him. That's a nice throw in, a big, with size that the Knicks need, to make up for the fact.
Carlo, I'm telling you that Carlo kid.
I hear you. But then the other thing is the person that gets overlooked a lot in the trade is Pascal Siakam. Siakam is a solid player who helped take his team to the NBA Finals, who has won an NBA championship, and he's the type of player that in any system he can thrive because of his style of play. So that's not something I would say I want to do. I would rather work out with Cat and get this thing right. But if you had to trade Cat and there wasn't a lot of options, I would consider doing something like that, because it's about how you make the team better overall. And all those combination of pieces is pretty good. in my thought process.
Just hear me out on this really quick. Your starting lineup for tonight's game is Brunson, Bridges, OG, Siakam, Mitch. Starting five right there. Okay. Off the bench, you have TJ McConnell come in as a PG, and you have next to him you have, and I'm saying this is if they played no one plays a full bench of five people, but if they did, the next five would be TJ, it would be Miles, it would be Deuce, it would be Hart. It would be, I'm trying to think of who the other big guy might be, and then it would be Jay Huff.
Oh, yeah,
that's coming off the bench.
I can see it. It's not bad.
I think that's fantastic to me. It's fantastic.
I think people need to.
TJ's old and too short,
but he's effective.
Who is
McConnell?
Yeah, but McConnell is a throw-in to the two guys.
Right.
And
more importantly,
it's the way the money would work.
Yeah, more importantly is getting
guard
to replace a big that you lost. But the key is Siakam. That's the key to the trade.
Right. Yeah, and you actually and I have talked many times about, maybe a couple times, about Jay Huff getting that deal.
They really just overthought it and went with Yabusele, man. I don't know what happened there.
Well, I tell you this, just for TJ McConnell, who is 33 years old, we know he's like a dinosaur in today. Well, not when LeBron is 41 or whatever, but anyway, he's like a dinosaur in today's game. But, in 17 minutes of play, he averages close to 10 points a game, 9.7. He averages like 5 assists.
The thing is that bothers me is when we buy these guys, they're on the decline, or they're not going to stay exactly as they are. Like Jordan Clarkson we see he's having a decline this year.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
He leaves after this year, though, TJ. The rest of them stay for 3 years. Both of them.
But you know why you have him? The dude shoots 53% from the field and 93% from the free throw line.
Yes.
I mean,
I've definitely seen that. I think we used the example before of people that are only good against the Knicks. He's not only good against the Knicks, but he had some bad series.
I don't take that away from you. You are correct, but it's just TJ McConnell looks so much better as a complementary piece to what we have here at the Knicks than what he currently is on Indiana.
Yeah, but their whole team around him is taller. He's coming to a team where everybody's playing is shorter, also probably not as athletic either.
Yeah, but you're just concentrating on the one guy who won't be here.
So why put him in the trade? Whatever. I think the trade will never happen anyways. But I just feel like just do Siakam and Huff. Why even have McConnell?
So you would be okay with
get more to come out. But you know what? If you could do it that way, I would do it that way. But the way I
feel like
added
simpler,
in there would be fine.
I would still be fine with if you could just do a straight up Siakam and Huff for Cat. I'd still probably do it.
I would do it too.
Just saying.
It's just that when I tried to do it like that, I couldn't. And when I went through the thing on the machine,
the trade machine, because of contract stuff, money and everything. Yeah, that makes sense. But anyway, that's all hypothetical. And
we're not getting them anyway. That was just an idea because both me and Rex like Huff.
Right, and I just wanted to say that doesn't mean I want to trade Cat. I just that's if you trading Cat. Say you can't get, because that's the question that no one really talks about, right? Because when you start putting somebody out there, you changing the vibe of everything. If you are officially trying to trade somebody who's a big time player in the league, like a Cat, for Giannis, and the trade don't work, and everybody knows that this is the package and this is what you put together.
Yeah.
So you might have to still figure out a way to move Cat. So you got to think about that, because maybe Cat is like, well, you know what? Y'all thought Giannis was better than me. Y'all thought you could win better with him. I don't really want to be here anyway. So figure out someplace else to ship.
I'm thinking about that too. He want to force himself out now because we've been talking about him going somewhere. We're gonna have a lot of disdain with that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody likes to be put in trade packages all the time. No matter how good, how thick-skinned you are, if this is how you see me, all right, why am I here? Just saying. Just think about that, y'all, because everybody's talking about, oh, yeah, Giannis is out there. We got to trade Cat for Giannis. But if you try and you don't get him, now you got to upset Cat. Like, y'all tried to move me the whole, this whole season y'all been talking about me getting up out of here. Why did you even come get me? Why did you want me?
And there's a lot of extra money left over to go get a second center as well. So that way it's not just Huff coming off the bench playing,
right,
30 something minutes. Though I'd be interested to see what he could do.
Yeah.
My thing is for all of these is like we already have guys that we don't trust to play. Like let's say you trade for an Yves Missy and he comes here, he's gonna have one bad game and then you're gonna say, oh, I also don't trust him. He also shouldn't play.
Well, I mean, the whole thing about Yves Missy is I like Yves Missy as a piece, but I don't like Yves Missy as the piece. Like if I'm trading for Yves Missy, I want somebody else too. Like I want.
What I mean to say is that it's a grass is always greener thing. Is you look at any player, they have warts.
Yeah.
Look, honestly, I do feel like maybe Yves Missy is not as important if Ariel Huck-Porty stepped up his game and played the way we saw him play consistently. I think he's leaning towards that. I do see him out there, and I feel like he's actually starting to get more comfortable. So maybe he is the answer, and maybe they start to say we don't need an Yves Missy or anybody like that. Huck-Porty just needs to get more time and continue to show us that he's improving.
I mean, do you think that any of these players, like let's say Yves Missy or Jose Alvarado, they're going to come here and immediately play perfectly with no ramp-up time, no adjustment period? Like, of course, they're all going to come here. Any player is going to come here. I know the system, this, that. There's always going to be this type of learning period. So even let's say you don't like these guys, you don't believe in them, the person you get is going to also have, they had this bad game. Oh, I didn't know they did this bad. Like, I guess we don't really show guys a lot of grace.
It has to be a super mega star for it not to.
Right.
One of the biggest things we have to pay attention to is what moves that the Knicks make in this offseason, because that's going to depict on who's going to be traded in the offseason, in my opinion. If you see them go get Alvarado and Missy, you might see Deuce be moving next year, as much as we don't want to hear that and stuff like that. But Deuce, and this guy, I mean, all right, Jose Alvarado is a Deuce McBride. You know what I mean? They're about the same height. They do a lot of the same things. They're very good on defense, and they can hit the open jump shot. That's exactly what Deuce is. Only the Deuce and Alvarado is going to be shopped around this year too, just like Deuce, because of the contract. So Missy is a good young guy that we all talked about, 2 years ago when he came out of college. A couple of us on this panel talked about, I know I liked him, but now look what predicament he's in now. I mean, someone that they're ready to move on from because they don't have no time for him. So the Knicks will let you know exactly which route they're going for, because if you see them go ahead and go get Missy and go get Jose, then I'm not saying like this is all in my opinion, but you might have to look at what's going to happen with Mitchell Robinson and Deuce McBride. I mean, not saying that those guys are going to go or something like that, but those are positions that fill in for those guys. And I think next year, Diawara is going to take up all those minutes that we talk about this year with Yabusele. I mean, and the young guys that we're talking about this year might not be here next year because we got to pick next year. We got to figure out how we're going to get that pick in here. So don't think how Huck-Porty is going to be. I mean, not saying that he's not going to be here, but Huck-Porty might not be here. Pacone may not be here. All our young guys we're talking about, all these McCullough Jr. in the two-way, and all these guys, they may not be here. You know what I mean? We have to share some money in order to bring in this draft pick, 26 draft pick, or it's a whole bunch of things that the Knicks will. But we will know which way the Knicks are going to go by the first. The first tomorrow is going to let me know who they go. So I believe the trade happens tomorrow. Whatever trade is going to be is going to happen on the first, just in case they have to bring in some more players by the 5th. So the first is going to be the first day that if they're thinking about anybody, like Mikal or anything like that, that is the date that they'll go from. I don't think it's going to be not major, but these Knicks have done some things that I didn't think. Look at the starting lineup that we got right now. We got all, Cat. Yep. I mean, you don't think about it. Don't sound, because we talk about it all the time, but we got Cat. We got Brunson. We got OG. We got Mikal. Any one of these guys right here that I just mentioned could get you 2-3 first rounders Any one of those 4 guys that I just made to get you, can't get at least 1 or 2 first rounders. Almost any one of those guys.
If Bridges doesn't get us at least 2 first rounders,
I mean, I'm just saying, any
I'll
one of
lose
those
my
guys,
mind, bro.
any one of those guys can get this first round. So this year is to see what they're going to do for next year. If you see that Jose and that the Alvarado and Missy pick, let's believe that on the idea, you may not see these other 2 guys that can fill in those positions at a lower cost, because next year, if they really do figure out how to move Mikal and get Cat out of here and move him to the Hornets and move Mikal to the to the Blaze and move these guys around and all this stuff to get this guy, we're gonna have to have some cheaper contracts. So those are the things that I'm just watching by the first. Is that's when I think tomorrow. I think the deal's going to go down. So if anyone is doing a pod, you on tomorrow? Oh no, tomorrow Sunday. So we'll see what happens. So something's going to pop off. I think it's going to start on the first. I don't think they're going to let it go to the 4th or the 5th, just in case they got to make some other deals.
You could be right, bro. You could be right.
Shaw, you're on. Shaw, you're on tomorrow. We talk about
you on tomorrow.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, you might be breaking the news. Who knows? Listen, shout out to Fabian Williams. Yeah, I think we all know that Deuce is better than Alvarado at this point in their careers. But the problem is Deuce has been playing so much better that he's upped his price. And the Knicks, today's price is not the same price.
Right,
so I don't know if we're going to be able to afford
I don't want to call you Fat Ron, but
I don't know if we're going to be able to afford Deuce. And I think a lot of people thinking that way. And I will say shout out to Shah for saying something, because what he's thinking is interesting, because that is the type of thing that if you want to think ahead, you watch how the Knicks move. They kind of tell you where their head is. We've already seen what they do when it comes to people at the end of their contracts. You know how they
get signed.
Keep everybody. And then if you see them go out and make a move for a player who plays the same position, you start to think. So good point, Shah. That's a good point.
That's good. And
let me ask
you guys tomorrow at your show.
Well, yeah, you could be breaking news, man. I mean, because that'd be interesting. I will say this though. How do you guys feel about this? Because I know people are reading into it and their own conspiracy theories. Just real quick, how do you guys feel about Mikal Bridges' comments? And does that make you feel a certain way, or do you look sideways at him as to? Because remember, we talked about this. If you guys remember what took place last year, there was a point, remember, all the stories that came out, and there was some locker room presence and some players that were not in Tibbs's corner, and they were the reason that made the difference, that Dolan said, okay, well, I think, it's up to you, Leon, make it happen. And Leon was the one who fired Tibbs. And the speculation, I said it at the time that I thought it was Bridges and OG. But now from those comments makes you feel like it was definitely Bridges. So, because if you says that I, have to understand and be better and be more coachable and not have this kind of, basically what he's kind of saying is like having like a diva mentality, like, some of his thoughts might have questioned what he was hearing from the coaches. So if you felt a certain way with Tibbs, and now you had to put yourself in check when it comes to Mike Brown, someone did say out there, maybe Mikal is the problem. Like, hey, I don't know. I'm just saying. So what's your thought? Nick Nation, how about you? How you feel about that?
Oh man, I thought it was big. We spoke about it on Dope Soul Sports Collective, where I just felt it was a coming to Jesus moment for him. And he talks very weird anyway. So the conversation is more like this. Yeah, guys, and did wrong, and I'm trying to do better now, and because he's talking, not giving eye contact, things like that. So there definitely was a point of where that response came from his soul, because it was like.
Oh, you missed that, Keith. Yeah, that happened, and he talked about his accountability after one of the games. Continue, Nick Nation. My bad.
Yeah, like I say, it was like I said, it was a coming to a Jesus moment. I think it was one of the realest moments I've ever seen him have, particularly on camera. And I thought it, in that statement, when he came out, he kept it a buck. And for me, I appreciate it because it kind of, where things that we were thinking might have been going wrong, what's names, it kind of put credence to a lot of it. And that was just my point of it. But I won't beat it too hard in the head. But yeah, to me, it was for sure an eye opener. And I think it probably, maybe, I think he relieved himself of certain feelings that he might have been having, and which is a good thing because maybe he now feels, more at home, more cohesive, and it probably dialed us a little bit back off of Mike Brown to say, hey, yeah, if these guys actually then implement and run the system, how much better we could be.
Yeah.
And right now, it is looking like, hey, it was spot on. And let's, like I say, just hopefully let's just keep pushing it forward. And hopefully he's, he learned his lesson, because he's still a young man. These guys are still he's still in his 20s, So I know I got a 33-year-old who's still trying to figure it out. So
I hear that. I will say it was surprising. I was surprised that he said it. I'm like, and Josh Hart gave him really big kudos, saying that's one of the realest things he's heard a player say. And I can respect it. I'm still a little concerned about it though, because the other thing about Macau, his demeanor looks very quiet. He looked like he don't break a play. He don't say much. But then we started to see him being really vocal to start this season, talking to everybody on the court, pulling OG aside. And we were like, oh, Macau's stepping up. Or maybe he's always been talking. We just didn't get a chance to see it because it's been behind the scenes. So that's kind of interesting because you think about a certain player and like, he seems like he's just going with the flow, whatever the coach says. And maybe Macau is the main reason why Tibbs is up out of here. And he's realizing maybe the players could, these players only meetings. Josh Hart stepping up and saying that there's some egos in the room, and obviously now he might be talking about Macau, and maybe OG too. Who knows? And Cat, everybody actually, they all got their own little egos, but in particular, maybe some people were approaching it a little negatively, like using their egos in the wrong way and negative stuff coming out of it. And you can't, if you want to be positive or go anywhere in life, everything can't be negative. You got to find the lining where, hey, how do we make this work together? You can't keep pointing at, well, this is, why are we doing this? This ain't working. Like, what's going on? You're not going to get anywhere. You got to find the positive in something and work towards making that a bigger positive. If you keep harping on the negative, you're going nowhere. So maybe that's part of, that could have been part of their conversation too. Like, how do we get better? Let's not focus on what's wrong. Let's get together and how can we make it better? We'll see. Jay?
Oh, thank you. Well, it was nice of him to do so. It was lovely and quite eloquent. And yeah, he needs Jesus for sure. Mikhail is wings and things. There's no wing stop. He's out of here. I think that was a cry for help. I think that was a cry for something else. I think that there are two people, if we want to keep it a buck and a half, that they are looking to unload. It's Cat and Mikhail. Period. I don't. That's how it is. And there might be other ones, just like Shah said, and that's on how they feel about them going into paying them next year. That's those guys. As far as Mikhail, with the approaching, Mikhail did these things. This is what Mikhail did. Mikhail would yell at Tibbs, I don't want to come out the game, and then yell at Tibbs that you're running us too many minutes. That those type of things. I want to keep OG. You can't. OG is wing stop by himself, and then .com wings and things on the side. Even after that, he didn't do much impressive things to me. To be quite honest, I know that the 5 picks is overblown because a lot of those picks were up high and a lot of the people were still in junior high school. But again, like Sean was about to allude to, but he stopped because he knew it didn't. What's the point talking about it? If we would have known that those picks would have been for a person 55 times better, we would never made that. And then you got to take it back to college, where supposedly Josh Hart was bullying this guy, and he was, and he really wasn't in that circle of people. Even though they won together, it was like Hart, DiVincenzo, Clutch.
Yeah, and just to say,
wasn't really part of that.
Hart was only there 1 year with them,
Right?
Because Macau and Jalen won 2 championships together. Hart was only there for one of them,
right?
One of the championships, should I say?
Right, but when he came here, they, it's like him and Dante. They were like this. It was different. I mean, has he even made the show, like their show, their friend?
Yeah, he was there.
He was there. All right. Mm-hmm. And it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't. Is my point. So like,
I do think they have a good camaraderie, but I do think they used to make they had fun with Bridges more. They talked about it. They used to haze him a little bit more because he was the younger one of them all.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think, I'm not trying to say I think that they dislike this man or they hate this man. I think that we went in overpriced, overspent on a guy that we had really higher hopes than he could perform. And he's not performing for him, and he knows it. And he went and he said it. But at the same time, I think it was a call for get me the hell out of here. I really think that's what it was. To me, the way you don't look people in the eye and you do it like sideways and you're doing it, it's like the only other thing he could do is turn his face and go, and please trade me. That's my view of it. But he's also kind of a quiet demeanor, right? Period. A little smile here. If he wins the game, he'll do a gunshot arm. But if he doesn't, he's kind of whatever. I don't know, man. I never liked to trade a bit, and I'm a little bit biased because I never liked to trade from the beginning.
That I know, and I know that if there was one person that you looked at when it came to the team that you were okay with moving, it was Macau, because you've said that.
Yeah,
and I got it.
I did.
I get it. I get it. But I'm gonna say that I don't care. Already I've moved on when it comes to the picks. You guys know that. I don't care about the picks anymore. It is what it is. They had to do it. I knew they were going to get fleeced. We all talked about it. I do think that he is worth somewhere between 2 and 3 picks, right? I think the Knicks had to give another pick to sweeten the deal, which is what you would have to do in a lot of cases. And then the last pick was the homeboy tax. That's the backyard tax. Oh, you want to be the front page in our city? We got to deal with you. Here, give us another pick. So they got hit with the Knicks tax. So that's my feeling. We had to give up 2 extra picks for him that really he didn't deserve to be gave up. It is what it is, and he's here now. But on the flip side, though, I will say this: if you are really truly considering and you want to get Giannis, and you're going to trade for Giannis, and Cat's leaving, and you want to put something together, you better send Mikal out. Don't send out OG. Send the guy who took all the 5 picks. So now you make the 5 picks worth something. Right? That's how I look at it. I don't know why you do it any other way.
Different point of view on that one.
That's kind of what I was trying to say. Thank you.
I actually really like and respect what Mikal said. I don't think he was like a cry for help or anything like that. I just feel like he was being honest, and I feel like he's somebody that he doesn't really want to go out and like say his opinion if it's something negative, but when he's asked, like he will talk about it. I do think the minutes complaint from him last season under Tibbs, ironically also something about the Trailblazers, I guess, always seems to coincide. But yeah, I think he was being genuine. I really actually respect him because I the thing that I said from before is I feel like the Knicks is like too PR trained and too careful to be on the script and not say the wrong thing and not to ever be real or unguarded. And I mean that both on the court and off the court. Like they're very scripted and polished and corporate, I feel like, all the time. So I feel like it was a genuine moment of humanity and rawness. And I think they should be more like that, honestly. Like they shouldn't be so guarded or like people are going to say stuff no matter what. You know, like you're never going to stop them. If you're a starting player on the Knicks, hey, guess what? People are going to, chatter about you. That's comes with the territory. That being said, like, I don't think I think people will like you and respect you more. And like, it'll help people kind of understand your perspective in it. If you are like, what's the downside? If you're just a little more unguarded and tell us something's bothering you, you know?
Right. I mean, the only downside to it is that when we start to speculate and say, well, we heard that there's a player that feels a certain way about coach, and then you hear somebody say, well, maybe I've been not very coachable and you start to think, hey, well, we already kind of thought it was you. Now we know it's you, or at least you're one of them. So that's kind of the only downside to it.
I think it's fair. Like he was saying that, like, I do have an ego. It is getting in the way of me playing the best basketball, and I'm being honest and like taking accountability for that and saying, like, I want to be better. Like,
that is a step in the right direction. You can't improve on anything in life if you don't take accountability, right? That's the big deal. I'm not even going to go as to where a lot of us point to when it comes to accountability, because I ain't trying to get into that. But when it comes to that, yeah, that's a way to look at things. That's how you improve and go forward in life. And hopefully that's part of the reason why the Knicks are playing better, because people are humbling themselves and saying, hey, maybe I have a lot to do with this that I'm not really recognizing. I have my faults and my role in it. How can I be better to help not only be a better representation of the team, but support my teammates? How can I make their lives better? How can I make Cat's life better, or whoever else might be struggling as well? Like, how can I make their job easier? And more importantly, how can I be a better reflection of Coach Mike Brown so we can do what he's looking for us to do? Stuff like that is very important to having a winning season and creating a championship bond and team going forward. In my opinion, I don't know. I'm not a part of a championship team, but it sounds like that's something they would be good at. Understanding one another, taking accountability, stuff like that. Makes sense. So, we'll see, guys. It's very interesting going forward. Shah, did you have anything you wanted to add to it? I think I asked everybody else.
But that was about
Kyle's statement. His.
I mean, yes, I get it. He said what he needed to say. He must have felt some kind of way. And plus his name is out there in all these rumors as well. So he had to let them know that, yeah, I scored 30 points every night, that this night I scored this. I still got it, and I can still come in here and compete, and I want to still be here. So if you trade me next year. I mean, that type of feel. I don't know if probably in the beginning of the year, November, December, was his name ever even talked about being in the trade? His name being in trades now to get Giannis could have probably put something on his head too, just like Cat. Cat coming from Minnesota for 10 years and coming over here, and in the second season that he's here, he's talked about trade rumors. Now he got to move his family all over again. He just got this, he got to make all these other moves. And Now Bridges has that same thing over his head now. So February 5th can't come soon enough for these immediate 7-8 guys of our core guys. And as soon as that happens, these guys will start performing like they're performing now. And of course, I think, of course, your name is out there. If you're going to go out, you might as well go out on your shield. All right, if I'm going to go out here, let me score. Let me get 22 rebounds tonight and score. Let me go out here and get 30 points and show that. Let me go out here and see. Because if I'm getting traded, I might as well go out here and show out, showcase my talent. Because if I'm going, at least let you know that you trained for a good one. So let's see what happens. I don't think, like I said, in my opinion, I don't think no major trade is going to go down. I think it's all going to be about the smaller trades, the ends, the second unit, stuff like that. So with that being said, he did the right thing by getting out there in front of it, I guess, if you want to call it that, to put his spin on how he was playing, because it wasn't hard to see that he wasn't playing good. His shot wasn't doing good. He wasn't doing the things that he's doing now, driving to the basket as hard as he is now. So these things that he said is manifested in the last couple of games, and hopefully it made a change for him to reconfirm to himself that I'm still a good player. I still could be on the top, the second unit in the defensive realms and stuff like that. I still could get out here and get 30, 40 points at any given time. So with those things being said, it's good that he said that, and the game that he said it was a statement game. Kudos to him, and I hope he continues. I don't think he's going nowhere no time soon. Anyway, I don't think they just give up. I mean, if you want to be hypothetically about it, we're giving up Mikal the 5 picks. We're giving up the 5-pick guy for Giannis if he comes down to it. So we're giving up the guy that we got 5 picks for to try to get 2 or 3 more picks from one of these teams that holds Milwaukee's picks for the next.
Right. Wouldn't that make sense, though, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded good coming out my mouth. It sounded good.
Yeah, to me,
it makes sense in some regard. We'll see what happens. I'm not sold right now on the way I felt earlier in the season. I felt really high about Mikal Bridges and Mike Brown's system, and I said this multiple times too. I thought the 2 people that would benefit the most from Mike Brown's system was Mikal Bridges and Deuce McBride. I think Deuce has benefited from it and continues to. I thought Mikal, the way he was playing, the way he was moving out there, I thought he was definitely going to benefit from it. I thought he was going to be the most consistent and easiest one to make the transition to his system. And it started out that way, but it's kind of changed over time. I don't know how we got here. Maybe to the point that we talked about, maybe it was him and his ego and buying into a certain point and then kind of losing track of what was the overall goal and what needed to be done. Who knows? I don't know. That's all speculation. But the bottom line is it hasn't necessarily been what it was to start the season. So hopefully we can get back there. I did like I don't know if you guys saw, forget the fact that we had 29 assists. I just liked the way the Knicks were moving last night. As far as their bodies, They were moving well last night. So hopefully they continue to do that, and we go from there. Because the problem with this Knicks team is they are, I said for the most part, now we got some new personnel, but they're Jekyll and Hyde. You know what I mean? They're like they're one day like this, one day like this, and you never quite know who you're getting. And,
right.
and it's even worse with the playoffs, because then you talk about these guys, you're like, this and this guy doesn't do this, but they step up in the playoffs. Like Mikal looks great in the playoffs, except for the ECF. A lot of people struggle in the ECF, but Mikal looked really good at times in the playoffs and stepped up defensively in big spots in the last season's playoffs. So it's hard to say, because the bottom line is, even though we right now, these are regular season problems. This point where this team is at, it's starting to feel like Miami of days of old. Like Miami would have terrible regular seasons, but once the playoffs comes, let's go. That's all they're looking for. And I feel like the Knicks are in that in-between phase where they're struggling to kind of get through the regular season because they really want to be back in the playoffs and get that Eastern Conference taste out their mouth and see how far they can go really this year. Like, you just want to get back there. Let's go, but they got to go through this whole regular season grind. So we'll see what happens. I hope Macau gets it together and continues to do what he's doing. Because I do think that if the Knicks don't at least get back to where we already talked about, I don't have to even say it. If they don't get back to where at least we think they can go, there's going to be some changes made. And in my opinion, he definitely should be one of them if he doesn't continue to show some consistency and do certain things that can help this team that we've seen him do before. It's not just about Cat. It's not all the pressure on Brunson. It's not just about OG. Macau has something to do with it. Everybody has a point. So imagine this, guys, as Knicks fans, we're looking at a team where OG Anunoby plays very good basketball once he gets going and gets his rhythm. Then you always have to be like, if OG has to miss any time, if he goes out, I know not only am I going to lose out on OG Anunoby for a period, but when he comes back, he's not going to be the same player for a while until he gets his rhythm back. You already know that about OG. Jalen Brunson is very consistent, and for most nights you can call on him to be the answer. But you've also seen this year he's had little nagging injuries, little moments. Now he's making cuts and he's tripping over his ankle, like his ankle's bending and stuff. You're like, I didn't see that before. You're also noticing sometimes Jalen struggles with his decision making when there's clutch moments. There's a lot of pressure on him to do something. Sometimes he doesn't make the right decision. We're seeing a little bit more of that. Okay, we've already seen the issues with Cat. I don't have to continue to talk about them, the foul trouble, the shooting, all that. You know what it is. All right. So you got that going on. Then you got a terribly inconsistent offensive person in Jordan Clarkson. Forget defense. I'm not even thinking about him on the defensive side. You got Gershon Yabusele, who's giving you nothing, right? You got a Deuce McBride who has played great this year. Like if we had this Deuce last year, who knows? It could have been different, but we got him this year. But he's playing so well that you may not be able to afford him. You got a Mitchell Robinson playing well in limited minutes. May not be able to afford him either. So this team is very funky, man. It's very funky. You're looking at it like, I don't know. Then you got all these young question marks. Could they fill the void? Maybe. But the bottom line is that's no sure things until it's a sure thing. So this is a topsy-turvy season. This is a lot, guys. We just going to have to get through it and hope for the best. Fingers crossed that, knock on wood, no more injuries, that we get through the rest of this year, that they continue to believe in each other and work together, because we need everything to work. There's so many like ifs on this team, as Jay would like to say. A lot of ifs. Yep. This is a lot of ifs.
Too many ifs.
A lot of ifs.
If my uncle didn't have what he had, he'd be my aunt. That's
that's a fact. So let me just get around to you guys and get your final words. Guys, look, bear with me. And when I'm saying guys, I'm talking about my people on the chat and my people at home. I apologize. Look, I had every intention of opening up the phone lines. I was going to do like 2 to 3 hours, stop, open up the phone lines, get it cracking, and then close the show. We are already almost at the 4 hour and 30-minute mark because the conversation was so good. We had a chance to really talk about some stuff that we could have delved into even more. And I just, like I told you guys before, I may have a plan, but I'm going to go with the flow of the show, and I'm going to continue to do what I think is best at the time. And I think the conversations we were having were good enough that they warrant taking more time to flesh out rather than just stopping and saying, oh, let's open up the phone lines and change the conversation totally. No, I want to keep it going the way I think it seems best. And also, I didn't get a chance to talk on Monday because I had got my tooth pulled and everything, so I couldn't really talk. So I've been yearning to have this interaction, to be able to get these conversations and have a panel. So I apologize, guys. This is on me. I will make it up to you. A Monday show, I'll definitely open up the phone lines. We'll have a good conversation. And then next week, I'm going to figure out a better way to open up the phone lines. You know what I'll probably do? This is what I'll probably do next week. I'll try something different. When I have my little opening monologue in the beginning, I'll talk maybe a little shorter and start out the gate with the open phone lines. And then maybe I'll open up the panel. We'll go from there. So at least I get it out the way and we created something going forward that we can continue to talk about. Stay tuned, people. Know the ledge. It's a growing moment. I'm taking accountability. I can be better.
But you gotta look.
I
You
can
gotta
be
look
better.
that way. You gotta look towards
Oh, my
God when you
bad.
say
I
it.
can be better. Okay,
Yeah,
just believe
that's how
me.
you
I
gotta
know
do
what I'm
it.
doing. I know I haven't been perfect.
Yeah. We hear you, Ron.
I'm glad you hear me. You may not be able to see my lips to see exactly what I'm saying, but as long as you hear, that's good. Appreciate y'all. That
Somebody
was my
said it.
moment. This is me out the window.
See if I know the ledge.
Thank you, everybody.
Mikhail, come
Thank
back.
you, everybody. You know what's funny? Throughout everything that's going on, all of this stuff, still no mention. Where is he, yo? I can't believe this. We took somebody off a 2-week contract.
amazing.
We added somebody brand new. Where is this kid at? Where did he go?
In the dorms. He's in his dorm room right now. Chilling.
It's crazy.
Oh, that was amazing. That was great graphic.
No mention, bro. He is gone, yo. They won't even. They don't even try to hint at him. Like, yo, does anybody talk to him, yo? Crazy. Oh my God. Okay, whatever. All right, Sha. Final words, my brother.
Salute to you guys, man.
Oh wait,
Thank
hold
you
on
for-
1 second. C. Carter Jr. Is he really at Baylor?
Yes, that's what he's at. He's in Baylor. That's what I said.
Yeah,
He's in the dorm room.
Yeah.
Oh, all
He's in
right.
the dorm room.
Cool. Dope. That's good. At least he's doing something. Okay, cool. All right. I feel better now. Thank you. Appreciate you. And thanks, Nick Nation. Okay. My fault, Sha.
That ain't nothing, man. Salute to you great guys on here. Doug Service, Rex, Jay Chosen, Nick Nation, you, Ron. Salute to the family in the chat. Let's get it, man. We'll be on tomorrow for the post game. I don't even know what the time is, but we'll be on an hour before. That I can guarantee. With that being said, great conversation today, man. I enjoy it every time I can come on to talk about to ALikes that talk the same thing that I like to talk about, and that's the New York Knicks. And striving to get better and also criticizing when they ain't doing so good. So salute to you guys for giving us especially to you, Ron, for the outlet on Saturday. I look forward to the show. And yes, I'm sorry I haven't been on here in a while, but I'm glad to be on here today.
Well, nah, man, miss you. We know you're busy. You got other stuff going on. You got your own show you're doing, but I do want to tell you that you were missed because I noticed. I feel that there's something different in the vibe. Like the air don't smell the same. Like, no shot, B. Like, what's going on?
Damn.
Oh man. Damn. Anyway, Jay, what's going on, my brother? What's your final words?
What topic are we on?
Oh, actually, it don't have to be, it can be anything. And also, you can plug whatever you got going on.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, no doubt. Stay safe out there. Whoever's out there working, Victoria, stay safe out there. Definitely, please stay warm and stay safe. Look, at the end of the day, I think that sometimes some of us are having fun and some of us are real Knicks fans and some of us just like a player. And that's okay because your job in life is to control what you can control. Yourself, your actions, your words, who you are. I consider myself a really good person. And I like to bring unity. And once in a while, I like to talk about the Knicks. And I know this is my fault today, but I will say that, we have a good time. And believe it or not, there's some people on here that will say some some things that I don't agree with necessarily, but then we'll get on something else and we'll have this incredibly civil, wonderful talk. And I just think it brings things out of people, right? Sports is an emotional thing. It's the outlet we've had since we were children.
It's true.
Think about your whole life. What is name as many constant things besides sports that has been in your life since you were a child, a 5-year-old, whatever was the first time you seen it? Not many. There are not many things, and that you loved and you followed and you watched and you rooted for, and yeah, that's who I was. And you live for this stuff, you know. And it's not like they really care about. I've never got a Christmas card from the Mets, from the Knicks, from the whatever it might be, but I still root for them, you know. Never loaned me any money. So I think that we're always going to have a good conversation. I love to talk to Aelites, like you said before, that, you know, brethren that are of the same cloth, that are talking about what the same thing is and having a good talk. I think it's also the one thing sports that brings is, even though this is a lot of division today, it brings unity in different faces, races, places, people, locations, all sorts of things. So I love it. No matter what. Whatever happens today, I am sure that the front office has the future and the present both in mind. Mm-hmm. And if we believe in the front office, which I think I do, I believe in it, then they're going to make the right moves that they should. And, you know, who knows what that move? They might go out and get Fernando Tatis for power forward and right field for the Mets. So anyway, I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much for having me on. I do like I can't say the kid's name that Rex is saying. He is a good bench player. It's going to be really hard to unload Yabusele unless you add him to something. I don't know how they're going to do that. That seems tough to me. But you could also find me with Blanche Sears with the basketball talk. And you can find me. I'll start off first and foremost. I'm sorry that was a little bit rude. You can find me rocking out with sometimes with Shah and Divine and chilling over there at Knicks Real Talk. That's the first place that I stopped afterwards. I'll always give it the proper props. And then I've been doing the Blanche Sears basketball, but we have a new thing now, me and Uncle Freezy, which is called the New York Mets Lounge. That we will have a time lockdown, and I myself have a sub show in it called Say It Loud, where you could come by if you're a Mets fan, and you could we're going to talk about all of our, even a baseball fan, like talk about, what it was like the first time you walked into Shea. What were your greatest memories? Do you have a memory of going there with your father, with your brother, with the first time you did it, So I just had my first show the other day, and it rocked out for sure. So I enjoy it. I'm really
Shut up, Wiz.
Yeah. Well, Wiz is not allowed on anything. Not even
Wiz, keep that Yankee hate. See,
Yeah.
you see, Nick Nation knows to just listen.
Yeah, right.
Yankee hate where it needs to be, Wiz.
Right. I didn't even like when he put on his Yankees hat the other day. I showed up on there so with the Mets hat on. There was no like bad Danny. I didn't feel bad. Did you feel bad? I didn't feel
No,
bad.
not at all.
Not at all.
Nobody cares
Brother.
about that, man. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Anyway, and you'll always find me, always find me rocking out here on Saturdays, because I'm always still a Knicks fan.
That's some good stuff, man. I appreciate that, Jay. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate you, big
Nick,
time.
yeah, thank you, Nick Nation.
My brother. I'm gonna say I am a little disappointed in you today, Ron, because the phone call thing. I like the song. I don't know what they be saying. Swear, swear, swear. I like to hear that. I like to do my little thing. You know what I'm saying? You hurt me deep. You hurt me deep. But
I'm sorry, brother.
I forget.
A lot of pain today. A lot of pain.
Too, man. I'm in the doghouse, y'all. I got to get right. As I said it before, I'm taking accountability. This is my mistake.
Yes. But Ron, I want to thank you for the platform always, my brother. I definitely appreciate you, your demeanor, your ability to host, you know what I mean, a lot of dynamic fractions here of minds, and to keep us, unified, stay calm, not get distracted by a lot of background noises and other things. And let me tell you something, people. I am trying to learn just as anybody else. And let me tell you, it is not easy. So please, people understand that running a show and thinking that you can just pop on and just do it, it doesn't work that way. So believe me, there's every little things that I pick up in details from all these guys, you know what I mean? From Shah, from Jay, from you, Ron, and believe me, in any other show that I come on. But let me divert my attention over here to my right side, the chat. Let me tell you, I really enjoyed you guys today, and please come back. Let me tell you, people jump on Dave, but Dave has got some energy that wasn't here. Latoria, Keith, Sharon. These guys are, you know what I mean? They're talking amongst themselves a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I love it because there's, in some of the comments, there's major shade. There's what's name. But the bottom line is we're still Knicks fans. I love that these people, tune in. And please always keep coming back. Bring that energy. Anybody's allowed to say what they want to say in that sense. Keep it respectful as much as you can as far as person to person. You know what I mean? But hey, this is what our First Amendment is about. Freedom point of speech. And that freedom point of speech gives you your take, and you're allowed to say what you need to say, because that's what this show is about. Ron makes a comfortable situation for people to come in, sit down on your couch, sit down on your chair, your dining room table, your kids, or for whoever, and listen to the show. And if you want to make comments and things like that, and he takes time to also highlight you guys. This is a beautiful Knicks community. So Ron, thank you. Big time measures for that. And I definitely appreciate you. And like I say, guys, I'm a podcast whore. So, you know what I mean? And I come cheap for free. You know what I'm saying? For free. I'm whoring. I'm out here whoring. Man. I ain't even doing a good job. I'm out here whoring free. So, you know what I mean? But anytime, you know what I mean?
You got me wanting to say all sorts of weird stuff. Like
Shaw Powers knows, you know what I'm saying? I come into the show, is, you know what I mean? And it's the more I get to know these guys, it's more just like love, combatant, you know what I mean, and unity, just like we would do, you know what I mean? Hanging out in the courts, hanging out at the corner store, hanging out, you know what I'm saying, on the bench, you know what I mean, and just shooting it. And we love that, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Yes, in the park, it's just a good thing, and it's a good feeling. You know what I mean? I didn't grow up with you guys, but you know what I mean? But learning and getting to understand y'all, it's definitely this Knicks community, and believe me, listening to other people's takes and what's in here, a lot of times we may not agree, but it's a point that I still respect it, because I respect you as a person. And that's where, you know what I mean? And let's keep that. We need to keep that point in our community. Let's respect each other as, you know what I mean, as people still. Our takes can be wild as hell. You know what I mean? Because sometimes certain things, if I let out what's leaking on in here, you'd be like, this dude's a lunatic. Get him off, sit him down someplace. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. But you know what I mean? But Ron, definitely.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Believe me, he's telling the
yes, it's going out. It's leaking. But but Ron, thank you. And hey, go Knicks, and let's win these next few games here. Let's stay solid.
Yeah, no, appreciate you, man. Appreciate all you guys. And yeah, bottom line is like I try to just do and conduct the show as good as it can be. Obviously everything can be better, and I can grow and learn from others, as well as just, you know, doing the best I can. And there's more to be done. And I hope as we continue to grow this year into next year, there'll be more time for us to improve and to expand on the platform and what we're trying to do and make it a better product, and go, we'll see. Who knows what the future holds? Because I do know that it does take a lot of restraint and takes understanding of people and their thought process, and giving people a chance to speak and get their takes out, but also, you know, being fair, and also reeling people back in if they go too far off and all that good stuff. So that's all learned behavior as I've been doing this for 5 years now. And so it's getting better and getting easier and more comfortable. And I hope everybody appreciates the show and enjoys the time when they're up here watching it. If they're on the panel, if they're calling in, or if they're just in the chat, I hope you guys all enjoy it. And to those, listen, there's a quiet, mixture of people out there, if you can believe, that do not call in, that don't jump on the panel, and that don't type in the chat. They just watch. So shout out to them as well, who just view and just like the interaction. So I appreciate all you guys for showing support. Shout out to Shah. Shout out to Jay. Shout out to Nick Nation. Shout out to D-Rex. Thank you guys for coming on the show today. Thanks to everybody who provided a super chat today. And let me read this one before we get out of here. You know what it is. Shout out to Latorius. We are. It is. Let's go. She says, we are in second place in the East, fifth in the league after the horrible month. Stand pat and watch it all come together. I hear you, Tori. That's a fact. Let's get it going. I appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat and for the kind words. That's a great way to end the show, to leave us with something positive. This is true. Throughout all of this, we're right back where we were before, back in second place in the East. I know it's close, but the point is, just look at where we're at. So I'm with you on that. The other thing I wanted to say too is my apologies once again. I'm just looking at things when I'm putting the show together. I see my little, history of times and stuff, and I do know 3 out of the last 4 weeks, Monday night show, SKF Weekly, I haven't been able to do it for different reasons. I was caught up with work, like for my normal job. I had my teeth pulled, all that last week, and then the week 2 weeks before that, there was something else that came up. I listen. I gotta put family and life first. Life be lifing, but I do apologize because I do know, it doesn't matter if you miss a week here or there. But when you miss like 3 weeks in a month, you're like, man, I feel like I haven't seen Ron. So, and it's all a segment of people that don't really have time to tune in on Saturdays, that only see Still Knick fans on Monday night. So I apologize to everybody out there, for that. And we'll do better. Monday night, we should be good. So thank you once again to everybody. As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans, we'll be back again, whether it be Saturdays at 11:30-ish. Depends on how my coffee goes. No Ledge. And as you can see, we've been having some really good conversations on Know the Ledge lately. I would say, honestly, the past month and a half, these Saturday shows, the conversation has been real good. We've had a lot of going back and forth, different things we've been talking about, but I think the conversation has been really good and entertaining and engaging, and I hope everybody out there feels the same way. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, on X, and on Facebook tuning in. Appreciate you guys. Smash the like button if you haven't already done so. You see it. We're on the road to 10K, so definitely appreciate that. And also, check us out on Monday nights at 9 p.m., hopefully this Monday you'll see myself and John again for SKF Weekly. We'll talk about things that have been going on and how everything's happened. And shout out to my brother Jose, on the ones and twos in the background, holding us down. But yeah, I just want to thank everybody for supporting and appreciate y'all. Also, I want to say tomorrow is just another game in the long line of games that are left in the season. We're not even at the all-star point yet. So we're on a 5-game win streak. Let's hopefully we can keep it going. But if we lose, we lose. The point is we go out there and play well. Don't go out there and get blown out and run back into the same tendencies we had before. Let's keep it going. Let's keep building off of the momentum of these wins and growing as a team and getting back to the basketball that we saw earlier in the season, because that's what we're looking forward to, man. And as I always say, guys, be good. If you can't be good at it. You know what I mean? Why not? And so what I'm going to do going forward, next week's show, I'm going to have a moment where I read a positive message real quick. Today's positive message, I'm not going to do this at the end of the show. I'll be doing it at the beginning of the shows. But life is a movie. You see through your own unique eyes. It makes little difference what's happening out there. It's how you take it that counts. I leave you with the word. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Malcolm Ron. Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? Leave you with the word, B. That's it. So
that was a really good word. Really good word. It's much better than Fat Ron. I think it's much better. I like Malcolm Ron better.
There you go. So thanks again. Thank you to everybody out there. Please smash that like button on your way out if you haven't already done so. I can't stress enough how important that is for the algorithm and the tube. If you don't know what it looks like, it looks a little something like this. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for everything once again. Hey, and I didn't even hit you with this, but it still deserves it, because no matter what's going on, we got to get through it as a team. We got to get through it as fans, as a unit. They all need to work together, because nothing's going to change this year. Something could change in the offseason, but this year, hate it or love it.
Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top. And I'm going to shine, homie, until my heart stops.
Mike Brown is here. Okay. We gotta get it together. Okay. Let him do some work and get us right. I know, but we're trying to win this year too. You know what I mean? We're not throwing the year away. So guys, thank y'all. Take care of yourselves. Be good out there. Stay safe, stay warm, be careful. Don't do nothing crazy out there. It's still wintertime in the New York area, especially. Watch yourselves.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My God.
It's real. You feel it.
I saw you walking the other night. Sorry to interrupt real quick.
Oh,
I saw it. I don't know if you got I sent the little thing to you, but you feeling better?
I do. I am feeling better. That walking and coming out the dentist, that Novocaine was starting to wear off, bro. As I was like, let me make this quick. I was starting to feel like I got to get out of here.
At the very end, I heard it was like, oh wow.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I got to go. The other thing I wanted to say too was, it's funny, I forgot to say it. When I was doing walk and talking earlier this week, one of those days, it was like 6 degrees. I didn't say nothing until after the show. I was like, after the short, I was like, damn. Yo, I tried to put my phone in my pocket. My hands were freezing. I was like, yo, I can't. Yo, this is crazy. I didn't even stress how cold it was. It was cold.
I sent you a message about that too, talking in that cold air.
It is cold, B.
Yeah, be careful, please.
I didn't feel it at the time, but when I started to put the phone, I was like, yo, my hands are twitching. Like I felt that you guys know when you feel that thing when the hands are like, it's cold. I was like, nah.
Oh yeah, too. And Ron, just before you crash out here and we close out. No, tomorrow's not another game. We need to win. I'll flip this all. Get over here. We don't win.
No, we don't need that. I know. LBJ, listen. Y'all better, Knicks fans. We got to come together. Knicks, do. You see, Knick Nation. He's serious. Do not put him in that mood, yo. You have to beat LBJ. Don't let it happen.
Yeah.
Do not let it happen. Let's go.
I know, because I definitely don't want to hear. Look, I'm really sorry that this happened. I don't want that to happen again.
I didn't know I was going to do that, yo.
Right. And he doing it like this, and I'm not quite sure. Oh, if you really see me, and
you guys take it easy. Have a great rest of your day, y'all. Man, we'll talk, man. But let's get this victory tomorrow, and don't forget to tune in to the Knicks Real Talk show about 45 minutes before the Knicks game. I forgot what time the Knicks game starts tomorrow. Is it 7:30?
I think it's 7:30, isn't it, guys? Or 8?
Good question. I know it's prime time, so it's probably 8 o'clock.
Hold on.
It's like 8 o'clock.
It's
If it's
7
prime
p.m.
time.
So Knicks Real Talk at 6:15, y'all.
Yeah.
6:15. So that means they're going about 7:30.
Yep. No.
Tomorrow 7:30.
Oh, okay. All right. No, it's 7 o'clock start. So then maybe you guys are all even earlier.
Yeah. Hour 15.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
was
hour
doing
15. I thought it was 45 minutes before. My bad. Giving y'all wrong information.
They rose up. They rose it up. They
Man in
rose it
the
up.
building. You know what I mean? Hour
Yeah,
15.
yeah.
So 5:45. Tune in to Knicks Real Talk, y'all, tomorrow. And who knows? According to the Shostradamus, there might be some breaking news tomorrow. So
Right.
Yes,
Yo,
yes.
Shostradamus is so hard to say, but I'm gonna work it out.
Yeah, Sean, keep in touch with Divine because we getting pelted out here. He's about an hour up from me north, and we are getting pelted right
coming
now.
down. I heard it.
Yeah, that icy stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yo, it's thick snow. No, we got about 5 or 6 inches right now. It's thick snow.
Yo, oh my God! Listen,
we're gonna be shut down for a week and change.
I want to tell you, your southern folks something. We got about 2 feet from last week that's still outside.
We still cleaning that out.
Yeah, it's real, y'all. It's real. So I
was out of work for like a day trying to, after shoveling my car in and out and in and out and in and out, parking on shit. I ain't got no parking lot.
We are ill-equipped to deal with it out here.
Right,
I ain't going to
I know that
next week.
Right. You get a light dusting out there. They got one truck and they're like throwing salt out the back of it and doing all sorts of stuff. Saying prayers.
They got people running around.
Look, I'm not joking, Ron. They be like this. They're looking this way and just throwing salt. And then they go like this. They're making prayers.
It's crazy. Yeah, be safe, especially those. And I know there's a lot of Knick fans, a big Knick contingent in North Carolina. Y'all be safe, be careful out there, because the bottom line is when y'all don't have the resources to have people plowing or taking care of that stuff the way they should, you know what that snow turns into with the cold weather. So definitely out there, y'all. That black ice and all that stuff, whatever the negatives are, it's real. You've seen the slipping videos. They funny, but not when you're the one that's falling on your back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You learn, if you do, learn to laugh at yourself if you don't get hurt.
Yeah.
I'm outside with table salt. I don't know if that
works.
Look, I got it here for you right now.
They out here putting down Bojangles seasoning. It's out of control, B. It's out of control.
If I come down there and I see you doing Sassoon, little
Sassoon on there, my
what
friend.
you doing,
You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me get out of here because we could take this show somewhere else and have it for an hour. This is funny, man. Anyway, y'all take it easy. Take care. Everybody in the chat, stay safe. Let's get this win tomorrow. Let's go Knicks. We out of here, baby.
All right, peace, y'all.
Take care.
Later.